Hi, guys. Happy Saturday. Hope everybody is having a great start to their weekend. As promised, we're going to be looking at the Sandra Doorley saga. This is something that really hit the news in April of 2024. Sandra Doorley is a New York State District Attorney. She serves Monroe County, New York. I think the biggest metro area in Monroe County is Rochester, New York. And this incident that we're still dealing with all the way in 2025 stems from Sandra Doorley driving home one day, and an officer tries to pull her over for speeding. But instead of pulling over and stopping for this traffic stop, she continues to drive all the way home, drives through her neighborhood, pulls into her driveway, and then into her garage. So I think a lot of people might remember the viral body cam release. We're going to watch that again. If you haven't seen it, you'll see it for the first time. We're going to revisit. Also, she had I would say, a viral apology video. So we'll go back, we'll rewind on that a little bit. Most importantly, I think, though, we're going to go over what's happened what's happened in 2025. She's still been in her position serving as DA ever since. But in July 15th, we get this news release from New York State's Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct. They're going to censure her. And we get some news that she's saying herself, yeah, it's time for me to go. But we're going to find out she already has a plan in place to ride off into the sunset happily. And we're going to get to, I think, the meat and potatoes, but we're going to do this at the end in case anyone just wants the quick tea and doesn't want to stay for the full deposition. We are going to read through the March 12th, 2025 deposition, where Doorley is questioned about her behavior during this incident. So I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Got Amanda in the building. YP Com Chic. Trey Keisha's here. Hey, Miss One. I like the double name. And Memphis Most Wanted. Hold on now. Be careful. We got the Most Wanted in the building. Good to see you. And Katie is a common misspelling of my name. I prefer that over autocorrect, making Cat become Matt. So good to see you guys. I'm going to try to be organized. I've got these banners, and we're going to mostly go in order except the deposition. We're going to skip when we get to March. We're going to skip that deposition. We're going to read through the news about the press statements. Other than that, it'll be in chronological order, and I'm trying to be good about using these so you guys know what we're doing at any given time. So first, the main attraction, really, we're going back to this April 22, 2024 traffic stop. I'm going to speed it up during the parts where he's driving behind her, and we'll slow it down when they start talking. And just so you guys know, I have the volume down at first. We'll turn it up when they start talking, but with body cam, sometimes when the audio turns on, there's a blaring loud noise. So we're going to protect our ears here. So here we go. This is the mess that started it all. He's outside her driveway. He's pulling up. You see the dogs running out. And now we have audio.
55 and a 35. Okay. Can you please come over here? This is on a traffic stop, ma'am.
Yes, it is. You can call Dennis Kohlmeyer right now.
Okay, I'm telling you why I stopped you. You didn't stop at all. Did you not hear my lights or sirens or anything?
No, I didn't actually. I was on the phone.
Okay, well, you're not supposed to be on the phone while you're driving either.
Yes, I am with the hands-free. Absolutely.
Okay. Why are you so upset at me? I'm doing my job. You just admitted to me that you were going 55 and a 35 on Phillips Road.
Leave me alone. It's
Officer Crisafulli. Can you stay over here, ma'am? This is a legal traffic stop. Do you have your ID?
No, it's in my purse. Here.
You have your purse right there.
No, this is my lunch. Would you talk to Dennis? This is ridiculous. So wet.
Hello, sir. Good, ma'am. Can you please stay at the back? This is a legal traffic stop. Can you please stay over here?
No. Hey, baby, get your little guy out of here.
Sir, I stopped her for going 55 and a 35 on Phillips Road. And she failed to stop. She drove all the way back home and parked in her garage. And now she's not complying with any of my commands. Ma'am, do not go inside.
Oh my God.
Yep. All right. There.
And I'm not going to try to be a pausey McPauserton through this. And I mean, it's been out for a year, so I think we have a little bit of grace pausing here. there are so many ways that this could have gone wrong in any other situation. Maybe if this was a different individual or a different neighborhood or a different officer. This officer to me seems a little bit green, like a little bit kind of Bambi, new in the field, just judging. But there's like, what doesn't happen in this video, the unspoken stuff, is the crazy part. Because can you imagine hearing a news story, blank, 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 shot after failing to stop for traffic and going into house before speaking with officer, or getting out of vehicle instead of just rolling down window and staying with their hands on the steering wheel. There's so many ways this would have gone so differently if, I guess, the stars weren't aligned here. Just crazy.
Come outside. You can't just go inside. This is a traffic stop. Here's your phone back.
I understand the law better than you.
953. Can you have a supervisor come to the scene?
No, get out of my fucking house.
I don't know why you're acting like this towards me.
Because
Can you please go to the back of the vehicle?
I'm not going to. I'm home. I was okay. 55.
I don't care if you got home. You were supposed to stop at Phillips Road when I pulled you over. When my lights were
I
initiated.
didn't know you were stopping me. There was lots of other people on the road.
I was right behind you.
Yeah, there were other people on the road too.
Okay, I was directly behind you.
The individual that was called, we're going to hear about this in the deposition and the news stories, but that is a chief of police in Webster, which is one of the suburbs in Monroe County. So she could have called several people, but she calls this specific person, and they're going to ask her about it in the deposition, why she chose that particular person to call. And yes, what an attitude. This is the district attorney of Monroe County. It's really like upstate, sort of Western New York. I think Rochester, next closest city, would be Buffalo to the west, and a little to the east would be Syracuse, just replacement. But it's not all the way up north. There's like a part of New York that goes way, way higher up. It's not all the way up there. And then, yeah, or a different color, all of these different factors could have gone totally different. And we would have had a different story, different outcome.
Dealing with you right
Can
now.
you please step over here?
I'm not going to.
What is the reason you're so against what I'm doing? I'm doing my job. You say you're a DA?
I am the DA.
Okay.
Okay, let me get you my badge. I am the DA of Monroe County.
I
Not the
just don't
booby
understand
shot.
the hostility towards me. I'm doing my job.
You're being an asshole.
How am I being an asshole?
I am the DA of Monroe County.
I understand
Yes,
that, but that doesn't give you a right to go 55 and a 35. And you even admitted to me that you went 50. I understand that, ma'am. I understand that.
You know what? If you give me a traffic ticket, that's fine. I'm the one who prosecutes it. Okay? Just go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
You give me the ticket, that's fine. I'm the one that prosecutes it. Yeah, the DA.
Go ahead.
I just don't understand the hostility. I understand you're coming home from work.
And half the time I was on the phone with Dennis telling him, why are you pulling me over?
You're not even supposed to be on the phone to begin with. You should
yes.
know that.
On hands-free? Absolutely.
Okay.
You should know the law.
Okay. If it is hands-free, that's great. But at the end of the day, you were going 55 and a 35. That's 20
Okay.
miles over the speed limit.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. You know what I've been dealing with all day? 3 murders in the city. And do you think I really care if I was going 20 miles over the speed limit?
Okay, I'm just doing my
I would
job.
get
If
in
you
front of the-
if you pulled over when you saw my lights, which obviously you did,
I thought you were going somewhere else because I thought no one would ever pull a black SUV if you ran my plates.
I didn't
Fine.
run your plate. I just called your plate out, and then I'm following.
She acting like DAs, members of like government bodies are the only people that drive black SUVs. Like, what? She's expecting him. You should have known I was a district attorney and not pulled me over because I'm a district attorney, right? There's 2 things wrong with that.
You because you're not stopping. So I had to take the air from dispatch.
Just please.
953. You can have the air back, by the way. Just come outside over here.
No, I'm not going outside.
Okay.
I'm waiting for you just to leave.
Well, I'm having.
You know what? So I called this officer a bit green in the beginning. I think it's because his voice sounds that way. Sorry. But he's actually sharp in some of his responses here, Well, and it's hands-free. You should know the law. Well, if it was actually hands-free, he's not just taking what she says at face value. And even though he seems meek here, with his words, he is pretty sharp. And she makes this comment about, I was dealing with 3 murders in the city today. Well, first of all, this could have ended very badly and maybe somehow added a 4th to that count. But besides that, He calls her out for that. He says, well, then maybe you shouldn't be doing this, continuing to drive for 5-10 minutes, wasting the airways. By the way, clear up the airways. I got this. That's such a great point to make back to her. You are clogging up resources because of your audacity right now. So.
Your supervisor come because that's what my chief told me to do.
All right, so you're showing out with 5 feet.
Do you have your driver's license?
I just showed you my driver's license.
You show me your badge.
Thanks, 7-4.
Really?
When EMS, the 14-year-old having a seizure, 200 East River Road, apartment 200 on the 3rd
Because
floor.
I was going 55 up Phillips Road.
10-4, you can
And I was
She's
just
part of
trying
it. She's a DA.
Yep, I know.
And I was just trying to pull into my driveway. I was on the phone with Dennis Colemeyer saying, please tell the person who's following me that I'm almost home.
Ma'am, I understand you were going home, but I started my lights back at Phillips Road.
I'm on Phillips Road, yes,
Yes.
you did, and there are other cars.
I was right behind you, directly behind you. At the end,
Go ahead, like,
listen,
you wanna-
at the end of the day,
Go ahead, if you want to write me a traffic ticket, that's fine.
okay, at the end of the day, I was stopping you for speed. If you
I've
just
had a
stopped,
really bad day. I've been dealing with
and I
murders
get
in the
it,
city
and I
all
get
the-
it. We have bad
I'm
days
sorry,
also,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I'm sorry.
We have bad days also. I'm gonna just add it to the job real quick. You can just go and actually add it. You don't have to use the air. At the end of the day, I was just making a traffic stop, doing my job, what I was supposed to do.
Well, fine, thank you.
Okay? So now supervisor's on his way, and then we'll go from there.
Supervisor's gonna have here.
Huh?
Who?
Sergeant Johnson. I understand you had it. Like, I get it. We all have bad days at work.
And I'm gonna go in the house, seriously, this is
No,
ridiculous.
this is a traffic stop. And you, out of everyone, should know that if there's a legal traffic stop, which I have the right to detain you until this is done.
Then just write me the fucking ticket. I really don't care.
Okay. Well, then just hang out at the back of the car.
Because I'm the one that's gonna prosecute myself. You know what I'll do with the ticket?
Okay. Just come out here for me and just
I'm
stand.
not walking out there. I'm not, hey, baby, right? He's a good boy.
The dog for comic relief.
Corey, you just want to stand up here. Yeah, as long as it's added to the job. Sergeant on his way.
That's what you said 10-4.
Okay.
So, it could be.
Dog is just having a ball.
He turned around. I didn't know if it was me. I wasn't sure because there were other cars going back and forth. Then I got to turning into field pass. So I'm like, I'm just gonna drive home. That's what I did. So I did. So and I got on the phone with Dennis. I don't know. Even before I turned, but when I turned in and said, you know, it's me that they're stopping. Just tell them it's me. So I don't know. That's okay.
General rule of thumb, if you see the what's behind you.
942.
I don't know what there are other cars involved.
942.
I'm just gonna pull in.
Yeah, I mean, that's stuff.
I would advise against that. I mean, you're supposed to pull off to the side of the road if somebody with their emergency lights is coming behind you anyways.
Yeah, I just
Corey, it's fine. Just we're having supervisors come, and then we'll go from there.
oh, come on. Just
This is what my chief wants. That's at the end of the day. You called him. I spoke to him on your phone, and this is what he
yeah,
wants.
I'm on the phone again. Seriously.
Call the chief again.
Seriously, there's 3 officers here ready. I'm waiting for supervisor.
You guys can go. You guys go. I'll wait here wait for Sarge or LT. Sounds like LT is coming though.
Oh my goodness, I was going 20 miles an hour over the speed limit on Phillips. I didn't pull over. I just figured I'd drive to my driveway. He should have won the plate. It's a big black SUV. It's a big
Laughing?
black SUV. And now I've got my driveway.
She was going 55 and 35 on Phillips. She didn't stop at all. She decided to drive home, called the chief, and this is where we're at. She's admitted multiple times to me.
Sure has.
So I attempted to stop her on Phillips Road, going 55 and a 35.
Yeah.
Didn't see the plate. I was just keeping an eye on the vehicle because she wasn't stopping. Drove all the way here, pulled into her garage, got out, was just being aggressive towards me for no reason. I was being respectful, telling her this is a legal traffic stop. Come to the back of the vehicle. No. Then she called chief. Then that's why I requested a supervisor.
Okay.
And now she wanted to go inside. Told her no, you can't go inside. And this is where we're at. So.
You guys see the neighbors in the back being nosy? Look at that. That would be me. Or those officers, maybe. Okay, I thought it was neighbors. That might be the officers. I thought someone was being nosy.
It's a really big deal. It's a much bigger deal.
Well, you caused that, Sandra. What do you want us to do? Not more down, you?
No, it's fine. I said, write me a ticket. But I was just saying, I was not the Saga Post Road at 5:30.
Well, you broke another rule because of that. Right? You should know better. That's not charity, Nick. That's an arrestable offense. You know that.
717, I got nothing showing offset.
Why would you have to pull
Yeah.
a bigger deal than we do? Maybe you know you're going to stop. Stop your head conversation with you. No, you need to be able to. No, did you drive your license registration?
Yeah.
You have ready?
I gave it back to her. It's attached to the job and everything. So
I didn't want to stop at Post Road. I was bored down the street. I figured I would just stop in my driveway. That's what I figured. I thought it would be easier. Apparently not.
I'm still rolling. So
Yeah, you I mean, it's your traffic stop. I'm not gonna tell you that anyway.
Yeah.
Which feels necessary.
I'll wait till LT's done talking. I mean,
17, I can start for the unknown. 717, looks like it's an open line on a cell phone with people that were yelling to one another at the tennis court area.
yeah, he got out of the vehicle, everything. So, I mean,
10 for all advice.
I explained to her. I mean, she knew exactly that she was going 55 in a 20 or a 35. She even called the chief. So it's like, I gotta find I don't care just writing her the speeding ticket and being done with it, but technically it's a arrestable offense if she didn't stop.
Yeah,
713. 713. I'll be stepping out at 293 Taft Ave on this. Check for my missing person.
assumed that when I pulled in that most of us would be those living here.
But we don't, we have to have all police officers probably do their things. Yeah. I think that's, like, some of us.
Yeah, I mean, I was just assuming that you all knew.
That's what I go with. Yeah, no, a lot of us have at least, everybody working today except for certain.
This is so exhausting. People like this are exhausting. Just calling someone, calling them back when you don't get the outcome that you want.
What? Yeah, like just what's
17 all set. Make contact over the phone. Accidental call.
what's the deal? You got
Yeah, fine.
ticket? What are you gonna do?
I mean,
It's your stop. I'm not gonna interfere with that.
I get that she came home. I mean, obviously, if I
It
just
makes
trying
no
to
sense.
get,
I explained that to her. It makes
like-
no sense to her.
she came home, she failed to stop. I mean, it's a arrestable offense. I'm not trying to arrest the DA of the county, but also I don't want to not do my job and not at least write her something. So
No, I
Neighbors.
get it, and I'm not.
There's the neighbors, the whole
I'll at
family.
least write her the freaking going 55 and a 20. At the end of the day, I got discretion whether or not.
No, I get it. I understand.
So
He said 55 and at 20. Was it 35 or 20? Look at the neighbors. Stopping to look.
I'm only just gonna start the one ticket.
I thought they said 35 a few times. And to be fair, she's only conceded to it being a 35. I think we can skip some of this. I don't think he speaks that much. Let me mute it in case it does that weird beep thing. I think there might be a radio call here, so let's see if it's important or relevant.
So I'm just right here to speed. I mean,
So I just want you to be here for this whole thing. I don't have my body cams.
mine's still going.
Trying to get hold of the camera.
So I think the other officers, like, I still want you to be here because my body cam isn't going. And I think that's actually a good thing because it seems like he's saying, I don't want to continue to be up there and have a conversation that's not going to be recorded. So if I'm interpreting that right, I like that. I like that. You know, we don't want to have things that are not going to be captured. And maybe that's good for themselves too, but it's also no honky dory he hoo-haing thinking that the body cam's off.
So Monroe about a 317 half bad on this.
Yeah, I think that's it for his conversation with the other officer. We'll zoom forward and look for any closed captions. Here we go.
All right, ma'am. So I'm issuing you speed in zone 55 and a
That's
35.
fine. I'll take care of it since I'll be prosecuting myself.
Okay. At the end of the day, if you see my lights and sirens behind you, and obviously they're going off, just pull over. We can have a conversation and be on our way. I kept my eye on your vehicle. I'm not going to check my computer to see what plate it is if a vehicle is not stopping for me. I want to keep my eyes on that vehicle for my safety, so I make it home at the end of the day. Okay.
I apologize, but
I'm sorry that you had a bad day.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry it went this way, but I do respect what you do. Have a good day, man.
But I would say, here's something else that calls in on this. You know the house.
952, your radio is completely unreadable.
Directly across from what?
If you're at the stop sign of Phillips Road.
Oh, and now it's off. So it sounds like she's going to say, like, there's a reason I didn't want to pull over at that physical location. There's a stop sign there, and maybe there's no shoulder. I don't know, just monologuing here myself. But it seems like she was about to, but I wanted to be known that I had a reason not to pull over.
Okay, I gotta put the job in now. Do you know her location?
I believe she's trying to say she's at the pier, Webster Park.
All right, thanks.
All right, well, she's sorry.
Thank you.
He's just happy he's got a confidence.
Lake Road.
Shout out to the lead attorney coming up here as
Police
suggested.
responded to a
He's down here in the corner hanging out with us now. I think they might have redacted that part because it could have said, like, hey, at this thing, if you take this direction, you could essentially end up at my house. So maybe they redacted that because it's close enough to giving an address out. And then she has an apology video. So let me change my banner. I'm trying to be good at this, right? So we know what we're doing. I wish we had the lead attorney actually reacting to this. His face might be appropriate. So let's switch over. Look at this. And this was 7 days later.
Last Monday, I failed you and the standards that I hold myself to. And for that, I am so sorry. What I did was wrong, no excuses. I take full responsibility for my actions. I fell short of the values I've held for my entire 33-year career. I didn't treat this officer with the respect that he deserved. All police officers deserve respect. I am truly and sincerely sorry. I had just come from work. I was dealing with 3 homicides that occurred over the weekend. I watched a video where an innocent cab driver was executed, and I was still reeling from a frightening medical concern that my husband received that afternoon. But we all had bad days and stress, and it was wrong for me to take it out on an officer who was simply doing his job. While I previously apologized to him, I will say it again. I'm sorry. Police already have a tough job, and that day I made this officer's job harder. To the community, I owe you full transparency. Here's what I'm doing to hold myself accountable. First, I already pled guilty to the speeding ticket, and I will willingly pay the fine. Next, I'm referring the entire matter to a district attorney from another county for review and will fully cooperate with that investigation. I'm going to self-report this incident to the grievance committee, and I will cooperate with their investigation. Finally, if one of my assistant district attorneys had acted this way, I would have disciplined them. So I'm disciplining myself. I will take ethics training to remind myself that professionalism.
Now, remember this part about the ethics training, because this is why I said like a week ago, I'm like, guys, I think we're going to read this whole deposition. Just remember this one part. I'm going to take an ethics training.
Matters. I've been humbled by my own stupidity, and I'm fully to blame. I will make this right. I ask for your forgiveness.
Hey, they really want us. I'm going to link to this video.
Police responded to
because they keep recommending it. So shout out to lead attorney. Check out his video. There we go. The algorithm is trying to tell us that we've got to watch it. Let me hit this thumbs up. Okay, so now, since again, this deposition is going to be the bulk of the reading, I think it would be a good use of time if we now jump ahead. So that was April 29th, 2024. Let's jump ahead and look at the news details. What's been happening this year, why we ended up doing this stream today. We're going to start with this news release from the New York State Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct. And what's really interesting about this is they're like new. And this is one of the first things that they've gotten to deal with. I'm going to complain about some of their stats later, but I think that's kind of funny. They launched this commission on prosecutorial conduct, and then we go straight to a DA. Oops. So let's see. For immediate release, this is July 15th, 2025. District Attorney Sandra J. Doorley agrees to public censure for failure to comply with traffic stop and other misconduct. The New York State Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct has determined that Doorley, District Attorney of Monroe County, should be publicly censured following the investigation of her failure to comply with a routine traffic stop, among other charges of misconduct that occurred in Webster, New York. Now, going back to what that officer called out, think about the resources spent on just investigating all of this. And I'm glad that they did. It's nice to see. But going back to I was busy with 3 homicides, and then the officer saying, well, you're clogging up the airways. Well, this matter has gone on now to clog up the resources of anybody involved in having to do damage control and these investigations and these press releases and the news coverage. All of those resources in all these different places are now clogged up because of this. Just wasteful. So we get the context here as laid out by this commission. Let's see how they frame it. On April 22nd, 2024, as we just watched, the district attorney was reported to be speeding at a rate of 55 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. DA Doorley failed to stop when a Webster police officer tried to effectuate a lawful traffic stop and instead drove to her home. The commission's investigation confirms the district attorney failed to comply with a lawful traffic stop, called the Webster chief of police, and requested he tell the police officer to, quote, leave her, I guess that was me, alone, failed to follow police directives, repeatedly referenced her position as district attorney, and became hostile and used profane language with the police officer. Just days after the incident, though, DA Doorley made a statement to the public that omitted details about her interactions with law enforcement, stating, quote, once I realized that the intention of the car was to pull me over, I called the Webster police chief to inform him that I was not a threat and that I would speak to the officer at my house down the street, adding, quote, I acknowledged that I was speeding and I accepted the ticket. She further professed that, quote, nobody, including your district attorney, is above the rule of law, even traffic laws. However, body-worn camera footage from the Webster police officer shows DA Doorley stating she didn't really care if she was speeding, telling the officer to call the police chief, and telling the officer to leave her house while using profane language. In her driveway, she called the Webster chief of police 2 more times as more officers arrived at the scene to assist the first officer. During that time, she repeatedly refused to follow explicit directives given to her by the officer who was attempting to effectuate a lawful traffic stop. Now look at the difference between like the wording in the apology video, the wording in this press release. And, you know, when people prepare statements like that and like this one, they're both statements. You can word things in such a way to paint two totally different pictures. And that's why I'm always going to come down to, I like the transparency of having the body cam footage with the audio turned on where we can see it for ourselves and judge it for ourselves. Because I'm not going to lie, if I was reading this in a police report, I might have questions if this was really the true and accurate and a fair recitation of what actually happened. I think this is pretty on point because we've been able to see it, but there's times where that's not the case. When DA Doorley eventually accepted the ticket from the officer, she stated, "That's fine, I'll take care of it since I'll be prosecuting myself." We've got a quote here from Susan Friedman. "Prosecutors are trusted public officials." Susan Friedman's the administrator to the commission, quote, "and their conduct inside and outside the courtroom matters. District Attorney Doorley's conduct created the appearance that she is above the law. A public censure is the appropriate sanction to restore public confidence." DA Doorley cooperated with the commission's investigation and acknowledged that her misconduct warranted public censure. Now, pin this because we're going to read an article that gets some statements from Doorley and others about why she volunteered for this. In its written opinion, the commission noted, "The ethical obligations imposed by the rules of prosecutorial conduct apply to all New York lawyers. It is especially important that prosecutors, given their role as public officials responsible for the administration of justice, comply with those ethical obligations. When a prosecutor engages in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice, especially illegal conduct that adversely reflects on the prosecutor's honesty, trustworthiness, and fitness as a lawyer, public confidence in the justice system is undermined. When the prosecutor engaging in that conduct is the elected district attorney, the local official primarily responsible for the fair administration of justice in the state's criminal courts, the risk to public confidence in the justice system is particularly acute. In such a case, condemnation of the prosecutor's misconduct should be clear and public." And I mean, what do you guys think? I'm kind of guessing, but maybe I'm wrong. Do you think behavior like this undermines confidence in the fair implementation of justice? The commission has transmitted their findings of fact and recommendation to the Attorney Grievance Committee for the 4th Judicial Department. This is the first case to be adjudicated by this commission and announced publicly. The commission, which was established by statute in 2021, was first constituted in March 2023. So it'd been around for about a year and a month before this incident happened. Administrator Friedman began her work in March 2024, and the commission's online complaint portal for receiving complaints launched in October 2024. So this is like, first test case, it's the DA. Michael A. Simons, chair of the commission, stated, quote, "Starting a new state agency from scratch is a complex process. In standing up to the commission, our focus has been ensuring not just that the commission can receive complaints, but that the commission can process those complaints fairly, investigate them thoroughly, and adjudicate them appropriately. Under the leadership of Administrator Friedman, the commission's staff continues to expand. Concluding this first case is a significant step in enabling the commission to fulfill its important mission of holding prosecutors to the highest standards of ethical conduct and ensuring public confidence in our system of justice." Now, this sounds great, right? Right away, we're playing no games. We have this traffic stop that a DA refused, and we're holding her accountable for it, right? This seems we're not letting things fly. Pin that. Pin that, because I have questions. The commission was represented by Administrator Susan Freeman, Acting Deputy Director of Investigations Ryan Hayward, Acting Counsel Rachel Brown, and Acting Investigators Marty Stanford and Jeff Haber. So, and then I don't know if it'll be, I think this is the same guy from the deposition, but they note that Sandra Doorley was represented by Robert Masters. So let's get some quotes that relate to this press release and this decision. Let's get over there. Let's see. So The headline, Doorley, it's time for me to go. Facing censure, Monroe County DA says she will leave office. Now remember, this all happened back in April. She's been working consistently, same as business as usual ever since. And now she's saying, yeah, fine, I'm going to go now. Now I'm going to go. So July 15th, Monroe County District Attorney Sandra Doorley will be stepping down, telling a state disciplinary commission it's time for a new DA. The decision comes with a public censure after an investigation into her actions during a 2024 traffic stop. Just when Doorley plans to step down is unclear. The significant date is August 4th. If a vacancy occurs by that date, the state goes on the November ballot, and the political parties can put forward candidates. After that, Governor Kathy Hochul makes an interim appointment, and the election is held next year. So here we go. This is why all of this is like put the pieces together. I think this is a great article giving us some additional context, and it could be a little speculative in nature what we're reading. I don't have anything to conclude, but it's interesting context. I don't like the sound of that, said Monroe County GOP Chairman Pat Riley. Discussions about who might replace Doorley have been going on privately for months, he said, adding that Republicans have a short list of likely candidates both inside and outside the DA's office. Quote, she wants to see the office and the political process land on a place. So is there a reason here? We've been business as usual for a year. Now we're just volunteering to be censured and we'll move on. So she wants to see the office and the political process land on a place where there's a competent person to succeed without turning the office inside out. Her attorney, Bob Masters, told the New York State Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct back in March. And from having been through transitions, if she leaves now, it will affect the way that place operates. It will do no good for that legal community. The commission began an investigation into Doorley's conduct in May of 2024. The investigation sought to determine whether Doorley had violated the standards of conduct of her position. The commission's report released Tuesday said she did. The commission concludes as a matter of law that respondent, that's Doorley, engaged in illegal conduct that adversely reflects on her trustworthiness, honesty, or fitness as a lawyer. Doorley agreed to a public sanction, a designation which is essentially a strong condemnation of her actions. Masters told the commission he only agreed to take Doorley's case if she was willing to volunteer for a public censure. And she has said to me, Bob, call it by another name. I've been censured a lot and I deserve it. There's no part of this I don't deserve. Doorley, he said, was going to resign in early March. And I spoke to her and she didn't. In the report, the commission is vague on Doorley's departure, only noting that she would be vacating her position. So the district attorney's seat is up for election in 2027. Doorley ran unopposed as a Republican in 2023. She'd switched parties. She's been a DA for over a decade, and at some point she switched parties. In her deposition before the commission, Doorley said, I know it's time for me to go, adding that she'd begun the process. She said her husband has already moved to South Carolina and they have sold their house in Webster. I can't tell you enough how sorry, how embarrassed I am. It's affected me. It's affected my family. I'm not going to cry again, I promise, she said, according to the transcript. She continued, I'm just looking for the best transition for the next person to take over. I think it's time that there should just be a new DA. So I would ask you just let me ride off into the sunset. Monroe County property records confirm Doorley sold the house on Fallen Leaf Terrace in November 2024. So that's where we had the delayed traffic stop. Doorley declined comment on Tuesday, but issued a statement. Because of pending disciplinary proceedings resulting from my self-report of this incident, I am prohibited from providing a detailed response. However, I'm content that the commission has concluded its investigation by recommending the censure I've sought since the process commenced. She also referred questions to Masters, who issued the following statement. So the attorney said, today is not a day to discuss any future plans regarding Sandra's prospective retirement. She will be certain to alert the public of any future plans at the appropriate time. Rather, it is appropriate that deference and respect be shown for the process engaged by the Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct, which resulted in the imposition of the sanction that I recommended from the outset of the investigation into this regrettable episode. So they go over the context of the stop. We get a statement from GOP Chairman Riley calling Doorley a tough prosecutor who always fought hard for crime victims, stood by our police when it was politically difficult to do so in Monroe County, and has run an extremely successful district attorney's office. The incident, this is still from the GOP chairman, the incident in Webster was serious, unbecoming, and in the end, extremely unfortunate. I mean, this kind of works, but I don't know. Is this descriptor necessary? Do you thumbs up or thumbs down this descriptor here, chat? Extremely unfortunate. I am saddened by this entire situation, and I hope DA Doorley can enjoy a fresh start in whatever she chooses to do next. And I'm not against, don't get me wrong, I'm not against people changing, doing what they're supposed to do, doing better, and having a chance to start again. I will never be against that. I just think we're skipping the hoops here because she's continued to work and get paid until she seems to be comfortable timing her own move. So the process seems to be more about her convenience. That's kind of where I'm going. Report in July from the Monroe County Office of Public Integrity found that Doorley violated public trust in the traffic stop, but did not go so far as to recommend Doorley's resignation. The report from the Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct was its first, whatever, first to be publicly released since the agency was formed in 2021. Commission Administrator Susan Freebenson Doorley's case exemplifies the importance of public trust in the system. She says, quote, "It's really important in the legal system for public officials to not create the appearance that there are two different systems. Her conduct suggested that there was an appearance that she created that she was above the law. The recommendation for censure will be forwarded to the Attorney Grievance Committee, who will make the ultimate decision on enforcing that decision." We don't know what that would entail or what sanctions that could include. But Friedman says, "We hope that this report lays the groundwork for rebuilding public trust in the DA's office. My hope is that through this process being transparent and for the public having the opportunity to see the deposition and the commission's conclusions, they're able to have some amount of that harm repaired," she said. Now, we heard twice in this article and I believe in the media release from the commission. This is the first publicly announced censure, implying that there was maybe one other at least that we just didn't announce. We didn't make public. It wasn't transparent. But now we're making a huge example. Look at us. We're this new commission. You know, we're making use of the funding that we get. Look at all this transparency. This is the best example, so we're going to make this one transparent. But what do we get here? The Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct has received 286 complaints since opening its public portal in October. 10 have been authorized for investigation, and 8 have been dismissed. So cool. We've got one. But maybe we went after the shiny object. And I'm not saying all 286 of these complaints were, enough to warrant an investigation. Sometimes people will be like, this person pissed me off, so I'm going to fill out this online portal and make a complaint. Like I'm review bombing a restaurant. But even if we just narrow it down to 10 that they found credible to investigate, they only end up taking action, and we don't know the action in the other one. They took some action. 2 of them, they found something, and only 1 of them was made transparent. So it just seems like this whole saga is like layer upon layer of optics back and forth, of maybe political pressure back and forth. Maybe politics are the pressure and why she's not resigning. Maybe it's personal choice. She wanted to continue her position and, continue getting paid. There's just like these layers of, all right, we're doing something, but we only did it once out of 286 complaints. And even once out of 10 to be transparent I have questions about that. And we're going to make a big example of someone who wants to move to South Carolina anyway. Could this be that works for me if that works for you? Everybody makes the best of a unfortunate situation. So I have questions. I can't just fully celebrate this commission myself. And Del Hotchkiss said yeah. So it's kind of, I'd like to know more, right? This is all I've got to go on, but this to me is pretty significant. 1 in 286, even 1 in 10 is very questionable. So the last little article before we get to the deposition, it's from the same time frame here. This is from 13 Wham in Rochester. They got this information from the press release the day before, and they went and looked at the property records, and they're like, yep, we went and looked. She did in fact sell her property according to Zillow. They sold the Webster home in November of 2024. They looked at property data for Charleston County in South Carolina, and it shows that they purchased a home there in December of 2024 and also sold a second property on January 27th. It's not really clear where they sold this other property. Both Doorley and her husband are listed as owners of the property, and it showed that that's their legal residence here. So this new Charleston County is supposed to be their legal residence, but we're in July, and it seems that Doorley is still in New York. So it's more than half the year. Yep. So then we get this context, and I love local journalists sometimes do great detective work that I don't see big journalists do. The Monroe County Board of Elections said Doorley's address on file still shows her former home in Webster. They haven't been informed of residential changes from Doorley, the U.S. Postal Service, or a new county transfer within New York State. So 13 Wham confirms that District Attorney Doorley is still living in Monroe County after selling the Webster home last year, and she's still at work each week in the DA's office. So I think that's interesting context. Let me open up this. Let's get this deposition going. And that is that we'll get to the meat and potatoes. So here we go. I've got my drink. This is good, Del Hotchkiss. You acute, like a play on the word acute. Appreciate you, and I like the pun. Now, again, we skipped over this because it's long, but this is going back to March of 2025. So present, we have Susan Friedman. This is for the commission. We have Ryan Hayward, also part of the commission, Brenda Correa. Then we get to the district attorney and her attorney, Robert Masters. So Chair Simon says, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Michael Simons, Chair of the Commission of Prosecutorial Conduct. And this is real tiny. I'll be serving as the referee for today's proceeding. We're here pursuant to complaint number 202400001 in the matter of District Attorney Sandra Doorley. So to me, based on this name schematic, this seems like the first intake that they're doing in 2024, judging by the way they're formatting this complaint number. So related to Sandra Doorley, the District Attorney of Monroe County. It's March 12th, 2025, a little after 11 a.m., and we are recording. Present are the Commission's Administrator, Susan Friedman, along with Commission staff, Ryan Hayward, Acting Deputy Director of Investigations, and Brenda Correa, Deputy Director of Investigations. Also present are Robert Masters, Counsel for Respondent Doorley, and the Respondent, Sandra Doorley, DA of Monroe. Ms. Doorley, during the course of the proceeding, you may consult with your attorney, and I'll entertain requests for private conferences. Mr. Masters, you may make objections to questions posed to your client. However, in making objections, you should keep in mind that this is an investigation, not a trial, and the rules of evidence do not apply. You'll have the opportunity to question your client at the conclusion of questioning by Ms. Friedman, subject to redirect. You and your client may, if you wish, make initial closing oral statements today. Make initial and closing statements today. You'll also receive a transcript of today's deposition. Kind of love that. I love that they provide a copy of the transcript. I don't know if that's like a New York thing or what, or if they're just going to do that because we're going to get a copy of it anyway, but I like that I hope they do that for everyone. Any questions before we begin? Nope. No. By way of an opening statement, all I'd like to say so far is thank you for the courtesies that we've shown one another and giving me the opportunity to file a document on Sandra's behalf. And it is my hope that it sort of may be able to narrow the focus of all this that we're looking at. I note that this endeavor that we're starting on, I may well have the longest history with this topic in the room, in that when I was employed as an assistant district attorney and I was the DA's association's representative that went to Albany, and on many, many occasions, I met with Senator Francisco, who is the author of the bill and who was its galvanizing force and largest proponent. And although I was lobbying against its passage, what? So what is all this? And although I was lobbying against its passage, I am certain over the many times that I spoke with him and we discussed this topic, neither one of us would have ever predicted that what would be bringing us here today would be an event such as this, a traffic stop. It was not, I think, in any way anticipated. And the next layer, I think of surprises that from knowing many of the elected DAs throughout the state over the past many years, if I had to predict the person who would be sitting to my left, it would have been inconceivable to me that it would have been Sandra. This is like a character statement. He's like giving a character statement about his client. And I can tell you that we are not here to justify the events of April 22nd, 2024, between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. We're hoping that maybe we can provide some context for you to maybe understand some of the things that were happening before. And I think that's happened since. All right, so we're just going to skip the incident in question. We just want to talk about the before and after. Can you imagine if all... this is a deposition, but imagine in a courtroom, a criminal case. The attorney gets up there for opening statements, and Doorley's team, their prosecutor, she's got her ADAs in the courtroom, and the defense attorney is like, jury, just disregard everything that happened during the time frame that the crime occurred. Just don't look at that at all. We're just going to look at what's before and what's after. So he says, so thank you for the opportunity of just letting me say a few words. Thank you. So Chair Simons, Miss Doorley, I'm going to put you under oath. Doorley, sure. Chair Simons, would you raise your right hand, please? Absolutely. She's sworn in. She says, I do. Chair Simons, and do you understand that any false statements made today in this proceeding are subject to the penalty of perjury? Who's going to prosecute them? She's still the TA. What does this mean? Oh. Like, I understand that if I wanted to prosecute myself for perjury, I understand that I could. Oh my goodness. I do. She understands. Chair Simon says, Ms. Friedman, thank you. So, and then I think this is Friedman doing the questioning. So Susan. So Ms. Doorley, on April 22nd, 2024, they redact maybe, I don't know what this is, which is why DA Doorley. Oh, geez. Ms. Friedman, I was about to say blank. I was about to say that. In the late afternoon, you left your office at the Monroe County District Attorney's Office, and you were traveling home, correct? DA Doorley, that's correct. Ms. Friedman, and at approximately 5:40 p.m., you were driving on Phillips Road when a marked Webster Police Department vehicle attempted to initiate a stop. Doorley, that's true, yes. And the vehicle pulled right up behind you at a certain point in time, with their lights and sirens on. Is that correct? That is correct. But if I can just give you some context here. Ms. Friedman, sure. DA Doorley, so I was driving north on Phillips Road. Phillips Road ends on Lake Road, which is Lake Ontario, and then Canada. Yes, I was speeding. I'm not going to deny that I've driven that road. I can't even tell you how many times. We built our house there in 1996, so hundreds. I was on the phone talking with my daughter. There was an issue going on, and we can get into that later. Hands-free. And I noticed a patrol car coming in a southerly direction, and it passed me. I was almost about to make a turn into my development. And at one point, I noticed that he had turned around and his lights came on. She didn't really give this context in the body cam. My first instinct was he had another call and he was going somewhere else. I didn't realize that he was pulling me over until I went a few paces. And then I did, and that's when I turned into my development. So that kind of puts it in context. Ms. Friedman, sure. But while you were driving on Phillips Road, you knew you were speeding? Doorley, absolutely. I can't deny that. Ms. Friedman, and you knew? Doorley, I was going with the pace of travel, I have to say, but whatever. Well, I mean, if you apply this standard to everybody that gets a ticket and you take their word, if they were to tell you, I know I was speeding, but I was going with the pace of the rest of traffic, and you apply your standards to everybody else, okay, I guess. Yeah, right? She was like, I didn't see any lights on in the body cam, but here we are. Here we are. Um, let's see. Miss Friedman. And once the police officer pulled up behind you and was following you for a little bit with their lights and sirens on, you realized that the police officer was, in fact, trying to pull you over. D.A. Doorley. I don't believe he had sirens on. Miss Friedman. Well, he had his lights on, I'm sorry. D.A. Doorley. Lights on. I did after a few minutes. So you turn off a road where there's other traffic pacing with you or whatever, and you turn off into a development where presumably it's, one lane. A lot of like neighborhood developments, they don't even have the lines painted dividing left lane and right lane. But it's supposed to be one lane in one direction each way. So there's no more traffic. You just turn off. You're in this neighborhood. You're just driving casually, and you're still not realizing that this guy's trying to pull you over. I did after a few minutes, yes. But my initial thought was, oh, he got another call. And then it dawned on me, oh, he's, probably trying to get me to pull over. Miss Friedman, so before you reach your development, so if he's trying to go to another call, why didn't you pull over and let him pass? Miss Friedman, so before somebody has a life-threatening call, like, help, I need a police officer here now. And this woman's like, well, he's not pulling me over, so I'm just going to keep honkering on down the road. What? So Susan Friedman says, so before you reached your development, you knew that the police officer was attempting to initiate a stop. Yes. Okay, and in fact, you knew that even on Phillips Road, correct, before you reached the turn into your development. Doorley, now listen to this, it's a very short distance. So it would be right as I was going to make the turn from Phillips Road into Fieldcrest. It was at that moment I even said to my daughter, like, quote, I think he's trying to stop me. Miss Friedman, yeah, just let us know. Just let us know what helps you in this moment. Miss Friedman says, okay, Doorley, and I hung up on her. Miss Friedman, okay, all right. So as you're turning into your development, you realize the police officer is trying to pull you. And that's kind of interesting too. I think there's either you decide when you realize you're getting pulled over, maybe you hang up the call because you don't want them to see that you're on the phone, or you don't want to, hey, I don't want to waste your time. This is probably going to take like 30 minutes. You know how these go. Or you choose to leave them on the call so they can hear what's going on. But if you're not pulling over anyway, it's kind of weird that you would hang up, right? Unless you have something else you already have in mind to do. Maybe you got to call somebody else. Miss Friedman, okay, all right. So as you're turning into your development, you realize the police officer is trying to pull you over. And despite knowing that he's trying to pull you over, you still did not stop? Doorley, that's correct. I got on the phone and called Dennis Kohlmeyer. And I said, I don't remember the exact words, so I can't swear to them. It was a very quick conversation. I said, I think one of your officers is behind me. I'm just going to go down the end of the street. And it was, I don't know how many, just half a mile or whatever. This is a residential development. I'm just going to pull into my driveway. Miss Friedman, okay, so just to recap, sure. Friedman, you knew you were speeding. You knew the police officer was attempting to pull you over. And given that you had no reason not to believe that it was not a lawful traffic stop, correct? And you knew it was a lawful traffic stop. Doorley, I believe that he probably thought I was speeding, and I was speeding. So yes. Miss Friedman, yes. So you knew it was a lawful traffic stop. Doorley, yes. Friedman, and instead you decided to keep driving and pull into your driveway. DA Doorley, correct. After my phone call with the chief, yes. Miss Friedman, okay. Well, so she's like, this is what people do, right? They try to act like I called somebody to tell my story, and I'm calling them with the intent of figuring out a better solution for myself. But because I chose to take the action to call somebody, I'm going to make it seem like my actions proceeding from this point are based on the instructions and advice, not of my own wishing, but what somebody else directed me to do. Miss Friedman says, okay, after pulling into your garage, you immediately exited your vehicle, correct? DA Doorley, I did. Friedman, okay, and you were approached by a uniformed Webster police officer. Doorley, yes, I pulled into my driveway. There's 2 different garage bays, so I pulled into mine. I got out of my car. At that moment, I was walking towards him because I wanted to apologize and explain to him I didn't really want to stop on Fieldcrest because it was almost 6 o'clock at night. Is this what happened in the body cam video? Should we run that back and play the first few minutes of when she gets out of the car? Let's run back right that first approach up the driveway. Let me cue it up.
Sorry, I'm the DA. I was going 55 coming home from work.
55 and a 35.
I don't really care.
Okay.
So you can call Dennis.
Can you please come over here? This is on a traffic stop, ma'am.
Oh my god. Okay, so let's start this back over. She says, yes, I pulled into my driveway. There's 2 different garage bays, so I pulled into mine. Okay, accurate, right? Fair enough. She pulls into one garage bay only. I got out of my car. At that moment, I was walking towards him because I wanted to apologize and explain to him I didn't really want to stop on Fieldcrest because it was almost 6 o'clock at night. It was a beautiful April night. There are people, walking their dogs, kids playing in the street, and frankly, I didn't want to be embarrassed. I mean, that's the truth. My neighbors have gone through a lot. Well, hey, your neighbors might not have seen this go down if you pulled over on Phillips Road before you turned into your neighborhood and stayed in your car. Because sure, you would have been in your SUV. Maybe people would have known that all of these SUVs that all of your staff seem to drive, somehow they would have known it was you and you were being pulled over. If you just stayed in your car. This isn't logical. Oh my goodness. And then doesn't she like try to go right into her house?
Yes, it is. You can call Dennis Kohlmeyer right now.
Okay, I'm telling you why I stopped you. You didn't stop at all. Did you not hear my lights or sirens or anything?
No, I didn't actually. I was on the
No, I didn't.
phone.
Okay, well, you're not supposed to be on the phone while you're driving either.
Yes, I am with the hands-free. Absolutely.
Okay. Why are you so upset at me? I'm doing my job. You just admitted to me that you were going 55 and a 35 on Phillips Road.
To leave me alone. It's.
This is not. Can you please tell him that I called you because I didn't want to be embarrassed. I didn't feel comfortable pulling over on Phillips Road. Can you please relay to him that, I tried to make the Webster Police Department by calling you aware of why I was going to drive all the way home and pull up into my garage. This is him saying, make him go away so I don't get in trouble. Oh, gosh. Oh, wait, that's not the deposition. That's the press release. So there we go. And frankly, I didn't want to be embarrassed. I mean, that's the truth. My neighbors have gone through a lot. Having a DA live in the neighborhood, I've had protests. I just thought I could take care of it in my... So why would you bring this to your driveway? If you're looking out for your neighbors, why would you bring your car that an officer's trying to stop to the neighborhood? This doesn't make sense. It just makes me sound like I'm a good and thoughtful person doing what I did for the sake of everybody else, for the benefit of everybody else and not for myself. So in my driveway, I get out of my car. I walk to the end of my car. He was coming into my garage. Miss Friedman, so if I could just stop you, sort of. Doorley, sorry. Miss Friedman, Yeah, we're gonna get to all of that, Doorley. I'm sorry. Miss Friedman, I know you want to, we want to tell us everything, but we'll get to that in a minute. So, and the officer had his name on his uniform. Doorley, oh, I knew it was an officer, yes. Friedman, and you knew it was Officer Crisafulli, but you knew it was Officer... Okay, she's just repeating the question, but you knew it was Officer Crisafulli. DA Doorley, no. You saw that it was Officer Crisafulli at that point? At that point, I didn't know his name, frankly. Don't call me Frank. Miss Friedman, okay. But at a certain point, you learned it was Officer Crisafulli who was in your driveway. I did, yes. And at that point, you had never interacted with that officer before, as far as you know? No, I did not. I did not know him. Okay, and he told you that he was executing a traffic stop, correct? Yes, in so many words, but that wasn't the first thing he said to me. Okay, what was the first thing he said to you? Doorley, get back in your car. Okay. Doorley says that's not on body-worn camera. Friedman, that's not on body-worn cameras? Yes, because, the first 30 seconds of every body-worn camera under that system does not have audio. It just has video. Miss Friedman, the video, yes. Doorley, yes. We saw him turn it on. Yes, took us a while for us prosecutors to realize that, but yeah. So I'm aware of this. I thought this is something that, like, the device itself makes clear. So this is actually way more interesting than I would think, this little one-liner here. You have a district attorney saying it took a while for us prosecutors to realize that often we'll be missing the first 30 seconds of audio because of that booping on startup for the audio recording. This is kind of convenient. Broadly speaking, not necessarily for this matter. Miss Friedman, would you agree with me that you were disrespectful to P.O. Crisafulli during your entire interaction with him on April 22nd? Absolutely. Miss Friedman, and you called him an asshole? D.A. Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, and you told him to get out of your fucking house? D.A. Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, okay. But would you also agree that Officer Crisafulli was professional throughout his entire interaction with you? D.A. Doorley, to some degree. I thought it was unprofessional that he was calling me Sandra, after he finally learned or acknowledged that I was the district attorney. But other than that, he was fine. I'm just not used to members of law enforcement. But you were asking... I'm just not used to members of law enforcement who don't know me personally to address me like that. So maybe that was something I was taken aback by. But you were like, you don't know who I am? So you can't have it both ways. You can't be upset that someone doesn't know you, and then they start to try to react back to that by bringing it to a personal level when you're raging about them not knowing you personally. Like, imagine I go and meet Trakisha. Where's Trakisha? I'm going to use her as an example. I hang out with Trakisha. I don't get her name. I hang out with her or other way around. What if I got mad at Trakisha and I'm like, we hang out all the time. We see each other at the same karaoke nights. You don't know my name yet? You should be calling me by my name, not just that girl that sings that one song. And she's like, oh, so now I'm going to call you Kat because you just got upset with me for not knowing your first name. The natural course of business would be you start personalizing somebody. So how do you want to have this both ways? Like, oh my gosh. It's just everything I do has an excuse and everything somebody else does isn't good enough. Miss Friedman, okay. Do you remember when he called you Sandra? D.A. Doorley, I don't remember, but I think it was early on. Miss Friedman, okay. And to be honest, I didn't really pay attention to the names. I mean, should we do a transcript search for Sandra? All right, so this is just based on a quick transcript search, and I'm only in my search term, I'm only doing S-A-N-D. So if it was Sandy or Sandra or Sandrew, and no matter how they spell it, if S-A-N-D was used and caught by the YouTube transcript, which could be wrong, none of these results are pulling over in the transcript over on this side. So Yeah, I don't really, I don't know. Doorley doesn't come up really either in the transcript. Maybe they redacted that part? I don't think so. But she says, I don't know, but I think it's early on. Okay. Doorley, I know, and this is another thing. There was a lot of things. I do remember a lot of things. I don't remember a lot of things. I can explain a lot of things. I can't. But I remember thinking, like, I was confused why he didn't know who I was. Okay, this part's true. And I know that may sound conceited or something like that, but it really wasn't. I had just spent the better part of the last year doing 3 major trials, and I was on the news every night, so I was kind of surprised that he didn't know who I was. Just for that, not for anything, but just to know who I was and who he was dealing with. Miss Friedman, okay. So the officer, you know what would have helped him know who you were? If you stayed in your car, you pulled over, and you gave him your license, like anybody else would be expected to do. So, okay, so the officer approaches you in your garage, and you have this incident with him. Is it accurate that would it be accurate to say that you repeatedly ignored or refused numerous instructions from Police Officer Crisafulli? Well, at one point, like I said, the first thing he said to me was, get back in your car, and I did not. So yes, I ignored that. I think at one point he said, don't go into your house, but I had my lunchbox in my hand, and I just wanted to put it on the counter and came right back out. Miss Friedman, okay. And then there were multiple other instances. You remember him asking you to remain at the back of the car and provide your ID, and you replied, no, I'm not staying over here. Doorley, I don't remember that. I read the transcript of the body-worn camera. I do believe that. I read that, and I won't dispute that. I don't remember that. Miss Friedman, okay. And then he asked you to step to the back of your car. You refused, and you got your badge. Do you remember that? Susan Friedman is walking her down line by line, like her saying no to things. Doorley, I remember I wanted to stay in my garage because I was really embarrassed. Like I said, there were a lot of people outside. I didn't want my neighbors to see what was going on, so I wanted to stay in the garage. And this is another thing too, rather than answering, yeah, I did that thing, but can I explain? The answer, the acknowledgement is the explanation for the action. So rather than just answering the question, which is about the action that was taken, we jump straight to morphing my explanation today, as if that is the action that I'm supposed to be answering about back then. And maybe both things can be true, right? But it's still a kind of deflective way to answer things. Miss Friedman, okay, do you remember? Doorley, he asked for my license, I know, and my license and my badge are in the same thing. And I said I have to go back in the car to get my purse. And he said, well, don't you have that in your hand? And I said, no, that's my lunchbox. Miss Friedman, okay. But you offered up your badge yourself, right? You said, I'm the DA, let me get you my badge. Do you remember that? Doorley, I may have said that. If it's in the transcript, again, I'm not going to contest that. But if I did that, it was because he said, who are you? Are you an ADA? When I said, I work in the DA's office. Miss Friedman, but you identified yourself as the DA instantly on camera when he said, get back into your car. The first thing we see on video is you saying, sorry, quote, I was traveling 55, you said the exact clip. Ryan, can you see clip number 1? Sorry, I'm the DA. I was going 55 coming home from work. Doorley, okay, yes, that's fine. Like, there's nothing that I'm going to contest. But you're not going to contest that. You said you read the transcript. It's the very first thing in the transcript. And look at all of this walking around the question. Miss Friedman, no. Doorley, there's nothing, that is what it is. I can't contest anything that happened here or what I said. It is what it is. But then after that, I believe he does something like, quote, well, are you an assistant DA? Miss Friedman. And then you responded, I'm the DA. Doorley, yeah. Friedman, all right. So when he told you that you're not, you tried to enter your home. And when he told you can't do that, you told him that you were allowed to do that during a lawful traffic stop. He told you that you were not allowed to do during a lawful traffic stop. And you replied, yes, I can. I know the law better than you. Is that true? Doorley, here we go. Now it isn't what it is. Now it's, again, if I said it, it is, if it's in the transcript, then I said it. I know I definitely said it when I said I was on the phone, and he said, no, don't you can't talk on the phone when you're in a car. And I said, well, I was hands-free. What did he actually say during that point? Because it wasn't that. Hold on, let's go to that.
Did you not hear my lights or sirens or
No,
anything?
I didn't actually. I was on the phone.
Okay, well, you're not supposed to be on the phone while you're driving either.
You're not supposed to be on the phone while you're driving either.
Yes, I am with the hands-free. Absolutely.
Yes, I am with the hands-free.
Okay. Why are you so upset at me? I'm doing my job.
And then if she's referring to the later conversation, that's where he gets the if it was hands-free. Let's see if Friedman goes at that. And I said, well, I was hands-free. And I know I believe I would have said, I know the law better than you, or the law permits me to do that. Miss Friedman, so you said, I know the law better than you. Doorley, yes. Okay. When you first exited your vehicle in your garage, P.O. Crisafulli asked if you'd observed his lights, and you replied that you did not because you'd been on your phone, correct? Doorley, correct. Friedman, but you now admit that you did see his lights, and he knew that you were being pulled over. Doorley, I don't know if I saw them immediately. Miss Friedman, but while you were on Phillips Road, eventually on Phillips Road, you saw him. Doorley, right at right. I don't know how many yards before the turn onto Fieldcrest. So now she's trying to create a reason why her answers are conflicting. Well, there could be yardage that made me. I said Phillips Road, but I didn't really mean that part of Phillips Road. So I wasn't really getting my signals crossed when I answered you earlier in this deposition. People are funny. Miss Friedman, okay. Doorley, yeah. One thing about reading transcripts, and one of my favorites is Grace Jabari in the Jonathan Majors trial. Whenever there was an answer that was contradictory to something that she had said earlier, and usually it was on direct exam, she would end up contradicting herself. It wasn't always necessarily cross. When the attorney seemed to be surprised that, oh, this witness just contradicted themselves. And this happens often. The witness will just be like, yeah. It's like, if you say yes again, it'll give you more credibility to the thing that just contradicted the other thing you said. Or they just want to fill the silence. But these yeahs always kill me in depositions. Like, there's no question here. You're just trying to rebolster wherever you are. Miss Friedman, but while you're on Phillips Road, you did in fact see Officer Crisafulli. You knew you were speeding, and you knew he was attempting to pull you over on Phillips Road. Doorley, right. But like I said, the first time when I saw him turn around and come behind me, I didn't know that he was targeting me. I thought he had another call. And then, as I traveled, this is a very short distance. Friedman, no, I understand that. Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, but while you're on Phillips Road, before you turned into your development, you saw the lights. You saw him directly behind you. You knew you were speeding, and you knew he was attempting to pull you over. Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, okay, all right. Friedman, are you going to ask any follow-up? Mr. Hayward, sure. With regard to Phillips Road, and I recognize, so Hayward's one of the investigators, and I recognize the short distance over the course of this interaction. You spoke with a number of different officers in your garage. I don't know how many of you knew personally, but Sergeant Johnson, I don't know what this means. Maybe she's just spelling it phonetically. I don't know. Lieutenant Webster, at least 2 other officers in uniforms responded to support Officer Crisafulli, correct? About 5 different people. Doorley, there were a lot of cops there. Mr. Hayward, and in interactions with each of those 5, was your statement at a various point to them, I just didn't want to, or I wasn't going to pull over on Phillips Road? Doorley, yes. So there was a decision made that it had some relation that you didn't want to pull over on Phillips Road. There was a recognition that he was looking for you to stop on Phillips Road, and yet you did not want to stop there because of the traffic. And because of that, it might cause a spectacle and the like that thought process went on Phillips Road, correct? Great question. Great question. Why would you volunteer that you, in that moment, already did not want to stop somewhere preemptively, excusing why you didn't want to stop somewhere if you didn't know that someone was even trying to get you to stop there? So Doorley says, yes, it was literally at the turn. I could visualize the house there as you make the turn from Phillips to Fieldcrest. Mr. Hayward, okay. And then you testified a minute ago that in your conversation with Chief Kohlmeyer, that you had said you were going to go to your driveway and that you were going to apologize to the officer there for going to the driveway. Did you just say that, or you expressed your intention to apologize to him when you got out of the car? D.A. Doorley, I cannot swear to what I said to Kohlmeyer, other than I think he's trying to stop me. I'm just going to go to my house, let him know it's me, and then when I pulled into my driveway, I got out of my car and I was looking towards him to apologize for not stopping. Hayward says, understood. Doorley, and to take care of the matter, and that was when he ordered me back into my car and I did not comply. Mr. Hayward, okay, so that was going to be my next question. You got out of the car with the intention to apologize, but you would agree that the first thing that you did was not apologize to Officer Crisafulli, correct? Doorley, I didn't get a word out of my mouth before he said get back in your car. Mr. Hayward, at any point during that initial interaction, did you apologize or attempt to apologize to him at that point? Doorley, I did apologize to him at the end. Mr. Hayward, no, during this initial interaction. When you said your first intention was to apologize, it was the fact that he told you to get back in your car that cut off your either option or desire to apologize? Doorley, I wouldn't characterize it as that. The whole thing just escalated from there. The whole thing just by itself. Nobody did the escalating. It just escalated by itself. He was doing this. He told me to get back in my car. But as soon as we have to talk about escalation, there's no person doing the action anymore. Because who was doing the action? Mr. Hayward, but he asked you to get in the car, back in your car, and then you identified yourself as a DA. Was there any reason that you could not fulfill your desire to apologize at that point? I'm just trying to understand why it is that you say you got out of the car with the Doorley. Yeah, you know what? Hayward, intention to apologize, but you didn't. Doorley, I can't tell you why I didn't. Mr. Hayward, okay, you also testified that you thought Officer Crisafulli at some point was unprofessional because he used your first name. Are you certain that it was Officer Crisafulli, or is it possible that it was one of the other officers? Doorley, oh, it was Crisafulli. Hayward, and you believe that he referred to you by Sandy or Sandra during your interactions? Doorley, yes. It's in the transcript. Mr. Hayward, okay, we can come back to that. Doorley, sure. Hayward, because I know that Officer Cone used your first name. Perhaps your counsel and we can confer as to where from the transcripts they use your first name. You also said that the reason that you wouldn't follow his instructions to leave the garage and stand at the back of the car is because you were concerned about the spectacle or embarrassment. That's correct. Hayward, do you frequently, you spoke before, have officers at your house related to cases or other issues related to your role as district attorney? Doorley, absolutely. Hayward, what was it that led you to conclude in this instance that your neighbors would conclude that it was a traffic stop as opposed to just a normal interaction between police and the district attorney? Doorley, the number of cars. Hayward, well, there wasn't a second car there for approximately 7 minutes, right? It was the first 6 minutes. They're getting so precise. Oh, this is pretty incisive. I like this. So Hayward says, well, there wasn't a second car there for approximately 7 minutes, right? It was the first 6 minutes. The first interaction with Officer Crisafulli proceeded for a fair amount of time before Officer Cone or Officer Thomas showed up, correct? D.A. Doorley, I don't think it was 6 or 7 minutes. I think Officer Thomas, that was the female, I think she was there pretty quickly. Mr. Hayward, okay, we can pull up the video, but assume for purposes of this question that it was over 4 minutes in between when Officer Crisafulli first had to step out of the car and ordered you back in, and when Officer Thomas arrived. What was it during that 4-minute interaction? Because you would agree it escalated during that 4 minutes, correct? With Officer Crisafulli before Thomas got there? Yes. What was it during that period of time when there was one police car that led you to conclude it would be some source of embarrassment? DA Doorley, it just was to me. Maybe, perhaps, I would only be speculating, like I said. There was a lot of things going through my mind. Perhaps it was at that point I knew I was speeding and it was more than just a police officer coming over for protection to have me sign a wire or some business related. It was something that I had done, and I was frankly embarrassed. Mr. Hayward, and then my last question is, it appears from the video that, and from your testimony, that what initially caused this to escalate to a certain extent was Officer Crisafulli immediately instructing you to get back in the car. Would you say that's fair? Here we go. Yep. Somebody's asking the question. She's relying on this thing. Oh, it wasn't on the initial body cam. It's in that first 30 seconds. I know what he said in that first 30 seconds, even though I don't remember other things. I know what he said, and that thing he said is why I did everything I did after. What's the problem here? Oh, they're going to get to it. Mr. Hayward, in your experience as a district attorney, do officers frequently allow people stopped on traffic stops to immediately exit their car on their own and approach the officer? Look at her answer. DA Doorley, I can't tell you what officers do on a routine basis. Do you think prosecutors prosecute people for charges relating to not obeying an officer and the things that happen when, you watch traffic stop body cam videos, any other instance, somebody pulls over and ends up getting out of their vehicle without being asked to? Does that play out well for the individual? She doesn't know. But people get prosecuted for whatever charge they want to attach to that, right? Like failure to obey, not obeying an officer. Mr. Hayward, sure. In your experience, and the thing is, there's no way she's being so slick. I can't tell you what officers do on a routine basis. So it's like she's not saying they don't do that. She's saying I can't tell you what they do most of the time. It's just such a slick answer. Mr. Hayward, sure. In your experience, when you viewed that on body cam or in any of your cases, is it most common for an officer to instruct a person being pulled over to return to their car as opposed to allowing them to get out sua sponte? We're using the legal terms here, and approach. So sua sponte means on their own without the officer saying, hey, can you please step out of your vehicle? So this is talking specifically about a situation where an individual is getting out of their car before an officer says, can you step out? Because that happens too, right? Please step out of your vehicle. Maybe we say that we smell alcohol or something on your breath. But this is specifically talking about these sua sponte vehicle exits. DA Doorley, where someone's walking towards the officer. Doorley, correct. But in retrospect, when I'm thinking about that, I believe that he knew who I was. I assumed incorrectly that he had run my plate and that he knew that it was a county vehicle, that he knew that it was at least some member of law enforcement when he was coming into my garage. On the alternative, let's say he did run the plates and he did know that this vehicle was belonging to some member of law enforcement. Could he have thought it was really suspicious that the person wouldn't just pull over as they should know they should do? That might put somebody on additional alert. So, Mr. Hayward, so you believe that it would be disrespectful for him to expect a county employee or a member of law enforcement to adhere to the same rules? DA Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, rules of a traffic stop? Doorley, no. But like I said, I had a lot of things on my mind. A lot of it was going very, very quickly at that point. I guess after I had called the chief again, I remember saying, you know, I'm just going to my house. And then I do remember the chief saying, okay, I'll let him know. So I assumed again incorrectly that the chief told him that it was me. I would love to hear this conversation, because how would somebody in real time have, how quickly could a chief, assuming they're at work right then and there, it would still take a little bit of time to see which officer was on dispatch and relay to somebody that's on the air, to relay to that person, hey, do this. And it doesn't seem like the chief took that action. But did that really play out this way? Is this really the conversation that was had? Or is this being inserted because we don't have a transcript of this conversation for you to go and verify this to see that I'm fan fictioning here? But it gives some type of plausible deniability to me saying that this person should have known who I was, and that's the only reason I acted the way I acted. So she continues. And that's why when I got out of my car to say my intent to say I'm sorry, and he ordered me back to my car, things just weren't matching in my mind. Mr. Hayward, so you believe it's disrespectful because he should have known better than to ask you to get back in your car? D.A. Doorley, I wouldn't say disrespectful there. Mr. Hayward, okay. D.A. Doorley, it just is things that just weren't matching up there. It was something was off. Chat, what was off in this moment? Could this be off because we are in a garage when a traffic stop was initiated on Phillips Road? Oh my goodness. Oh, Trakisha, I'm so messy. Call the chief to the stand. Please do it. Please. Make him sit for a deposition. It can be real short. I just want to hear it. I'm so messy. Yeah, and Sabata that too. It's the fact she thinks that calling the chief about it was okay. And they're gonna ask more about this. And that's the part of the transcript that I had seen, is when they're getting into calling this specific police chief rather than anybody else she has as a contact in her phone. But yeah, crazy. Looking back a little bit at comments from you guys, Del Hotchkiss says he probably would have just warned her to slow down if she hadn't fled to her garage. Right. Right. Just, you know what? Just go a little slower. Have a good day. Just keep it moving. And we wouldn't have all of this going down for the next year. Edward Scott says accountability should be normal and acceptable. So should forgiving public officials for minor crimes. They don't play games over. Edward Scott says, like I said, I know her office, and she personally treats people accused of not stopping for police. I'd respect her more if this case went that way. Okay, sorry, I had to go backwards. I read these out of order. I didn't see the earliest comment, and I was like, wait, I'm missing something. So first, you had said, one thing I'll give Doorley, she's very good at acting. When she gets on TV, there's times I have to remind myself I've seen how she really acts behind the scenes. Yeah, and that's kind of true. Like beyond this, right? Like there's things that we have to watch, and it can go two ways too. You know, sometimes because of how we've seen people act, maybe when they do act a different way, we can't see it through the same lens. Or other times they present through a very good lens, and we have to remember, they're just dressing that up. But it's really more like this if you take the flowers and roses and the puff pieces away. So always good. I mean, optics can really shift and steer things in certain directions. And I don't know if you were here a bit earlier when we went through the media release from the commission, but I think the commission, I'm liking the way they're doing the questioning here. It's really, I love seeing the attorneying in a deposition. You can see the way they ask and order questions. It's just interesting to see. It's like a play for a football team. You know, this is how we're going to structure our play, or we're going to call an audible here. And I like seeing direct examinations, cross examinations, live in the courtroom or in a deposition transcript, because it's so cool to see it put together. But looking at that packaged together statement here, I still think this was a little bit about optics for this commission too. So sure, I'm liking what they're doing here in this deposition. There's optics on both sides. Like if the commission did a video that went viral the same way that what's her name's apology video went viral, I think we'd see the same thing. Just a whole mess. And again, this is all stemming from what could have been a traffic stop. And we pulled you over, you were speeding. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, so she's saying something was off. Oh my goodness. What could have been off? Mr. Hayward. Okay, thank you. Doorley. I hope I clarified it. Hayward. You did. Doorley. Okay. Ms. Friedman. So at the end of this interaction on April 22nd between you and Officer Crisafulli, he issued a speeding ticket, correct? Doorley. Correct. Ms. Friedman. And the next day, on April 23rd, you entered a guilty plea. Doorley. Correct. Yes, by noon, I think, or 1 o'clock. Friedman. Okay. And you also paid all of the associated fines, correct? Doorley. Yes. Ms. Friedman. Okay. And then there came a time when you reached out to Officer Crisafulli by text message. Is that correct? Oh, what? So we're texting the officer. We're getting personal. Doorley did. Friedman. Okay. Twice, Ms. Friedman. Yes. And that occurred on April 27th and 28th. So these are the 2 days before the apology video was published, the one that we watched. Is that correct? I can show you your text messages that here you go. Doorley. I don't think that there were 2 days consecutively. I think maybe it was. So here is Doorley. Was it Saturday or Sunday? Friedman says, so here is Exhibit F that your counsel provided us. And so this is from your paper. Doorley. Okay. It was a Saturday and Sunday. Yes. Yes. Okay. So you texted Officer Crisafulli twice on April 27th and April 28th. How did you get Officer Crisafulli's cell phone number, his personal cell phone number? Sure. So Doorley says, I asked, it was a defense attorney who does matters in Webster, if he happened to have it. Why wouldn't you call the chief? That's a little interesting. Ms. Friedman, and the first time you reach out to him is April 27th. DA Doorley, correct. Friedman, and that is after the body-worn camera footage is released, correct? DA Doorley, correct. Ms. Friedman, prior to this, did you make any attempt to apologize to Officer Crisafulli? Doorley, no. Okay, why did you decide on April 27th to apologize to him if you hadn't apologized to him that entire week? Doorley, because there was a lot of things going on, and I actually wanted to sit down with him and apologize in person. Now, what's interesting about this is this whole line of questioning, if we go back to what Hayward was asking about before Friedman took back over, we were stemming from, you called the chief while you were driving, before you pulled over in your driveway, and said your intent was to get out and apologize to this guy. So this is a more important question, because she framed so many of her answers in this first 35 pages around this. I was just going to get out and kindly apologize and be accountable for my actions, but here's all the reasons why I didn't do that. And then now we're finding out you had all of this downtime when things cleared out, and you still don't do it. So Doorley says, because there was a lot of things going on, and I actually wanted to sit down with him and apologize in person. And like you said, at this point, the body-worn camera was released that Friday, the 26th. So it was out there, but I still thought it was important for me to apologize. It wasn't going to affect the distribution of this body-worn camera to the world, but I wanted to make sure that I personally apologized to him, and I wanted to do it in person. That was what you can see in the first one. Ms. Friedman, okay. But you could have texted him on the 25th and told him that you wanted to apologize, correct? Doorley, yes. Friedman, did you want to apologize on the 25th? Or I should say, let me back up. Did you want to apologize after the incident occurred? See, this is lawyering on your feet. DA Doorley, I did, but there was a lot of things going on. Miss Friedman. Okay. Doorley. Yeah. I always love those yes. Miss Friedman. And so you just waited until after the body-worn cam footage. Yeah. Miss Friedman was released to initiate contact with him. DA Doorley. Yeah, because remember, that wasn't going to change its release. I wasn't going to ask him like, "Oh, please don't release it." I just really wanted to apologize to him, human to human. Miss Friedman. But did you want to apologize to him human to human the day after the DA Doorley? I wanted to apologize to him the first minute, but things just went awry. Here we go again. Just like, you know, I know that he gets out of the car. He tells me to get back in my car. He's doing these actions. But when things rise to another level, things just suddenly go awry. It's just the incident on its own without any individual causing it. It just happens to go crazy. The situation just changes on its own. Suddenly, no individual is tied to the action. Miss Friedman, well, let me ask you this. How long does it take to compose a text message? You said you were very busy. You couldn't compose the text message to apologize to him. Doorley, seconds. Friedman, seconds. And so from the day that this happened on April 22nd, you could find no time before April 27th to initiate an apology to Officer Crisafulli. Doorley, I don't think that I was thinking of doing it at that point. That's all I can say. Miss Friedman, okay. Doorley, the other things that I was dealing with, Miss Friedman, okay, so Doorley, so you are correct. I did not, prior to that Saturday, attempt to text him. You are correct. Miss Friedman, and you did not attempt to text him. You said because you weren't thinking about apologizing to him? DA Doorley, no, I had other things on my mind. Miss Friedman, okay, all right, let's go to the statements you made. You made a number of public statements DA Doorley, a few, yes. Miss Friedman, correct. DA Doorley, okay. So the first public comment that you made regarding the incident was on Thursday, April 25th, and it was in the form of a statement to News 10 NBC. Miss Friedman, do we have it? Hayward pulls it up. Friedman says, yeah, we'll put it up so you can see it. We'll put it up so you can see it. All right, so this is, for the purpose of this recording, we have up on the screen a statement that was released to News 10. DA Doorley, oh no, that was a press release I sent out. That was not specifically to News 10. Miss Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, you got me confused because, Friedman, I'm sorry. Doorley, I gave my interview to News 10. Yes, I did put out a statement acknowledging that I got pulled over for speeding, and yes, it's very milquetoast. What? Oh, why are we just... Okay. Miss Friedman says, okay. And in the beginning, you are explaining what happened between you and the police officer. And you state, let me see. I acknowledge. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences down. If my eyes... Thank you, I do need that. DA Doorley, I'm not afraid of that one. Miss Friedman, DA Doorley, I'm good there. I could see that better than close up. Miss Friedman, okay, I acknowledge that I was speeding and I accepted the ticket. DA Doorley, correct. Miss Friedman, do you see that? Okay. Do you believe that this statement accurately represented the interactions between you and P.O. Crisafulli on the 22nd? DA Doorley, bare bones? Yes. There's a lot missing, but there's... Miss Friedman, there's a lot missing. Doorley, there's a lot missing, but it's there. Miss Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, yeah. These okays and these yes. Miss Friedman, would you agree with me that the... Sorry, I read that as if someone was asking Miss Friedman. This is Miss Friedman speaking. Would you agree with me that the statement could be read to suggest that you accepted responsibility for your actions during that interaction? DA Doorley, I think it could be read, and how I intended it was that I was speeding, I got a speeding ticket, and I accepted the speeding ticket and paid guilt and pled guilty. I mean, it could be interpreted a lot of different ways. Miss Friedman, do you think that a member of the public who would read this would think that your interaction with Officer Crisafulli was completely respectful? DA Doorley, they may or they may not, because there's a lot missing. Miss Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, as we all have come to find out. But How did you come to find out something that you had firsthand knowledge of? Miss Friedman. Okay. T.A. Doorley. I'm certainly not going to contest anything that happened. I just want you to know that. Well, that's not the problem. The problem isn't you contesting it. The problem is you omitting things selectively. My goodness. Let's see. Yeah, Sabata says, I wonder how the officer's doing. Law enforcement that enforces the law and other law enforcement tends not to be too popular. And I would say, you know, ultimately he had to come to a decision either way. But from that body cam footage, it seems like he was considering, I could give this as tickets, and then we only get the speeding ticket issued. Right? And maybe that's what he would have chosen to do. Maybe that's what a particular officer would have chosen to do all the time. They're too lazy. They only want to write one ticket. Maybe he only gave that ticket because his peers were all there and he was like, well, what would they do? And I think he tried to ask, well, you know, I'm thinking about this, but I could get her for this. And based on their reactions to him, he said, all right, I'm gauging their body language. I'm only going to give the speeding ticket because this is my team. This is my squad. So I kind of think, my own opinion, looking at that body cam, is he chose only to give the speeding ticket because of his peers being around. Without them, you know, none of them stood there and said, don't give any other tickets, but that implied type of perception. And then Just Shamrock says, is the overall effort to terminate her from her elected position? Sorry if I'm behind. That's okay, Just Shamrock. I'm going to drop a link. We did read it earlier in the stream. It's this WRVO article. It's also in the description. This gives a great bit of context from quotes from different staff members, from Doorley herself, from the commission. And there's no conclusive, explicit statement on this is the timeline and this is when and why she's going to vacate her position. But there's a lot of interesting political timing and lifestyle timing for Sandra Doorley and her husband that I think will give you some good context here. So anyone that joined in late, sharing a link for Just Shamrock, but check that out. It's also in the description. I think it's titled like WRVO article with statements. But definitely check that out. There's some interesting stuff in there. And let's see. Edward Scott says, if I remember correctly, Merritt Roan's son was a captain with the Webster PD until he tipped off a drug dealer about an upcoming raid. Okay, more drama in Monroe County, New York. Holy moly. Oh my goodness. And I've heard, I don't know if it's Rochester stats or Monroe County stats, but I heard that, you know, Monroe County seems to be, I know they've had like a bunch of shakeups, but as far as crimes being committed, this has nothing to do with prosecutions. But as far as crimes being committed, it seems like homicides have gone down this year compared to last year. And, you know, it's still summer. Summer seems to be the hot month for a lot of crimes. I mean, when people are outside, they run into each other more. But I saw a quick glimpse of stats like 2 or 3 days ago, and I thought that was good news. I think it was Rochester, maybe it was Monroe County. So, but interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of drama there in Monroe County. Lots of stories. So let's see. So we're getting to Doorley saying, I'm not going to contest anything that happened. I just want you to know that. Miss Friedman, okay. So while acknowledging that the facts in the statement are arguably true, do you agree that it leaves out critical facts about what transpired in your home? D.A. Doorley, it certainly leaves out that I was a jerk. Miss Friedman, okay. D.A. Doorley, and that's putting it mildly. Miss Friedman, does the statement include that you were hostile to the police officer? D.A. Doorley, no, it does not. I just said that it's... Miss Friedman, does the statement say that you told him to, quote, get the fuck out of my house? Miss Friedman's interrupting to give the extra context. Get her! D.A. Doorley, no, it does not. Miss Friedman, does the statement include that you called him an asshole? D.A. Doorley, it does not. Miss Friedman, does the statement express that multiple times you said that you would prosecute yourself if he gave you a ticket? D.A. Doorley, it does not. All right. And we're going to get to the meat and potatoes of why Friedman's asking all these things. But we watched that short attorney apology video. I have my opinion. I think I would have looked at it as less of a PR statement if these explicit acknowledgments were in there. If she got on there and said, I should have just pulled over. I've accepted the traffic ticket. I've paid it off. I called him an asshole and I shouldn't have done that. I told him to get out of my house. I should have just pulled over and not gone into my house and told him that. I shouldn't have put people's safety online. If her statement included some of those things, I think I'd scale back a little bit of my eyebrow raising at it. Just a little bit, not fully. But keeping these things out was certainly self-serving and not so much a transparent apology. So then Ms. Friedman goes on to say, okay, and this statement was made before the body-worn camera footage was released, correct? DA Doorley, that's correct. Ms. Friedman, okay. And then on Monday, April 29th, after the body camera footage is released, oh, this is the public statement. So it's released and she still milquetoasts it? You give another public statement. It's the video. It's the video. Doorley, yes. Ms. Friedman, yes. And in this, sure, go ahead, sure. Mr. Hayward, I'm just curious what you meant in the statement when you said you, quote, accepted the ticket. Could you explain what you mean? Because it appears from reading it that you were referring to the interaction with the police officer. Quote, he followed me, he issued me a speeding ticket, I acknowledged I was speeding, and I accepted the ticket. Yeah, that makes it seem like that was all one order of events in one moment in time. D.A. Doorley, oh, I see what you're, Mr. Hayward. Mr. Howard, they spelled this wrong, by 1 p.m. the following day. D.A. Doorley, oh, I see. What your choice of word, Mr. Hayward, I'm just talking about what you meant by, quote, accepted the ticket. Is that you meant to imply that you pled guilty or that you accepted it during the interaction with the officer? D.A. Doorley, I think it was meant that a ticket was handed to me. I accepted it. I pled guilty. There's nothing... Mr. Hayward, the physical taking a ticket is what you meant by accepted? D.A. Doorley, nothing more nefarious than that. No, yeah. Mr. Hayward, no, I was not meaning to imply it was nefarious. I was meaning the opposite. I was meaning to say, D.A., okay, yeah. Mr. Hayward, that you sort of accepted at the time. D.A. Doorley, okay. Mr. Hayward, the speeding and the deserving of a ticket and the like. But you just meant with that statement, the physical taking of it from his hand. D.A. Doorley, yes. Mr. Hayward, thank you. D.A. Doorley, yes. Mr. Masters, I believe the Office of Public Integrity, this is her attorney, you guys. So her attorney says, I believe the Office of Public Integrity has referred to that statement as being sanitized, and I have to compliment them on the selection of that word. D.A. Doorley, yes. Mr. Hayward, that's all. Thank you. Just curious. So in this video statement that you released on April 29th, we have the statement if we need it. Doorley, oh no, it's okay. I brought mine. Ms. Friedman, okay. In the statement, you state that you will self-report to the grievance committee. D.A. Doorley, yes. Correct? Correct. Ms. Friedman, what date did you self-report? D.A. Doorley, I don't remember the exact date. I had one of my friends, his name is Dan Strollo. He had reached out probably right after that, and he reached out to Fdia Bortis, who was attorney in the 4th Department at 7th Judicial, and said that that was what we were going to do. At that point, I wasn't sure if Dan was going to assist me or if I was going to have outside counsel, so it was pretty much immediately. Ms. Friedman, and you called in to make this self-report? Well, at that point, Dan, who was Mr. Friedman, D.A. Doorley, at that Strollo. Ms. Friedman, okay, Dan Strollo. Doorley, Strollo, if you need to contact. Ms. Friedman, okay. D.A. Doorley, if he was doing it on my behalf because at that point I wanted to have counsel assist me. Ms. Friedman, DA Doorley. So I hate reading mm-hms because they could be like, uh-huh, or mm-hmm. And this is an hum. So I don't know exactly how to read an hum. DA Doorley. So at that point in time, he had made the initial contact to Thethia Bordis, a woman I had known. She was a public defender, and we shared courts when we were coming up through the ranks. And then we said, we're going to, put something together and get it officially over there. Okay, in this statement, you also state that you will refer the matter to another district attorney? ? DA Doorley, correct. You remember that? Why did you select DA Fitzpatrick as the attorney to review this matter? DA Doorley, he's one of our longest serving DAs. He's the godfather of the DAs Association. He's the head. He came up with the best practices committee, the committee at the indecipherable. I can't think of the name right now. He's always Mr. Masters. This is her attorney, Fair Practices Committee. DA Doorley, thank you. Thank you very much. Our fair practices. He's just been the leader and a peer to every single DA. Ms. Friedman, okay, and at some point, you have a conversation with DA Fitzpatrick, and both of you agree that he should actually not review this matter. Is that right? DA Doorley, I believe he had said at first, this is again what I believe the conversation to be, he said, of course he would do it, and then he said, well, it was another conversation since, quote, the governor referred this to the commission. Why don't we wait and let it come here first? It would make more sense. I believe that's what he said. Ms. Friedman, okay, so the commission gets the referral because the governor beat Sandra Doorley to her self-reporting process. Ms. Friedman, okay, do you remember what date you referred the matter to DA Fitzpatrick? Or you first reached out to him to ask him to review the matter? DA Doorley, well, I know it had to be before I recorded the statement because I wouldn't have said in the statement unless I had Bill's approval. Ms. Friedman, so DA Doorley, that he would take it. So I'm going to say that, but you said self-report. So you already knew that, I mean, maybe that's mincing words, right? You're still choosing to report, but you're going to someone else to actually do the filing. Maybe that's mincing words, but now she's insisting that she already had this plan in motion before she made that video statement that we watched. And they're asking questions about this timeline. So Friedman says, so Doorley says that he would take it. So I'm going to say that Friday or Saturday. Ms. Friedman, okay. And did counsel reach out to, the best of your knowledge, did Dan Stroller reach out to the Attorney Grievance Committee before or after you reached out to DA Fitzpatrick? Doorley, it was after. Ms. Friedman, it was after. Okay. And one of the last statements you made is, quote, if one of my assistant district attorneys had acted this way, I would have disciplined them. So I'm disciplining myself. I will take an ethics training to remind myself that professionalism matters. What trainings have you taken? DA Doorley, well, actually, we did a whole office-wide CLE. That's continued legal education, things that you got to do every year. We did a whole office-wide CLE on ethics and professionalism. And she said, I'm disciplining myself. I will take ethics training to remind myself that professionalism matters. Is this taking action to discipline yourself to do something as a whole office that you have to do every year anyway? Oh my gosh. This is the moment. I say it all the time. I'm like, there's things that I see. And when I see a big file like this, I just like skim to some random parts and look at a few things and then decide if I want to read the whole thing. I was skimming, I came across this part and I said, oh my gosh, I need to yell at my computer and yell to the chat. Like, what is this? What is this? And of course, it reminds me of YSL. They had to take a Brady training. They had to have a class get together on Brady training, which they should already know. You shouldn't be learning what Brady is years into your career as a prosecutor. This is exactly how I feel. Facepalm, laughing, facepalm. Del Hotchkiss says self-reporting is usually to the bar. Okay, interesting. And that makes sense. So, but I think she did she would refer to Yeah, I think she did say the grievance committee. So maybe, yeah, I think that's why either Friedman or Hayward was like, but you were actually going to this like organization that isn't actually the grievance committee. It's like some organization for fair ethics that somebody spearheaded, which is not the same as going to the grievance committee. Yeah, that was a good question from them. So thanks for the little pump in the brakes here, Del Hotchkiss, because that just made me click something on the lawyering. And yeah, so Edward Scott. So I used to live in Monroe County for a little bit, and I mean, there would always be like these weird stories where like something small would happen and it'd be like a severe fallout for the person. And I'm not the type of person that I don't want to over penalize. So I know we're reading this thing about a traffic stop, and some of these moments I'm like, yeah, get her. And I love the lawyering. I love looking at the lines of questioning. I'm not asking for this person or anybody in this situation to like put them under the jail just because they had audacity during a traffic stop. I just think it's disgusting that she used her position and she's continued to play her position for the next year to her own benefit, and she's going to end up choosing to walk away when it's best for her. Right? So I have my specific grievance. But there is a lot of talk from Monroe County, and again, it was different. She must have been district attorney because she's been for quite some time, for more than a decade. But you hear these big stories and somebody's out on bond. And then you hear another story where someone just like has a suspended license and they're in jail and they can't get out because of a suspended license, and they just get stuck in this like suspended license. Now they can't pay the ticket. And if they pay the ticket, then they don't have money to renew their license, and then they can't get to work. And it's just like all of this imbalance in ways that don't really promote public safety or community growth or any of these things. Lots of imbalance. So, and I think that's beyond Monroe County, New York as well. Big issue in a lot of places. Dell says my law tube education is not going to waste. I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness. Yes. Us with our law tube degrees. So Miss Friedman says, okay, so, and what date was this training? DA Doorley, I don't have the date. I'm sorry. Miss Friedman, do you know the month when you did it? Doorley, do you have the date on? Is there a date on it? So it seems like she's asking her attorney, and he says, what is it? DA Doorley, on the ethics PowerPoint that Mr. Masters, this. DA Doorley, I can't. Friedman, it's not on the PowerPoint. Guys, we have a PowerPoint. That's Doorley. Oh, okay. I'm sure I can find it. Miss Friedman, so there's DA Doorley. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Miss Friedman, was it in the summer? Was it in the spring? Was it in the fall? Doorley, I'm sure it was in the summer. Mr. Masters, Doorley says late summer. Mr. Masters, I think it was even earlier than that, because I think we submitted it, DA Doorley, to the grievance committee. Mr. Masters, I definitely submitted it to the grievance committee. And I think you may have done it before, like during June, before the summer break. Okay. Miss Friedman, okay. Mr. Masters, and as far as I think, I can edify you as to Sandra got a letter. You want to get a copy of this from the grievance committee dated May 10th, referencing the phone call from Mr. Strollo. Okay, wait. So let's get this timeline. Sandra got a letter from the grievance committee on May 10th. So it seems like they're talking about a letter that Doorley received from the grievance committee in May 10th. Ms. Friedman says, okay, thank you. Mr. Masters, that had already occurred. So this letter is referencing a call with Mr. Strollo. And it was upon receipt of this that Sandra reached out to me. And by phone, I noted to the grievance committee, I believe on the 17th, presumably of May. And I actually sent a formal letter as a notice of appearance, I believe the following Monday, the 20th. And that was when I was fully interposed. Ms. Friedman, that is in your papers that you entered an appearance on May 20th. Okay. So just going back to the CLE, who was the presenter? Doorley says, Marty McCarthy. He's the deputy chief of my appeals or special counsel position in our appeals division. Miss Friedman, okay, and you were present for this entire CLE? DA Doorley, I did the online portion. I mean, we allowed them days to do it online, like Zoom. I'm sorry. Miss Friedman, oh, okay. Okay, so the CLE was presented over Zoom to your office? DA Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, and you were watching it? DA Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, on Zoom? DA Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, okay, okay. Did you take any other trainings? Any other ethics trainings? No. Miss Friedman, okay. So the only training you participated in as a result of this event is this CLE. DA Doorley, subsequent to this was the one we did for the office. Miss Friedman, was the one you did for the entire office. Do you agree or disagree that as the chief law enforcement officer of your agency, you should hold yourself to a higher standard than members of your staff? DA Doorley, I agree. Miss Friedman, okay, are we done? Mr. Hayward, oh, yeah, sorry. So they must be pulling something off the screen or off the table. So Hayward then goes on. He starts saying, the timing around your text messages with Police Officer Crisafulli. Your first press release that your office released, we agreed was on Thursday, the 25th of April, correct? The one that you, what did Monroe County call it? Sanitized? DA Doorley, sanitized. Hayward, the Thursday, the 25th. Yeah. Hayward, I preferred your description, but Thursday, the 25th was that first statement? Doorley, I believe so. Mr. Hayward, it's Thursday, the 25th. DA Doorley, if you say it is, it is. Mr. Hayward, I'm not trying to be offensive. DA Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, and I'm trying not to put words in your mouth either. DA Doorley, and again, if you say it is. Mr. Hayward, too many years as a DA not leading. I'm trying hard not to do it now. DA Doorley, go ahead, go ahead. Mr. Hayward, so that was on Thursday, the 25th, and you had not yet communicated with Officer Crisafulli at that point. DA Doorley, that's correct. Mr. Hayward, and there's no mention of an apology to Officer Crisafulli in that statement, correct? DA Doorley, correct. I think it did take me, I didn't get his phone number right away. Mr. Hayward, then the next day, the 26th into the 27th, is when the body-worn camera footage starts to become, DA Doorley finishes the sentence and says, viral. Mr. Hayward, viral, for lack of a better word. Okay, and then after, subsequent to that, you drafted the statement that you would issue the following Monday on the 29th, the video statement, correct? DA Doorley, correct. Mr. Hayward, I assume sometime over the weekend was when it was filmed? DA Doorley, correct. We filmed it Sunday afternoon and had to drop like 6 a.m. on Monday. Mr. Hayward, got it. And your two efforts to reach Officer Crisafulli transpired in between the release of the body-worn camera and it's going viral and the statement on Monday? DA Doorley, that's correct. Mr. Hayward, so I think the overarching question is in drafting that statement was a desire to include that you would have attempted to apologize to Officer Crisafulli, a motivating factor in your timing to reach out to him when you did. So I think it's a little interesting. And we had some context here from Edward Scott in the chat. You know, people can tip people off. People can give people a heads up. Could it be possible that she was aware that somebody made the records request for the body cam footage and that the body cam footage was going to be released? Or even just made an educated guess that somebody was going to request and release this body cam footage? So I don't know if we're going to get questions about that, but it's just something that's in my head as I'm reading this. I don't know. What do you guys think? So let's see. So they have this time frame. They think everything, this video gets launched. It's starting to go viral, and she's recording this video statement to release by 6 a.m. Monday. Hayward says, so I think the sort of the overarching question is in drafting that statement was a desire to include that you would have attempted to apologize to Officer Crisafulli, a motivating factor in your timing to reach out to him when you did. DA Doorley, okay, and you're referring to the second statement? Mr. Hayward, yes. DA Doorley, okay, no, I really sincerely wanted to apologize to him. Mr. Hayward, So the efforts were made to reach out to him prior to the drafting of the statement, where it indicated that you had already attempted to apologize. DA Doorley, yes. Mr. Hayward, and as you sit here, had the body-worn camera not been released on the 26th, would you have still made those efforts to apologize to Officer Crisafulli? DA Doorley, yes. Mr. Hayward, but it's also true that you likely would not have put out any other statements or clarified the incident at all other than the statement on the 25th, correct? DA Doorley, correct. Ms. Friedman, thanks. Okay, so as we discussed earlier, DA Doorley, well, just let me clarify that. Ms. Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, however, if I was questioned about it, of course I would be truthful about my behavior. Ms. Friedman, of course. Mr. Hayward, you're... Doorley, I mean, I wasn't going to hide it. I wasn't going to hide it if I was asked about it. Mr. Hayward, well, is it fair to say that it was inaccurate to a certain extent by omission? The statement on the 25th, correct? DA Doorley, it was milquetoast. Mr. Hayward, and it had been your hope in issuing that statement and paying the speeding ticket that had closed this matter, correct? DA Doorley, I didn't know if it was going to close the matter. Mr. Hayward, if you had known, DA Doorley, yeah, I didn't know Mr. Hayward, that would have been your hope. If it would not have raised elsewhere, you would have, DA Doorley, of course. Mr. Hayward, taken no further steps to do, DA Doorley, of course, it would have been my hope. But at that point, I remember it was just day by day. I had something that I was taking care of in court. I think it was either Tuesday or maybe it was Wednesday or Thursday. That was very important to me. And that I wanted to, that's where my attention was focused on. Ms. Friedman, so just to go back to the traffic stop, you became, as you acknowledged, on Phillips Road as you were just before you were turning into your development, that the police officer was attempting to pull you over. DA Doorley, yes. Ms. Friedman, correct? And you knew that you'd been violating the traffic laws. Doorley, correct. And there was no reason for you to believe that this wasn't a lawful traffic stop. Correct. Okay, yet you have a subsequent interaction with Sergeant Johnson in which you tell him that, well, he tells you it wasn't your choice not to pull over. And you said, I made it my choice. Do you remember that? Or would you like to? Doorley, I do. No, I remember that. Okay, Doorley, when I say I made it my choice, I made a mistake. And that was the choice I made. The choice I made was to make a colossal mistake. You think if I couldn't go back in time to that afternoon, I wouldn't have done it differently? Well, wait, if I couldn't go back to that afternoon, I would have done it differently. Ms. Friedman, so in that moment when you're talking to Sergeant Johnson, when you said, I made it my choice, what you meant was, I made it my choice to make a mistake. Get her. DA Doorley. No, I just, it was basically, I take responsibility. I did it. I don't know why I did it. I still to this day don't know why I did it. Sorry. Oh, I'm fine. No, I'm okay. No, that's okay. Okay, thank you. But thank you anyway. Appreciate it. I don't know what this all is. That was a mouthful. And shout out to the Vice Baby Ray. We have a McRaid coming through. Love that. Guys, we are reading the deposition. You guys might remember. And I always think people remember the imagery. So let me get a still frame. We are looking at the deposition of Monroe County, New York, still District Attorney, Sandra Doorley, the one who drove all the way home to her garage before pulling over, if you can call it that, for a traffic stop. So it's been a pretty good time. So good to see you guys. Shout out to Alan in the building. Yeah, and welcome to all the Raiders. So Ms. Friedman, guys, when we're reading Ms. Friedman, this is, she's doing the questions for the, what do they call it? The Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct. Sandra Doorley is a district attorney, and Mr. Masters is Doorley's attorney. So, okay. So you've been a prosecutor for 33 years, correct? Correct. And you've prosecuted many traffic-related incidents many years ago. Doorley, oh yes, actually, yes. Friedman, okay, and based on your Doorley, and recently, because we had a shortage of DAs at one point, and I covered a town court and I handled traffic. So yes, I don't know if this is helpful for her to say, I'm very familiar with traffic stops, traffic laws, how citations are written, what people can get citations for, what they're not supposed to do when an officer tries to pull them over, and how they play out in terms of prosecution. I don't know if this is a good idea to say how well you know the things that you're supposed to do and not do. Ms. Friedman, so based on your experience as a prosecutor, what would have happened if an ordinary citizen acted the way you did during that traffic stop on April the 22nd? DA Doorley, they would have gotten a ticket. Ms. Friedman, they would have gotten it? Would they have been arrested? DA Doorley, you know what? I wouldn't have known because I would be in court and I would see a speeding ticket. I wouldn't have really known what transpired between that person and the officer. See, this is very slick. I could tell you what I would have done with the ticket when I was prosecuting them. I mean, we usually have people who are speeding take a defensive driving class, and I let them plead to a ticket. Ms. Friedman, what would have happened if the officer who gave a speeding ticket to another, an ordinary citizen, had reported in their police report that the other person had engaged in the kind of behavior that you had engaged in with the Doorley? I probably wouldn't have let them go to the diversion. I probably would have made them plead to the speeding or 1110A. I wouldn't have given them the benefit of the diversion. Ms. Friedman, okay, was your decision not to stop on Phillips Road based on your status as a district attorney? DA Doorley, no, not at all. Ms. Friedman, were you of the opinion that as a DA, you should not have been stopped? Doorley, no, because I don't know if when Officer Crisafulli first noticed my car and activated his lights, I don't know whether he knew who I was. I could have just been another person coming home and pulling into a development. So yes, he was. I'm sorry. I thought I turned that off. So maybe her phone went off during the deposition. So yes, he was rightfully authorized to do what he did. Ms. Friedman, but you thought he should have run your plates, correct? DA Doorley, I guess when I didn't stop and I had driven to my house, look, again, I'm playing Monday morning quarterback. I would think either two things. Okay, the chief did tell him it was me. Okay, so maybe the chief did call him. So there was no need to run my plates. Or, he didn't. Oh, she's saying this is what she's thinking. She's thinking that the chief called him while he was trying to pull her over and said, hey, that's the district attorney. So there's no need to run my plates. Or, he didn't know who I was and didn't run my plates. Well, which one do you think is more likely when she's on the body cam video saying, you don't know who I am? I'm the DA. Where is her with her butt coming out and she's pulling out her badge? I think we need to run that one back. Let's back it up to when she's in the car. Oh, this is such a long traffic stop for all of this. Okay, looks like we're just going to watch a little bit of it again. So shout out to everyone that came in with the raid. We're going to get some parts of the body cam here, just as a little refresher.
Hi, I'll talk to Jeff. Jeff.
Okay.
I was just on the phone with the chief.
Okay. I'm the supervisor with her now, so.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't want to pull over on Phillips Road. It was just, I figured I'd just pull up to my driveway.
Okay. Well,
And I called Dennis and I said,
okay.
That's me that they're trying to stop.
Okay.
So that's in the story.
Okay. But you should know better, right?
I was speeding. I know that.
Okay. So why didn't you just stop like you're supposed to?
Because I didn't feel like stopping on Phillips
Well,
Road.
that's not your choice. You know that.
Well, I made it my choice.
Okay. Well, now you made it a bigger deal than it needed to be.
It's a really bigger deal. And when people start coming, it's a much bigger deal.
Well, you caused that, Sandra. What do you want us to do? Not do our job?
So I didn't realize, but YouTube fast forwarded me to a different body cam, I think. I think this is the other officer. So I think, yeah, this one doesn't have the million views. So it forwarded me. Do you guys want to watch this one? I don't think I've seen this one. We've had some quotes for it. So this is not Crisafulli's body cam. But let's watch this. Must be Officer Cohn, I think, was this guy's name. Or maybe Thomas was the chick. So let's watch this one, guys. I've never watched this one. There we go. Hey, Jordy. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. So that must be Crisafulli just like standing there helpless like a Bambi.
What are you stopping her for?
She's going 55 and 35 on Phillips. She didn't stop at all. Decided to drive home. Called the chief, and this is where we're at.
Well, I know it's getting to be a big deal. Jeff's here, so let Jeff take care of it. All right, bye.
Hi.
Hi, I'll talk to Jeff. Jeff,
Okay.
I was just on the phone with the chief.
Okay. I'm the supervisor with her now, so.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I didn't want to pull over on Phillips Road. It was just, I figured I'd just pull into my driveway.
Okay. Well.
And I called Dennis and I said,
Okay.
that's me that they're trying to stop.
Okay.
So
But-
that's in the story.
Okay. But you should know better, right?
I was speeding. I know that.
Okay. So why didn't you just stop like you're supposed to?
Because I didn't feel like stopping on Phillips
Well,
Road at
that's not
5:30.
your choice. You know that.
Well, I made it my choice.
Okay. Well, now you made it a bigger deal than it needed to
It's
be.
a really bigger deal. And when people start coming, it's a much bigger deal.
Well, you caused that, Sandra. What do you want us to do? Not do our job because it's you?
No, it's fine. I said, write me a ticket. But I was just saying, I was not going to stop on Phillips Road at 5:30.
Okay. Well, you broke another law because of that, right? And you should know better. That's not a traffic ticket. That's an arrestable offense, Sandra. You know this. Why would you not just pull over? You made it a bigger deal than it needed to be. And you knew why you were getting stopped, clearly.
Clearly.
He could have stopped you, had a conversation with you, and been done with it. But now you made it this whole big deal
Clearly.
for no reason. Did you provide him your license and registration?
Yeah.
Okay. You have her ID?
I give it back to her. It's attached to the job and everything.
I didn't want to stop at Phillips Road. I was right down the street. I figured I will just stop in my driveway. That's what I figured. I thought it would be easier. Apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, well, that was not the right choice.
Right? I mean, you know the deal. If he would stop you there on Phillips and then talk to you for your speeding.
Still rolling, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's your traffic stop. I'm not going to tell you how to handle it. Do what you feel is necessary.
A little bit of peer pressure without it being explicit. Birds are happily chirping in the background.
717, it looks like it's an open line on a cell phone with people that were yelling at one another.
She pulled right in the garage.
Yeah, he got out of the vehicle. Everything.
Okay.
For all of us.
Explained to her. I mean, she knew exactly that she was going 55 in the 20 or 35. She even called the chief. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah, I know. I got a phone call right away. So.
I don't think the training was free for it to be done with it, but technically it's a arrestable offense if she didn't stop.
All right, well, unfortunately, it's just compounds, and you get more cars coming. Everybody's coming to license siren trying to
Well,
figure out what's
I mean,
going on.
I was just saying neighbors.
You know what I'm saying? At the time, trying to stop, we've got more cars coming, but he's calling for a supervisor. And then the supervisor.
I just assumed that when I pulled in that most of Webster PD knows I live here.
But we don't, we have probably, all three of these officers probably been here at this job in Webster,
Yeah.
some of them less than a year.
Yeah, I mean, I was just assuming
They
that
just
you
don't.
all knew that I live here.
They don't. So that's why we are where we are.
Just because most.
Yeah. No, a lot of us have, but everybody working today except for the sergeant has never been here.
Is this when the dog sees the nosy neighbors walking by? That's me, Trikisha, Touche, Jordy walking by to see what's going on.
Give me 1 second. What's the,
Who are you barking at?
it makes no sense to explain it.
No.
No, I get it, and I'm not.
All right, we're gonna skip and try to see if we have any closed captions. We'll replay it if there are. Well, there's one word that just says hello. Maybe we can hear stuff here. I think this is when we're still. What ticket are we gonna write?
Start the 1 ticket.
The 1 ticket. So he says right here. I think I'm gonna start the 1 ticket. That dog is seriously having a blast. Why isn't anybody petting me? There's so many people that could be petting me right now. They're just censoring a tree. We'll speed this up while there's no significant action. Nice little neighborhood. They're treating this tree like it's nude. I don't know. YouTube makes it look like people watch this part, but I think they're just getting the tour of the neighborhood. He just moving his car? Is he leaving? What are we doing?
I don't like trying to think. I tried to get hold of the cat, but I think it's out of pocket right now. What else?
I don't know. I've been eating alive out here though.
The here's let's talk about the other folks.
Just doing cartwheels. That's us, chat.
So what's his plan? He's gonna have a conversation with her, or you write a ticket already?
I don't know if he wrote the ticket or not.
I could ask him.
I don't know. Is this normally how it goes? You have a supervisor and the supervisor's just like, you handle it, you decide. Well, what's the point of calling a supervisor? He's just walking around swatting bugs. Let's see.
Getting eaten alive by bugs out here.
Poor dog. Just patiently waiting. Hey, YSL Tara.
what you can do.
That's-
Even in zone, 55 and a
That's
35.
fine, I'll take care of it since I'll be prosecuting myself.
Okay. At the end of the day, you see my lights and sirens behind you, and obviously they're going off. Just pull over, we can have a conversation, and be on our way. I kept my eye on your vehicle. I'm not gonna check my computer to see what plate it is if a vehicle is not stopping for me. I wanna keep my eyes on that vehicle for my safety, so I make a moment at the end of the day.
I
Okay.
apologize, but
I'm sorry that you had a bad day.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry it went this way, but I do respect what you do. Have a good day, man.
But I would say, here's something I'm gonna call the on this. You know the house directly across on Phillips Road?
Directly across from what?
If you're at the stop.
Yeah, and this is where they redacted it in the other thing. Does this officer linger, or do they all walk out at the same time? Yeah, they all look like they walk out. Yeah, I never saw this body cam. I only saw the guy who initiated the stop, Crisafulli. Yeah, she definitely tried to misattribute. Well, I was only rude with him because he kept calling me
All
Sandra.
right, thanks.
Wrong
All right,
officer.
Sorry. He's just happy he's got company.
No, he's okay.
I don't know if that's, you know.
Oh my god, is that the husband? The husband's coming home. What did you get into? What did you get into, Sandy?
All good? All right, thanks.
All right, so they wrap it up there. Now, this was YouTube. You know how YouTube will start to go forward to another video. I had this tab open to the other body cam, and that all started because I wanted to show you guys my favorite part from Crisafulli's body cam right here.
I'm home. I was, okay, 55.
I don't care if you got home. You were supposed to stop at Phillips Road when I pulled you over. When my lights were
I
initiated.
didn't know you were stopping me. There was lots of other people on the road.
I was right behind you.
Yeah, there were other people on the road too.
Okay, I was directly behind
I'm
you.
not dealing with you right now.
Can you please step over here?
I'm not going to.
What is the reason you're so against what I'm doing? I'm doing my job. You say you're a DA?
I am the DA.
Okay.
Okay, let me get you my badge. I am the DA of Monroe County.
I just don't understand the hostility towards me. I'm doing my job.
You're being an asshole.
How am I being an asshole?
I am the DA of Monroe County.
I understand that, but that doesn't give you a right to go 55 and a 35. And you even admitted to me that you went 50. I understand that, ma'am.
I don't really care.
understand that.
You know what? If you give me a traffic ticket, that's fine. I'm the one who prosecutes it, okay?
So there we go. Shout out to Aaron in the building. Good to see you. So let's get back over and really cool to see that other angle of the body cam from the supervisor who walked up calling her Sandy and reminded her that not everybody knows who she actually is, as evidenced by the officer saying, "No, I didn't know who you are." So let's see, where were we? So Friedman had asked, but you thought he should have run your plates, correct? I guess when I didn't stop and I had driven to my house, look, I'm playing Monday quarterback. I would think either two things. Okay, the chief did tell him it was me and there was no need to run my plates. Or, he didn't know who I was and didn't run my plates. And then if that was the case, why did he walk into my garage, without knowing who he was going to encounter? So, she should know at this point in March 2025 about this incident that happened in April 2024. She's saying, well, I would have thought two things. Well, by the time he's asking you who you are and you have to say you're the DA, now you know he didn't know who you were. The chief didn't call him after you called him and say, hey, that lady you're trying to pull over right now is the district attorney. We can make a pretty educated guess at that point in time. So Ms. Friedman says, okay, so DA Doorley, if that makes sense. Ms. Friedman, at one point you said to Officer Crisafulli, I thought you were going somewhere else because, quote, I thought no one would ever pull over a black SUV after you ran my plates. Do you remember? DA Doorley, yeah, because I assumed that he'd ran my plates. Ms. Friedman, and if he had ran your plates, what would he have learned? That you are the driver, that the car is registered to you? DA Doorley, honestly, I just assume that most people, Most law enforcement officers run plates of cars that they intend to stop for safety reasons. Ms. Friedman. And so, but you said, quote, no one would pull over a black SUV after you ran my plates. So when he ran your plates, he would have learned that the car was registered to you. Is that correct? Doorley. No, it was more, I just would have assumed that he would have run plates of a car he intended to stop. You guys see what she's doing? It's a pretty clear question. I think Friedman's question is real clear here. Miss Friedman, but you said, I thought no one would ever pull over a black SUV after you ran my plates. So what about running the plates would have led him not pull you over? DA Doorley, frankly, I don't know what I was saying. I don't know. I don't know what I meant. All I know is that I guess I honestly thought that he knew who I was. And we were both on the same page that I was going to get out of my car and apologize. Regardless, I could care less whether I was getting a speeding ticket. I wanted to apologize for not stopping on Phillips, Fieldcrest, in that intersection. And then when he said to me, get back in your car, that's when things just in my mind just became altered. I didn't understand what was going on. Miss Friedman. So DA Doorley cuts her off. I had a heightened sense of this. Something is off because I really was intending, honestly, just to get out and say, I'm sorry. I had a really bad day and I was going to go through everything that was going through my mind that day. And then, quote, get back in your car. Miss Friedman, why? DA Doorley, in my garage. Miss Friedman, okay. So why would the officer instructing you to get back in your car cause you to, I think you said, threw you off. Is that the word? DA Doorley, it did because I assumed again that the chief had said, oh, there's no threat there because I assumed he knew there was no threat. That's why he walked in my garage. Miss Friedman, okay. And so let's accept that he knew it was you. He knew you were not a threat during a lawful traffic stop. Do officers ordinarily allow the driver to just get out of their car and approach them? Or do they instruct them to stay in the car? DA Doorley, I'm sure they ask them to stay in the car, but there can be situations where they don't. I'm not all traffic stops, I don't. Ms. Friedman, but in your experience as a prosecutor for 33 years, do police officers permit people who are being pulled over on the side of the road for their own safety to get out of their vehicle and approach them? Now listen to her answer. DA Doorley, probably not routinely. We're not asking about patterns or how often it happens. We're just trying to get down to the matter, Miss Doorley, or Sandra, DA, whatever she wants to be called. We're just trying to get you to say you have some awareness because of your role in prosecuting people where the reports include some detail of somebody during a traffic stop, making sudden or dangerous movements that caused a police officer, according to their reports, to feel threatened in that moment or feel like they were in harm's way, and or charges relating to not obeying a police officer's orders. We're just trying to get at your realm of awareness because you prosecute these things and have prosecuted these things over the course of your 33 years, that that that's something that people can get in trouble for doing. So Doorley says, probably not routinely, but I have, in circumstances, on body-worn cameras, seen people get out. Ms. Friedman, but it's not unusual for an officer to instruct someone during a lawful stop to remain in their vehicle? DA Doorley, it's not unusual. Ms. Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, Ms. Friedman, and so why did you, Doorley, I thought he knew who I was. Ms. Friedman, why does that matter during a lawful traffic stop if he instructed you to stay in your vehicle? Doorley, it's for officer safety, and that's why I called the chief. So you called the chief when you were refusing to pull over. You called the officer, the chief, for the officer's safety. You didn't do it for your own benefit. Miss Friedman, no. Why was him instructing you to get back in the vehicle cause you to escalate this incident? See, and now remember I was calling it out. The way she said things suddenly went awry. He told me to get back in the car. He got me riled up, but then suddenly the situation just got out of hand. Things changed. There was a weird sense. The situation just morphed itself with no action from an individual like Sandra Doorley. But look at how this attorney, this Miss Friedman, calls it out subtly. Why was him instructing you to get back in the car of the vehicle cause you to escalate this incident? DA Doorley, it just did. That's it. It did, because I was going to get out of the car and apologize, and it did. Miss Friedman, I understand that you wanted to apologize. DA Doorley, I can't tell you why it set me off. It did. Miss Friedman, it wasn't because you're the district attorney of Monroe County. DA Doorley, no, there was so much going on in my mind. I can't tell you why I acted the way I did. I'm sure if you've read all of the reports, I mean, these officers, regardless of the relationship that I have with Webster Police, they know that this was abnormal. This is not how I acted. I don't know why I acted the way I did. I mean, in retrospect, maybe I'm starting to put it together, but am I ever really going to know why I did what I did? I don't know. Like I said, I had a stellar career. I don't think that you could find anything against me in the way I run my office, other than I've had one case where, I was accused of prosecutorial misconduct. But I ask you to read Pigot's dissent. Somebody accused me of prosecutorial misconduct, and since we have a dissent, it seems like the majority opinion, and whoever viewed this over, we have a majority opinion that prosecutorial misconduct occurred. But please go read the dissenting opinion. I've run a great office. I don't know why I did this. Miss Friedman. Okay, so at no point during this interaction, DA Doorley, I know it's hard for you to understand why. It's hard for me to understand why I said or did these things. Miss Friedman, at no point during this interaction, you didn't think, I'm the district attorney of Monroe County. Why am I being told to get back into my car? Why am I being stopped? DA Doorley, no, not at that point. But later I guess it's seconds later, I was confused as to how he didn't know it was me. And that precipitated the second call. And that was not for any benefit. It was just a recognition of who I was. What's the point of recognizing who you are? Like I said, we had, an incident regarding an individual by the name of Daniel Prude. We're not getting into Daniel Prude, are we? I had people protesting outside of my house days and weeks on end. I had the Webster Police, the New York State Police, the Rochester Police Department, guarding me. My neighbors, had to deal with it. I've had threats by members of law enforcement. I've had surveillance cameras put in my front yard, my backyard when I prosecuted police corruption cases. I've had, police officers, which I thought always patrolled my neighborhood to make sure that I was safe. I don't carry a gun. I don't have security like most DAs. So when they didn't know who I was and where I lived, and even after having prosecuted, this was April from the last year, resulting in a verdict in October. I prosecuted a blood for the cold-blooded murder of a police officer who made threats against me and my life from jail. I mean, I guess I just found it incredible that he didn't know who I was. So all of this is still cycling back to, you don't know who I am. This isn't her getting into, I am scared that a police officer followed me to my home because I chose to continue driving there. This isn't, I figured he wasn't threatened, even though I'm saying I did this for his safety. I called the chief a second time for his safety, even though I assumed he was safe because he walked up to my garage. We do all of this like, I'm always in the spotlight. All of this, woe is me. Just to cycle back to the real point that I just found it incredible that he didn't know who I was. Not that should have made a difference. I just want to clarify that. Ms. Friedman, well, I guess that's the issue. You, on multiple instances during this incident, you make comments similar to the one that you just read. Quote, if you ran the plates, you would know that it's me. Why didn't they know? Like they should have known where I live. Quote, I never would have thought that someone would pull over a black SUV if you, DA Doorley, right. Ms. Friedman, why did you think it mattered that it was you if it wasn't for the fact that you were expecting to not be pulled over because you are the district attorney? DA Doorley, it wasn't that. It was more to me like I always felt a sense of protection in my neighborhood, in my home. We have a house in South Carolina. Ms. Friedman, did you not feel safe in that moment with Officer Crisafulli? DA Doorley, actually, no. Ms. Friedman, why not? And this is gold. This is gold. A prosecutor in the shoes where now she's, whether it's authentically true, whether she's just saying it because she thinks it helps her make her excuse here, but she's saying it under oath in this deposition. She's uncomfortable by a police officer during a traffic stop. I would love to have that in my back pocket when an ADA is sitting there arguing that a citizen had no reason to feel unsafe around a police officer during a traffic stop. Because this is a statement. Ms. Friedman, why not? What did he do that was, DA Doorley? He was invading my personal space. You brought him there. But that's Ms. Friedman. Okay, so hold on. You got out of your vehicle during a lawful traffic stop, even though he asked you to stay in your vehicle. And you were saying that you felt threatened by him because how did he invade your personal space? DA Doorley, well, at some point, like I said, things just started escalating, and I'm sure he thought that I was drunk or something. And Ms. Friedman, I want to go back. You said he invaded your personal space and that made you feel threatened. You were threatened by Officer Crisafulli. Can you please explain that statement? DA Doorley, he kept approaching me. He kept calling me, Sandra, Sandy, or whatever. And again, guys, Crisafulli did not call her that. And for the first, at least 4 minutes there, Crisafulli's the only officer there. So all of this tension, all of these things that she's just said just suddenly escalate by themselves. The only two individuals present, well, if you include the dog, we have Sandra Doorley, we have Officer Crisafulli. So for her to say well, in that moment, he was calling me Sandra, Sandy. She relied on this earlier for another line of questioning as well, is simply untrue because at this point in time, the officer that calls her by her first name wasn't there. So you're complaining he doesn't know you, but you're also complaining that he's calling you by your first name. And then earlier in this deposition, she gets annoyed saying that she got too personal with him by using the first name. It's just whatever she thinks she needs to say in a given moment, she's just saying it. And it contradicts itself. So, let's see. Sandra, Sandy, or whatever. And he just wasn't. I kept saying, just give me the ticket. Can we just move on? Ms. Friedman, when you said he keeps approaching you, what should he have done? He was approaching you to discuss the traffic stop with you. What should he have done? Stayed outside your garage when you pulled into your garage? DA Doorley, no, I don't mean that. No. But it seemed to me like he was trying to, I don't know, see if I was on drugs or I was drinking or something. And again, a few minutes ago, talking about what about other instances where a prosecutor is prosecuting a case and they have to go through, details. The officer went into somebody's house. From the prosecutorial perspective, if a case had similar facts where somebody goes into their garage, they're not getting back in their car, they're not coming outside to talk to the officer. Prosecutors will try to come up with all sorts of excuses to whatever the officer who's an arm of the state does is right and whatever the defendant does is wrong. It's just interesting to see a district attorney making this line by line play and getting called out on it under oath. Because if this was her, if she was the prosecutor and this situation involves some random person, I feel like a prosecutor's office would take any opportunity to make the person getting out of their car, walking around in their garage and not listening to the officer the worst person in the world. And everything that the officer is doing, even if the officer wasn't just asking questions calmly, they would believe them at face value when whatever they said. It's just, yeah, it's hypocritical, and it's beyond personal hypocrite when she's the district attorney. I don't know how all these other cases might be prosecuted, but it certainly raises questions. So it's just crazy. DA Doorley. No, I don't mean that. No. But it seemed to me like he was trying to, I don't know, see if I was on drugs or drinking or something. Ms. Friedman. Okay, well, during a lawful traffic stop, shouldn't law enforcement be concerned about whether or not someone may be impaired while they're driving? DA Doorley. Sure. Ms. Friedman. So why was that so offensive to you that he, Doorley, I don't know. Everything was kind of offensive to me. This is truthful. I think this is the most truthful, candid, authentic little thing. Everything was kind of offensive to me. Like I said, I don't know why I acted the way I did. I don't know why I said the things that I did. I just really wanted it to be over. I had a really, really bad day. Miss Friedman, so I have just a couple more questions about your statement that Officer Crisafulli you felt threatened by Officer Crisafulli. Did he at any point put his hands on you? D.A. Doorley, no. Miss Friedman, did he at any point suggest that he was going to take out his cuffs and arrest you? D.A. Doorley, no. What I mean by threatened, like I didn't know what he was going to do next. Chat, how do you feel about a prosecutor defining, if they always used threatened to mean, if they always interpreted someone saying they felt threatened, that someone not knowing what was going to happen next, rising to the level of the other person threatening them? That's very, very, very subjective. A lot of room there for hyperbole, exaggeration. Miss Friedman, he's a police officer. What did you imagine he would do next that would be so threatening? D.A. Doorley, I don't know. Miss Friedman, okay, do you want to ask anything? So Mr. Hayward is also, he's one of the investigators. So he's on the commission's side for this matter. It's not clear what he says. Miss Friedman, no, before we move on to the next, Mr. Hayward, I recognize that it's hard to parse specific words, so that's not what I'm trying to do. What we're trying to get at is, would you agree that you expressed sentiments to multiple people during this interaction that they wouldn't have tried to pull you over or should have done something different with regard to the stop if they knew who you were? D.A. Doorley, like I said, I was confused as to why they didn't know who I was. Mr. Hayward, right. D.A. Doorley, and then I felt that I was owed at least a little bit of respect due to my position, not to get out of the ticket, but to at least, Mr. Hayward, I'm talking about before Officer Crisafulli ever gets out of his vehicle. Doorley, okay. Mr. Hayward, did you believe that you should not have been stopped? Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, did you say during your interactions with Officer Crisafulli, quote, no one would have pulled over a black SUV after they ran my plates? Doorley, right. As I was asked that, I did say that, but frankly, I honestly don't know what I meant by that. Hayward, okay. And the reason I want to come back is because, yeah, Hayward, it's not really a one-off. In your third call, which is captured on the body-worn camera, Chief Kohlmeyer, you continued to say, quote, they should have run the plate. Why would they pull me over? It's a big black SUV, not a BBS. As if to imply that something would have been different with the stop. If they, with actually stopping you, if they had run the plate or recognized your vehicle, is it that you thought you should be afforded a courtesy not to be stopped if they'd known who it was? Or is it that you thought you shouldn't have been told to get out of the car? D.A. Doorley, like I said, I don't know what I meant at that point. I would say right now, in light of how I believe I acted, I felt like I deserved a little bit more respect. And is anybody in this chat still believing that anything besides that she was throwing her name around to get a benefit for herself? I just wanted respect. But I also wanted people to know me personally and not call me Sandy at the same time. Like, none of it adds up to me. Yeah, and Aaron, you owe your constituents the respect of following traffic laws, but okay. And Mary Jane, she thinks others don't deserve respect. This is how it comes off. Amanda says, nope, she feels entitled. And I really think she just looks more and more dumb. It's one thing if she's like, well, I don't know what I meant in one moment, but in general, I mean, yeah, I tried to throw my name out there. I tried to pull my badge out. Like, at least I would be forthcoming, and you could just say I shouldn't have done that. Oh, my goodness. I felt like I deserved a little more respect, and if Mr. Hayward, with regard to the being stopped at all, or how it was handled after you got out of your vehicle? DA Doorley, how it was handled. Mr. Hayward, but you also said to Officer Crisafulli, quote, half the time while you were behind me, I was on the phone with Dennis, this is the chief that she called, saying, why is he pulling me over? That's inconsistent with, why does he not know who I am? Quote, why would he treat me this way? That is, why is he pulling me over? DA Doorley, like I said, right. So this is so great to look at the lawyering. So Hayward's been sitting, he's come in and out a few times, but it seems like he's sitting there. Friedman is doing most of the questions, but then he comes in with these, like, he gathers everything, he gathers all the context, and then he plays with her wordplay right back at her. And I think he's doing a better job than she's doing with the wordplay. Why is he pulling me over? Why are you asking that if you're acting like all I wanted was a little bit of respect and for people to know who I was? No, your issue is that someone's trying to give you a speeding ticket because you were speeding and you don't want a speeding ticket. Doorley, like I said, I don't remember the exact words to Officer Kohlmeyer, Chief Kohlmeyer, but it was, I believe, and I just want to make the record clear, I never said, quote, fuck to Officer Kohlmeyer, to Chief Kohlmeyer. I know in one of the things he said, tell your guy to get, quote, your fucking unit off me. I, to this day, will swear on my children, I never said that. I did say, so we don't have like a recording or whatever, but it seems like this information could have come from Chief Kohlmeyer, where Chief Kohlmeyer tells this commission or somebody somewhere, because somebody has this information and she's launching it out here voluntarily because she seems offended by it and wants to get ahead of it. Seems like Chief Kohlmeyer represented that during this first call, while she's still driving, while Crisafulli's behind her, tell your guy to get your fucking unit off me. I never said that. I did say, and we're so off topic from the question. Mr. Hayward says, did you tell him to tell the officer to stop following you? DA Doorley, I said, I think the officer, tell him I'm going home. Mr. Hayward, no, I appreciate that. But my question was, did you tell Chief Kohlmeyer to tell the officer to stop following you? DA Doorley, I don't know. Those weren't the words that I used. I don't remember the exact words I used. It was brief, but it was something like, I think I'm being stopped. Tell him it's me. I'm just going to go down to my house. And he's like, and I remember him being like, okay, let me get on the air. And that's why, again, that's the context, earlier we're like, was he at work? Was he able to just jump on the air and say like, hey, whichever one of you's out there with this incident, don't pull her over. That's the DA. That's why, again, when I pulled in and I walked over, got out of my car, and he's walking in my garage, I figured he knew who I was, not for any benefit, but just as a person. And that's when I was going to say, I'm really sorry. And things just went awry by themselves. Things just went awry. Mr. Hayward, and so, DA Doorley, I know it's hard to understand. Well, it makes no sense. Mr. Hayward, I understand. DA Doorley, I will. Mr. Hayward, I'm not trying to parse particular words. Doorley, no, I know. Hayward, it's just in 3 different interactions during the stop you made references to, if they had. He would not have pulled me over if he had run the plate. Or they should have run the plate and recognized it's a big black SUV and not done this. Or half the time I was on the phone with Dennis saying, why are you pulling me over? Quote within a quote there. All of those, not word specific, but the sentiment seems to be that there should have been something different done with regard to actually pulling you over. Would you agree that that's how it reads? DA Doorley, someone could interpret it that way, but I'm telling you, Mr. Hayward, you wouldn't interpret it that way? Doorley, mine is more of a recognition of who I was, not Mr. Hayward, with regard to pulling you over or handling it. DA Doorley, no, handling it, meaning let me be careful with this. Not handling it, but the way that I was treated and the having a respectful interaction. Mr. Hayward, so as you sit here, your recollection is all of your agitation around the interaction with Crisafulli began with him directing you to get in your car, not the pulling over. DA Doorley, that's correct. Well, what do you believe, chat? If you believe somehow, some way, somebody reported to somebody in their own statement, it seems like it would have come from the chief personally, get your guy to not pull me fucking over. That would be before this walking up to the garage and saying, again, off body camera, it's not captured on the body camera audio, but Doorley's insisting that he just marches up and says, get back in your vehicle, which I'm not sure why a prosecutor would say an officer doesn't have the ability to ask someone to get back in their vehicle. Because I feel like she would react very differently if she wasn't the one in this situation. That's just me. But if somebody apparently said she was cursing on the phone while driving, while on Phillips Road, that seems to suggest the agitation was already there before we even get to the driveway. So, and then Doorley's like, yeah, that's correct. The agitation, all of this agitation happens when he's directing me to get in the car, not with the pulling over. Hayward. Okay, and so none of your calls to Chief Kohlmeyer before that were attempting to have the officer cease the process of stopping you, having the chief intervene, DA Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, from stopping this traffic stop, Doorley, no, that was, it was more awareness. Mr. Hayward, I don't want to jump. Doorley, no. Hayward, stomp on your miss, and then Susan Friedman comes in. No. Okay, let's pick up where you left off. So as you just said, what led you to behave the way you did was because he asked you. Officer Crisafulli asked you to remain in your vehicle? Question mark. DA Doorley, to get back in. Miss Friedman, to get back in your vehicle. Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, to get back in your vehicle. At that point, your response when the body camera footage turns on, she's calling this out real slick. She's acknowledging, yeah, when the audio wasn't going, this is only your recollection of these words before we have a transcript. That's slick right there. And presumably, if these individuals are the ones that are taking part in this commission, they're probably experienced. And at that point, your response when the body camera footage turns on is, quote, sorry, I'm the DA. Correct? Do you remember that? That's your response. Doorley, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Miss Friedman, quote, I'm the DA. I was traveling 55 going home. Mr. Hayward, yeah. Miss Friedman, yes, you remember that? DA Doorley, I remember that. That was kind of the beginning of my apology, and then things went off the rails. Again, the situation randomly going awry. Nobody's making it go awry. It just goes off the rails by itself. This is like the 8th time that she's characterized the situation of just for no reason at all going off. Miss Friedman, okay. And so that was the beginning of your apology. But then you immediately say to him, call Chief Kohlmeyer. You didn't say to him, I'm really sorry, and handle it. You instantly called Chief Kohlmeyer. You pulled out your phone and said, call Dennis. But don't use my first name. Don't call me Sandy, but we're going to use first names when it's good for us. DA Doorley, I think there was, before the second call, there was more of an interaction. And that was the next thing that I couldn't understand, how he didn't know who I was. Miss Friedman, so, DA Doorley, and when he said, oh, are you an assistant DA? I'm like, no, I'm the DA. The DA. Miss Friedman, why don't we play the beginning of that interaction so everyone can remember what happened? Thanks. Mr. Hayward, so I'll play it from 10 seconds on the body-worn camera file, which is, it should be 17, oh, I wonder if we can use the timestamps. 17:44:22. She's gonna say, there's my dog. So they transcribe it. Actually, let's read it, because maybe the transcription's different. Well, I guess they're watching it. So let's actually watch it. So let me line up 17:44:22. Okay, they only play that first little clip. 42. Okay, it's censored, but I think I'm at the right timestamp for when they want to start. And then they're going to stop after they say 55 and a 35. So let's follow what they're presenting here.
Stop, ma'am.
Yes, it is. You can call Dennis Kohlmeyer right now.
Oh, did I go
I'm
too
telling
far?
you why I stopped you. You didn't stop at all. Did
Dennis Kohlmeyer.
Oh, I'm too far ahead. Hold on. Now I can see the number at the top. I was 2 minutes. 42. Yeah, that's why she says there's my dog.
Sorry, I'm the DA. I was going 55 coming home from work.
55 and a 35.
I don't really care.
Okay.
So you can call Dennis.
Can you come? Can you please come over here? You're on. This is on a traffic stop, ma'am.
Yes, it is. You can
All right, so we'll get back over here. I was slow on pausing it. They stopped here at the 55 and a 35 line. Can you stop that? Can you stop right there? I'm sorry. So Friedman asks, so when you came out and you pointed and gestured and shouted, sorry, I'm the DA. That was the beginning of your apology to Officer Crisafulli. So the apology is me announcing who I am. DA Doorley, it was going to be, but again, you, Miss Friedman, looking at that, would you agree that you appear to be agitated? What do you think, chat? Do you think she's agitated in what we just watched? Okay, look at the freeze frame on her face, coincidentally. She's like, Doorley says, sure, absolutely. Miss Friedman, and that's how you would apologize to the officer? J. Doorley, because it wasn't what was said before the body-worn camera, video, audio. I know that's no excuse, but Miss Friedman, well, and just to confirm, J. Doorley, but in my mind, Miss Friedman, what he said to you was to get back in your vehicle? Doorley, yeah, yes. Miss Friedman, and that is what prompted this instant reaction? D.A. Doorley, yes, this. Miss Friedman, okay, and because of that, you then decided you were going to abandon your apology. D.A. Doorley, no, but then it just moved on to who I am. Miss Friedman, well, why don't we play that to see what actually happened? So let's see how far they play it. Okay, they actually played to where I just stopped, where they're saying you could call Dennis Kohlmeyer. So they played it for like another 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Can you pause that? D.A. Doorley. Oh, did say you can call, yeah, Miss Friedman. You can call Dennis, right? So we are less than 15 seconds, right? At the bottom. The video is just at 31 seconds. But in terms of your interaction with him, yes. Doorley says yes. Miss Friedman, you're less than 15 seconds into your action with him, and you instantly tell him to call Chief D.A. Doorley. Yes. Miss Friedman, Kohlmeyer? D.A. Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, so at this point, you've decided you're not. Him telling you to remain in your vehicle had caused you to abandon your apology and tell him he should be calling his supervisor. D.A. Doorley, yeah, I don't want to say abandon my apology, but it just, for whatever reason, I'm just telling you this is what happened. There's no disputing this. For whatever reason, I lost it. Miss Friedman, so, D.A. Doorley, I mean, you could ask me all the questions you want. I mean, I was inappropriate. I was a jerk. I could use stronger language, but I'm going to try to be a lady here this morning. This is out of character for me. Well, I don't know. You use stronger language, apparently, speaking to this officer and possibly while in your car before you made it home, while speaking about this attempted traffic stop to the chief while he was on the phone with you. So, but now you're a lady. Now we're going to keep it lady business. This is out of character for me. And again, if I went back, I certainly have never behaved like this before and would never again. Maybe, but sorry if I have doubts. Miss Friedman. Okay, let's just talk about this first. Well, this is the second call on video, the second call to Chief Kohlmeyer, but it's the first call that we see. D.A. Doorley. Okay, Mr. Masters, this is her attorney. This is Doorley's attorney. Excuse me, could we take a very brief recess for me to visit the facility? All right, guys, we have a comfort break. The comfort break has entered the deposition. Thank you. Miss Friedman, yeah, that's fine. All right, so they take like 10 minutes, get some reading glasses. Doorley needs to make sure she can see what's being said that she said. Let's see. So they take 9 minutes. And then the chair comes back. So there's your permission for a comfort break, chat. And hanging back over here, Kay Schmidt, thanks so much. Good to see you. This has been an interesting one. We're watching a prosecutor randomly assert that, in my opinion, for no reason, she feels threatened by an officer that she didn't pull over for. Very interesting things for a DA to be saying, because I don't think they look at other people's assertions that they felt threatened or unsafe by an officer. I don't know if she would look at those with the same lens that she looks at herself. So big thank you here, dropping 5 gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. You guys that are now members, you guys can be the neighbors that are walking by in the body cam to check out all the funny business that's going on at Miss Doorley's home. So big thank you and good to see you. Very, very generous. Thank you for your support. Got lots of love for Kay Schmidt here in the building. So there we go. And Keisha E, good to see you. Going back in the bushes. And, you know, not too many bushes in that Webster home footage for Viverito to hide in. They're kind of all neatly pruned, very open lawns. Hard to find a good bush to hide in. Yeah, Aaron says Bruce Harvey's rolling his eyes right now. Yeah, Mary Jane, this is very speak to the manager. I mean, maybe we should give Karen's a break and use Sandra's, Sandy's for a little bit. No shade to all of the Karens and Sandy's or Sandra's. We love you guys when you're not, we don't like the character of a Karen, right? That doesn't mean we don't like Karens and other Sandys. But maybe we can give the Karen name a break. We'll go with Sandy for a few weeks. So we get back on the record after the facility break. And let's see. Friedman says, so when we left off, we were talking about the beginning of your interaction with Officer Crisafulli. When the audio turns on, she keeps reminding us when the audio turns on, when we have a record. On the body-worn camera footage, we hear you say, sorry, I'm the DA. And you had said that that was you intending to apologize at that point, question mark. DA Doorley, right, because I assumed that he had spoken to the chief and he knew who I was. Hold on. No, what's the very first line she says? We're going to have to go run this back. How did she just watch this? And I believe Susan Friedman put the full phrase in one of her questions. You very quietly hear her say, before she says, sorry, I'm the DA, very quietly on this footage, you hear her say, call the chief. So.
Sorry.
You heard that? Call the chief. So how are you still, after we've gone through, they're replaying this for you, you evidently have the transcript that you can read right in front of you. Your first thing is saying, call the chief. And then your answer here is, right, because I assumed that he had spoken to the chief and he knew who I was. How would you be assuming that he spoke to the chief if you just said, call the chief, I'm sorry, I'm the DA? So Ms. Friedman says, okay, but you agree that in terms of what we see, your gestures, your tone, you came out hostile. You came out of your vehicle and you were hostile. DA Doorley, I would say my tone matched his tone, and that's what threw me off, because I assumed that that chief had at least told him that's who you're dealing with. Ms. Friedman, and if he knew that you were the DA, what did you think he should have done differently at your home? DA Doorley, first of all, maybe change his tone and have a conversation with me and treat me with respect. You got mad that somebody, a totally different person that you end up attributing to being Crisafulli, you get mad that later, 4 or 7 minutes later on, a different person that actually knows you calls you by your first name, and you get mad that apparently Crisafulli called you by your... This makes no sense. This is just... And this isn't just a legal thing, a deposition thing. This is real life. This is your coworker does something wrong and they try to pin it on another coworker. And then this is the language that they use. They spend an hour volunteering all this information of how they were trying to do all these amazing things out of the goodness of their heart and concern for everybody else. And God forbid they did something wrong. It was somebody else's fault. Like this is not the way to go through life and deal with interpersonal interactions. It's okay to say, I didn't want to be pulled over. I was already on edge, and the idea of getting pulled over and getting a ticket put me more on edge, without having to blame it on, I only did this because somebody else did it first. Because the second explanation is just unaccountable. It doesn't help you. In the long run, it doesn't help you. It just makes you look like anytime you do something wrong, you'll never actually make it right for the sake of making it right, no matter how many times you say you're doing things for the sake of others. So she says she just wanted to have a conversation where this officer treated her with respect. Miss Friedman, and just to be clear, the reason why you thought he was not treating you with respect was because during a lawful traffic stop, he asked you to remain in your vehicle. DA Doorley, that and yes. Miss Friedman, that's DA Doorley and his tone, and yes. Miss Friedman, the way in which he said, please remain in your vehicle. DA Doorley, the way it all unfolded, yes. We're 15 seconds into this interaction, and now it's the way it all unfolded. But Doorley also wants to limit it to just when he said, get back in your vehicle. How can it be 2 seconds ago when he said, get back in your vehicle, but it's also the way it all unfolded? Miss Friedman, well, you say all unfolded. I mean, the first interaction you have with him, you agree that you were hostile with him, right? So there wasn't a series of events that led you to be hostile with him. You would agree that you were hostile. DA Doorley, no, I was relying on what I assumed that he knew. And that didn't match up with what I was expecting when I got out of the car to say, I'm sorry. She just says, I'm sorry, not I'm sorry, I'm the DA. Miss Friedman, okay, and so just because you thought he knew you were the DA and didn't treat you the way you believe the DA should be treated during a traffic stop, you were hostile with him. You were very upset when you got out of the vehicle. DA Doorley, I was upset the whole day, I'll tell you that. Miss Friedman, I understand that, but we were talking about DA Doorley. Yeah. Miss Friedman, what happened with the way you treated Officer Crisafulli? DA Doorley, yeah, I was certainly upset. Miss Friedman, okay, so you immediately identify yourself as a DA and then you call, just one moment, I'm sorry. Let's talk about your phone call to Chief Kohlmeyer at the scene. So, and this is the attorney saying call 2. Friedman says call 2. Doorley says 2. Miss Friedman, call number 2 at the scene. So when the officer stated that you were speeding, you responded, I don't really care, so you can call Dennis. Did you not? You know what? Why don't we just... DA Doorley, we just played that. Yes, I heard that. Miss Friedman, yes. DA Doorley, but that's not... But then the second call number 2 came a minute or so later. Miss Friedman, why don't we play... And then Doorley says, to the best of my recollection. Miss Friedman, from the beginning. Mr. Masters. What? Mr. Masters says, I feel like we're looking at the Zapruder film at this point. I've looked at it so many times. DA Doorley, it makes me smile, my little dog. So they play the video. It's where Doorley's saying, call the chief. Sorry, I'm the DA. I was going 55 coming from work. Officer Crisafulli says, 55 and a 35. Doorley, I don't really care. Officer Crisafulli, okay. DA Doorley, so you can call Dennis Kohlmeyer. Officer Crisafulli, can you come? DA Doorley, no. Officer Crisafulli, can you please come over here? DA Doorley, no. Officer Crisafulli, you're on a traffic stop, ma'am. And then they stop playing. Miss Friedman, can you pause right here? So you immediately say, you can call Dennis. We're at 35 to 38 seconds into this interaction. Doorley, correct. Miss Friedman, can you keep playing? So now we're in the video again. Doorley says, yes, it is. Call Dennis Kohlmeyer right now. Officer Crisafulli, okay, I'm telling you why I stopped you. You didn't stop at all. Did you not hear my lights or sirens or anything? DA Doorley, no, I didn't actually. I was on the phone. Officer Crisafulli, okay. The video ends. So here we are. This is Friedman. So here we are. We're about another 10 seconds later. We're less than a minute into this interaction, and you've already pulled out DA Doorley. Yeah, Ms. Friedman, your cell phone to call Dennis Kohlmeyer, correct? DA Doorley, yeah. Ms. Friedman, okay, so Doorley, I probably would have, well, I won't say what I would have said, but it would have been like, never mind. Ms. Friedman, so you call Chief Kohlmeyer and you say, quote, can you just tell him to leave me alone? And then you identify the officers, Officer Crisafulli, because Chief Kohlmeyer did not know who was at the scene. And then you say, would you talk to Dennis? Yeah, so this right here, this interaction, this what we've got here, why would you have to identify Crisafulli if you, at this point in time, because Doorley's represented throughout this deposition more than once, that she was still acting the way she's acting because she was under the impression that Crisafulli already knew who she was because Kohlmeyer told her who she was. But now, with the second call, this officer doesn't even know who's at the scene. So how could he have told that officer? And then Doorley says, quote, would you talk to Dennis? This is ridiculous. Just go away. And that's the end of the quote. Doorley says, that's what I said. Ms. Friedman, yes, you were in the middle of a lawful traffic stop. Why did you think you had the authority to call the chief of police to tell him to order his subordinate to stand down and abandon the lawful traffic stop? DA Doorley, that's not what I said. Ms. Friedman, well, then what did you mean by, quote, this is ridiculous, just go away? Can you tell him to just leave me alone? Chat, is there another way to interpret this? What's the rational way to interpret this? DA Doorley, it was, let me tell you, I certainly wasn't asking for a favor. If you know my relationship with Chief Kohlmeyer, Ms. Friedman, DA Doorley, I understand how that could be interpreted, but it was more like, let's just get this over with. Ms. Friedman, but you didn't say, I'll accept the ticket. You said, just go away. And then at a later point, you say, quote, get the fuck out of my house, right? At no point did you tell the chief on the phone, quote, I'll accept the ticket. I mean, well, let me back it up. You could have accepted the ticket and allowed him to write it without calling Chief Kohlmeyer? Doorley, sure. Friedman, so why did you call Chief Kohlmeyer and tell him to tell his subordinate? DA Doorley, because at this point, I honestly didn't believe that he knew who I was, just for the sake of who he was dealing with. Ms. Friedman, I just want to clarify. You didn't believe that Officer Crisafulli didn't know that you were the DA? You thought he just didn't know that. And so you were having Chief Kohlmeyer inform him? DA Doorley, vouch for me. Yeah, at least vouch to my identity. Ms. Friedman, and that's what you were conveying by saying, can you just tell him to leave me alone? Would you, DA Doorley, I think I can't. Is this the point I hand him the phone? Ms. Friedman, yes. DA Doorley, yeah. Ms. Friedman, can we just play what happens on the call? DA Doorley, because I was going to let them deal with it. I really just wanted him to vouch as to who I was. So then they play more of the video transcribed as Crisafulli saying, why are you so upset at me? I'm doing my job. You just admitted to me that you were going 55 on 35 on Phillips Road. DA Doorley, can you please tell him to leave me alone? It's Officer Crisafulli. Officer Crisafulli. DA Doorley, Crisafulli. Officer Crisafulli says, can you stay over here, ma'am? This is a traffic. DA Doorley, no, I'm not staying over here. Crisafulli, this is a legal traffic stop. Do you have your ID? So if she wasn't thinking, oh, and sometimes in the moment, you might not think of a way to do something. You only think of one thing, one solution in the moment. You don't think of the alternatives. But you have Crisafulli volunteering, hey, one way I could find out who you are while you're trying to hand me this phone and have someone vouch for you. Where's your ID? So even if she didn't think of it, which can be a human thing in a quick moving moment, the idea is being volunteered to, the idea is being put in the air. And it's not an unreasonable way to show who you are, especially since you're well aware that your DA badge is right there with your license. But how does she come out showing her ID? She shows the badge portion, not the, oh, let me flap this back and hold up the ID card. Crazy. So Crisafulli asks for the ID. Doorley says, no, it's in my purse here. Crisafulli, you have your purse right there. Doorley, no, this is my lunch, but you talk to Dennis. This is ridiculous. There's no way. Why, if your sole reason, your excuse for needing him to talk to Dennis is your identity, vouch for your identity, why are you dismissing this opportunity to go get your license, your ID card? It's crazy. And this is just a great, beautiful tee up by Friedman. Crisafulli, hello, sir. So he takes the phone, they stop the video. Miss Friedman, can you pause that? So you say this is ridiculous, just go away. And then you go back into D. Doorley. Yeah. Friedman, towards your vehicle and into the garage. Doorley, I leave him with my phone. Miss Friedman, yeah. And that was your phone call to Chief Kohlmeyer. What you believe you conveyed to him was, please tell Officer Crisafulli that I am the elected DA. That's what you believe you conveyed during that call to Chief Kohlmeyer? Doorley, you know what? At that point, I just really wanted him to know. I was just saying, just vouch for my identity. Miss Friedman, and I just want to be clear. Did you at any point on the call just now say to Chief Kohlmeyer, can you please tell Officer Crisafulli that I am the district attorney? Doorley, yeah, that's vouching for who I am. Miss Friedman, is that what you said just now? D.A. Doorley, not in so many words. Miss Friedman, what words do you think you said that suggested that? This is like baby walking. Can we play that again? Do you need us to? D.A. Doorley, like I said, I'm not contesting anything that I said. Miss Friedman, I know you're not contesting it, but you said when you called Chief Kohlmeyer, you told him that you wanted him to vouch for your identity. And I would like to know what you said during this call that would, D.A. Doorley, would, okay. Miss Friedman, convey that, yeah. D.A. Doorley, like I said, and so they start playing the video. Crisafulli, okay, can you please come over here? You're on a, this is a, they replay the whole thing, you guys. She's handing the phone over. And then, can you please tell him to leave me alone? And then he asks for the ID. So they're just replaying the same part. And then D.A. Doorley, we're back to the deposition. D.A. Doorley says, yeah, we didn't get that far because I literally was giving him the phone so that he could confirm who I was. Miss Friedman. So I just want to, D.A. Doorley, it may not have come across that way, but that was my intent. Miss Friedman. So by saying, can you just tell him to leave me alone? This is ridiculous. Just go away. You would hope that your intention was to convey to Chief Kohlmeyer that he should tell Officer Crisafulli just to vouch that you are the district attorney. D.A. Just the ID. Miss Friedman. Just the ID? D.A. Doorley. Yeah. Miss Friedman. And D.A. Doorley. Yeah. Miss Friedman. So Officer Crisafulli talks with Chief Kohlmeyer, presumably. He says it is in fact D.A. Doorley, right. Miss Friedman, the district attorney. But this continues to escalate. This, D.A. Doorley, it absolutely does. Miss Friedman, okay. D.A. Doorley, like I said, I'm not endorsing any of that. Miss Friedman, do you have any? Mr. Hayward, why was it important that he vouched for you? D.A. Doorley, because I felt like he didn't know who I was. Mr. Hayward, why was that important? D.A. Doorley, I felt like when he comes in my garage and he orders me back in the car, he should know who he's dealing with. I thought it was important that he know who he was dealing with. Well, typically an officer doesn't want someone getting out of their vehicle until they ask for license and registration. Oh my goodness. This is common. You don't even need to work in the legal field to know that that's the order of operations. Crazy. Mr. Hayward, why is it more important than anyone else that he stops on a traffic stop? You could have presented your driver's license, your badge, anything else. Why is it important that he know that you are the DA in the circumstance? D.A. Doorley, I just felt like it was important that he knew who I was. Mr. Hayward, right, I understand. Why? D.A. Doorley, why? I can't tell you that. Mr. Hayward, not because you thought there would be a different result if he knew who it was? D.A. Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, that you were seeking a courtesy that's often given to other members of law enforcement? Question mark. D.A. Doorley, no, maybe, no, I hadn't even gotten to the point of, quote, am I getting a ticket? It was more of, Mr. Hayward, what, but he's already said you were going 55 and a 35, and you're like, I know. Mr. Hayward, well, you previously asked the chief to tell him to stop following you, correct? DA Doorley, I don't believe I said that. I believe it was, I think one of your guys is trying to stop me for speeding. Oh. Even the smartest people, the people that are prosecutors, people that are trained to do this for their career, like these questions, to know how people try to slick talk around answering things accurately, truthfully, meaningfully, candidly. Like, look at, she just said, I didn't know I was getting a ticket. Oh, but also, yeah, I did already say at that point that I was trying to get someone to stop me for speeding. Oops. Mr. Hayward, the hum must be, yeah, tell us more. DA Doorley, again, I don't remember the exact words. I'm just at the beginning because I believe Dennis knew where I lived. I'm like, I just turned onto Fieldcrest. I'm just going to pull into my driveway, make sure that, he knows it's me. It's not a threat. Mr. Hayward, right, but at this point, you've been pulled over. You're out of your car. You have the ability to interact in your own driveway. What is it about this that makes it important that he vouch for you to the officer? This is like pages and pages of this, guys. DA Doorley, because when I got out of the car, it wasn't the encounter that I was expecting. I wasn't expecting to be given a pass, but I was expecting a different tone. I was expecting conversation. Oh, I would love to see every case ever where somebody says the officer had an attitude with me, and that's why I did X, Y, and Z after. So please forgive my transgressions and any of these counts that relate to my behavior following what I claim is an attitude from somebody. And God, there's so many body cams where officers are just outrageously attitudinal, aggressive, even get physical before like I can find, objectively legal, and sometimes just subjectively. We shouldn't be handling these things as members of the community that are taking a position to protect and serve the community, right? But now you have a prosecutor here saying, oh, I got an attitude from the officer, so everything I did after, that's the justification for it. Just take that standard and apply it across the board. And I wonder how many cases would be impacted. Because I do not think Doorley's office gives, they want to pump tickets out, I'm sure. But I'm sure when there's more being accused of a regular citizen that's not in the capacity of working with this office, they don't give this type of, well, what you did is fine because they had a tone to their voice. So she says, I wasn't expecting to be given a pass, but I was expecting a different tone. I was expecting conversation. I was expecting to be able to say, quote, I'm sorry. And that's not how it all unfolded. Mr. Hayward, and you thought that you were entitled to do those things because you're the DA. Doorley, no, I think police officers should treat people like that most of the time. Sure. I agree, but I think we're only getting Doorley saying this because she's the one walking the walk right now. I don't think we've always felt like this. I don't think Doorley's always felt like this. Mr. Hayward, understood, but did we not agree the officer in a traffic stop, when someone doesn't stop immediately and then pulls into their own home, is within his rights to tell you to remain in the vehicle during the stop? You wouldn't dispute that, right? It wasn't out of line for him to tell someone being stopped to stay in their car. DA Doorley, for the people that had stopped, correct. So because you do one wrong, it makes the next thing right? Oh my goodness. So imagine any other situation now where someone doesn't pull over, failing to pull over for a traffic officer or whatever it's called in whatever district. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you should have done that one thing, but anything you did after that is fine because you did something different. Oh my gosh, Mr. Hayward. So by vouching, you were attempting to have more latitude or leeway during the stop than an ordinary person may be afforded. You wanted to be able to go into your house or to apologize or to have a different tone as a result of your position as the DA. DA Doorley, I guess you could interpret it that way, but like I said, I don't know why I was thinking that at the time. I know better. I know better. Mr. Hayward, so as you sit here, you can't really put your finger on why it was important that Officer Crisafulli knew that you were the DA. DA Doorley, I really can't sit here and tell you for a fact. I can't. I think the chat can. Mr. Hayward, okay, yeah. Ms. Friedman, so we've kind of danced around the subject a little bit about the call with Chief Kohlmeyer. So why don't we just talk about that phone call? So as your counsel has I shared with you, we have a memo from Chief Kohlmeyer that he wrote. We have the memo. It's a contemporaneous memo where Chief Kohlmeyer states that when he picked up the phone, you said something along the lines of, so it did come from Chief Kohlmeyer, quote, tell your officer to stop fucking following me. DA Doorley, yeah. Ms. Friedman, so now we have a DA trying to say that police chief, embellishes, lies, tells half-truths, adds words into statements. That's what was happening earlier. And she wasn't even, at that moment in time, she wasn't even pressed into giving the specifics. She volunteered this information earlier in the deposition herself. I mean, she probably knew questions were going to be asked about it. But guys, this is a gold mine. We have a prosecutor throwing a police chief under the bus to save herself for a traffic ticket. So Chief gives this memo at the time, back on April 2022-ish, April 22nd, 2024-ish, that Doorley said, tell your officer to stop fucking following me. This is while she's still driving from Phillips Road to her driveway. DA Doorley, yeah. Ms. Friedman, no, Friedman, Aaron, so it's confusing. Friedman and Hayward are both with the Prosecutors Commission. Her counsel is Mr. Masters. So, but the way they've been doing this deposition, the different individuals from the commission, sometimes one's jumping in, and Hayward's the one that Friedman's leading a lot of the questions, and then Hayward will jump in to like drill down on something. So they've got like a tag team thing going on. But yeah, that is confusing because typically it's just one attorney, and if there's another attorney, it's usually for another party that has some interest in being present at the deposition. But yeah, same side here. Miss Friedman, and you testified, well, you just testified a couple times throughout this, that's not, DA Doorley, those are not the words I said. Miss Friedman, those are not the words you said. DA Doorley, those are not the words I used. Miss Friedman, okay. Are you familiar with Captain Mark Reed? DA Doorley, yes. Miss Friedman, okay. I'd like to play Captain Reed's interview with the CPC. I assume that's the Commission on Prosecutorial Conduct. So Captain Reed receives a phone call from Chief Kohlmeyer immediately after your first phone call, as they're trying to figure out what is. DA Doorley, okay, Miss Friedman, what is happening? Yes, I know you. DA Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, you don't know about that, but yes, that's what happens. Oh my God, Jet, get her. And he is explaining that what that first call was with Chief Kohlmeyer. I'll just play that clip. No? Downloading. And this is just for the transcript. This is Captain Mark Reed's interview, and we're starting at minute number 2. Mr. Hayward, how about 153? Miss Friedman, 153. So here's a transcription. It says unidentified speaker. It starts in the middle of a sentence. Quite clear on some things. We're not trying to pound you. We're just trying to make sure that we have it totally squared away, okay? Captain Reed, yeah. Unidentified speaker. All right. Could you please tell us what you remember of the event? Captain Reed, so I left work around 3:30-ish that day. It was kind of rare, but we went to Greece, New York, to my sister-in-law's house for dinner. It was a Monday. We generally don't, it was just me being away from the town or my residence is rare, generally, but I got a phone call from Chief. I'd have to look at my phone for the exact time. It was quick. He said, I tried calling Jeff. I couldn't get a hold of him. He said, I got a phone call from Sandra Doorley. She might be in a traffic stop or something. He goes, I don't know. I remember him saying that she said, quote, tell him to stop fucking following me. It was a quick phone call. I think it was like 30 seconds maybe, the phone call. It was, I need a supervisor over there to look into it. So I hung up. I called Kevin Johnson, who was a sergeant working that day, and I said, "Hey, do you have an officer trying to stop a car?" He's like, "Yeah, they're not stopping." He says, just like they just got him pulled over at their house. Got him pulled over. I'm like, "All right, I need you to go to the traffic stop." I hung up with him. He said, "No problem." Hung up with him. I called Chief back. I said, "Crisafulli was trying to stop a vehicle, pulled over in the driveway now." It was again a really quick phone call. Okay, so he apparently, according to him, he did tell Chief that Crisafulli, whenever he gets a chance to call back, was the officer. So Chief says, according to Reed says, Chief says, "I need you to get a hold of Jeff." So I hung up. I called Jeff, Lieutenant Webster. I said, "Hey." He's like, "Hey, what's up?" I'm like, "Chief, tried to call you." He's like, "Oh, I didn't see that." I'm like, "Traffic stop." I go, "Kevin's had to go over there right now. Cameron tried stopping a car. Sounds like maybe Sandra Doorley." I said, "I need you to go by the traffic stop." And so that video ends. Let's see. Miss Friedman. Okay, let me stop here. D.A. Doorley. May I just ask what day that was recorded? Miss Friedman. Yes, let me give you the Mr. Hayward. Oh, she's going to play it the memory. So May 22nd. D.A. Doorley. Okay, thank you. Miss Friedman. Okay, so we have the chief's memo where he says that you had said, "Tell your officer to stop fucking following me." And now we have Captain Reed. D.A. Doorley, I obviously heard it. Miss Friedman. Yes. Is there any reason why Captain Reed would say this if that's not what Chief Kohlmeyer told him? So now we got to put Captain and Chief under the bus. D.A. Doorley. I'm telling you, to the best of my recollection, I did not say that. I did not say fuck. I can tell you that right now. Miss Friedman, did you say, "Tell him to stop following me"? D.A. Doorley, I said, "He's following me." Miss Friedman, was there any indication, did you indicate to Chief Kohlmeyer that you wanted the officer to stop following you? D.A. Doorley, like I said, I can't remember the entire conversation. I really don't. I know it was, "I'm going to my house." And I think he even acknowledges that he knew that I wasn't going to stop, meaning that I would be going to my house. Miss Friedman, okay. D.A. Doorley, and he didn't say, "Just stop where you are"? D.A. Doorley, it was more like, Mr. Hayward, is it possible? Doorley, I'm sorry? Hayward, is it possible that you said to Chief Kohlmeyer to tell your officer to stop following me? Or are you resolute that you did not express that sentiment? D.A. Doorley, I can't swear to you what I said in that phone call. Mr. Hayward, so it's possible that the sentiment you expressed, not word for word, was asking him to tell the officer to stop following you. D.A. Doorley, I can't tell you how Chief Kohlmeyer interpreted what I said. Mr. Hayward, not interpretation. Doorley, he may have. Mr. Hayward, did you? Doorley, I can tell you. Mr. Hayward, did you possibly say, "Tell him to stop following me"? D.A. Doorley, I don't know if I said that. Mr. Hayward, okay. Doorley, all I know is that I said, "I believe your officer's following me." She's remembering more of the quote. I remember that. "I'm not a threat. You know that, Dennis. I'm going home. I'm going to pull in my driveway." And it was, I recall him like being hurried, like, "Okay, let me get off the phone." It wasn't, "Well, why don't you just stop right there?" It was almost like a silent acquiescence that, "Okay, I'll just be in my driveway. It wasn't very far away, I mean." Mr. Hayward, yeah, it was a very quick interaction by all accounts. Miss Friedman, so in your public statements, you expressed that you told Chief Kohlmeyer that you wanted the officer to know that you were not a threat. Do you remember using those words? Doorley, I remember that sentiment being transmitted. Yes. Who words it like that? I remember that sentiment being transmitted. Yes. I don't know if I said threat. When you're pulling over someone, you should know who you're pulling over. If you didn't want them to play it, I just wanted them to know that it wasn't a threat. If he was going to come into my driveway and we were going to handle this, I wasn't going to pull out a gun and do anything. Miss Friedman, okay. Gee, can every single citizen have the ability, the option to call a police chief in the town where someone's trying to pull them over. So they can say, I'm just going to do what I want, but whatever I do, whatever I decide to do, even though it's not what I'm supposed to do, can you just like make sure the officer doesn't think anything weird about it and think there's something suspicious and maybe unsafe going on? Imagine if everybody could just do this. Miss Friedman. Okay, and I have the memo here. Do you need to see a copy of the memo? Do you have the memo? Doorley, which one? This one's Chief Kohlmeyer's. Doorley, this is the one. April 22nd. Yep. And would you agree that nothing in the file, in the note about the call he received from you at 5:43 p.m. says anything about you conveying to Chief Kohlmeyer that you were not a threat? D.A. Doorley, correct. Ms. Friedman, and it doesn't say anything about you saying to him that you will talk to the officer at your home. Doorley, no, the only thing, he even says she wasn't going to, she wasn't stopping. Yeah. Will you just say there's two separate? He thinks some things happen in the phone call. I don't remember the phone call. I remember some things, but I dispute the fact that I did not say, quote, tell your officer or your guys to stop fucking following me. I did not say that. Ms. Friedman, if you didn't, is it possible that you didn't use those words, but you conveyed to him that you wanted the officer to stop following you, even if you didn't use those exact words? J. Doorley, no, you don't understand the conversation that I just hung up on. I was talking to my daughter. I know you don't know this, and that afternoon, I found out that my husband may have lung cancer, and that's what I was Googling before I left. He didn't want us to tell any of the girls. I was on the phone with my oldest daughter because she's my best friend, and I needed to talk to someone about it. And I was driving, and I was trying to get up the courage to say, we may have an issue with Dad. I'm a cancer survivor. I went through a stem cell transplant. That fact that my husband was going to go through this, I'm sorry. Ms. Friedman, should we... D.A. Doorley, this is what was going through my mind. I wonder if she started crying here. I wonder if she was getting teary. D.A. Doorley, this is what was going through my mind, and I literally was on the verge of telling Aaron, they think Dad has some cancer at that moment, and this is what happened. This is not me. I'm sorry. I think if there's any reason why this happened is I almost died. If any of you have had cancer, I went through a stem cell transplant where they basically bring you to your death and bring you back to life. Yeah, Aaron, why am I in it? Aaron says, why am I in it? The thought that my husband, that I've known for 30 years and kids was going through that. And the doctor told us that afternoon, in addition to everything else, it was a bad day. I don't remember things. All I know is that I just wanted to go home. This interrupted I was literally going to tell my daughter at that point, like I needed her support through all this. And this is what happened. I was not in my right mind. I know that's not an excuse. I behaved terribly, but I can tell you, this is what was happening. I'm sorry. I'm being Miss Friedman. No, Doorley, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this, but I talked to Bob. I've talked to my family. We ended up telling the girls about the diagnosis. Well, the potential diagnosis on that Sunday. It turns out he's got some weird disease called histoplasmosis that I've never heard of. If you look at the things that I was Googling right before I left work, it was conditions with this inflamed lung disease. I literally was not in my right mind. You can ask me. We could rely on words. What did you mean? I don't know what I mean. The only thing I thought of at that point was, here we go again. I'm going to lose someone I love after he, got me through it. Yes, this is the most unprofessional thing I've ever done in my life. And yes, I regret it. I just want it to be over. That's why I even said to Bob before we came, I'm like, let me just retire. Before we came to this deposition? So you don't think you want to retire a year ago when this first happens, and you have a medical crisis where you might be wanting to spend time with somebody, but you think of this before the deposition's about to happen? I'm interpreting this from what I can make a guess on. That might not be what she means here. But you want to retire when the going gets tough for you and you're about to be under the limelight, even though back in April you said, I'm going to do the things. I'm going to submit myself to the grievance committee. I'm going to be transparent. I'm going to discipline myself by doing the ethics training we all have to do as an office. Now you decide to selflessly decide to retire because of your husband's illness that, for all intents, probably is gravely affecting him and the family. But you're claiming that your reason for wanting to retire before you come to this deposition in March of 2025 is because of that and not because of the deposition? You know, I'm going to be 62 next month. I got 33 years in. We sold our house. We have a house in South Carolina. Yeah, and this had to be later on because they don't end up selling their house until November, and then I think there was like a December or January. They're like 2 sale transactions and then 1 purchase. I just want to go away. I want the community to know that I'm sorry. I want to protect the integrity of the office, and I want to go away, and I wish you'd just let me retire. But she stayed. So up until this time, this is why I thought it was so important to read. We read a 13 Wham article where we get the context that as of July 16th, so 10 days ago, 13 Wham confirmed that District Attorney Doorley is still living in Monroe County after selling her Webster home last year, and she's still at work each week in the DA's office. So she's still getting her pay. Her pay is not interrupted by this whole time. She's still reaping the positive benefits, even though a year ago she said she wanted to take accountability for things. And now in this March deposition, we're getting this, oh no, right before I have to do this deposition, please just let me go away. Why won't you let me go away now? Why didn't you want to step down a year ago? And I think this is like if there is an ice cream sundae about the audacity, to me, this is it. It's being able to ride out the waves of this for as long as the benefits continue to benefit you more than the risks weigh down on you and the downside weighs down on you. But now that you have to go through the tough parts of this deposition, now you're willing to fizzle out. So I'm sorry, I'm babbling. And then to make it, I'm sure she is affected by her husband's family and the cancer story, but to approach the situation, I need my daughter to be my rock. It's not just me as the parent having to tell my kids that their father's sick. I don't want to tell the kids yet. My husband doesn't want me to tell the kids, but I've got to go and tell at least my oldest daughter so I can get it off my chest and get some help. Fair enough. People are human. You need people to lean on. There's a gray area there. But then you also take this cancer story and make it seem like that's the reason you want to retire before you have to sit for this deposition. And I don't think that that's the candid, authentic reason why she wants to not do this deposition. This is essentially her saying tell your guy to stop fucking following me. This is her in this context saying, just make this go away. Just leave me alone. This is the second time where she's conveying that sentiment about a different point in time, all for her own benefit. And me, I'm not buying that it's really for the benefit of her family. She's using that as a crutch, even though what they're going through, I think, is probably a real tough thing for families to deal with. So I really mean that as just a criticism of Doorley. I don't mean that to criticize what the family themselves are dealing with. But, and I'm going to steal her line. So Doorley says, I'm sorry, I'm babbling. Me too, guys. I'm sorry, I'm also babbling. Ms. Friedman, no, thank you. We don't have any further questions. Doorley says, I'm sorry. Friedman says, it's all right. Doorley, I'm so sorry. Friedman, no, it's okay. And then Doorley says, I'm not like this. I look down murderers in court and, tell them, I'm going to have the last laugh here, buddy, when you're carted away for life. Yet this was way too personal for me. I'm sorry. What? So it seems like she's getting teary-eyed just by the way, I'm a girl. So when I'm like, I'm sorry, it's because I'm sorry. I don't mean to be crying like this. Sorry, my bad. So I have a suspicion she's crying here and getting teary-eyed while talking about how badly she wants to make this go away for herself and just go to South Carolina. She's crying for herself here. And then she says, I'm not like this. Look, I look down murderers in court and, I tell them, I'm going to have the last laugh here, buddy, when you're carted away for life. Yet this was way too personal for me. I'm sorry. You just told us it's out of character for you to use the F word and to tell people to leave you alone. But here you're crying because you want people to leave you alone. And you're making a proud bragging moment of how you're telling defendants, she's calling them murderers, but defendants in court, haha, I'm going to win. I'm going to have the last laugh. Isn't that interesting? So then she apologizes. Miss Friedman, you do not have to apologize. Doorley, I feel like a fool. Miss Friedman, the commission doesn't have any other questions at this time. Friedman's like, all right, just stop. Like, we're done. Doorley, don't hold it against my daughter. Is there any indication in any of this? They said don't hold it against Aaron. Is there any indication from this commissioner, either Friedman or Hayward, that they wanted to hold something against the daughter that Doorley mentioned, that volunteered into the storyline? Oh my gosh. Mr. Hayward, is now a good time for a lunch break? Are you guys ready for a break? Her attorney says, I think I am. Friedman says, I think we all are. So they come back, let's say. I guess there's more conversation. They agree to come back at 1:30. Friedman says, yeah. Doorley says, I'm sorry again. All right, why are we still saying sorry? We're on a whole new subject. Mr. Masters, this is the attorney. I gave up eating during litigating Ms. Friedman. I don't know how to eat either. Mr. Masters, years and years ago. So Simon says, let's reconvene at 1:30. Mr. Masters, that's great. Friedman, yeah, we're going to turn off the recorder now. So they go off the record at 12:50 and they come back at 1:33. Oh my goodness. Oh, good to see you, James. I love when someone does a long stream and it gets me through my Saturday chores, which I didn't get to do today. I'll have Sunday chores this week. So really cool. Happy to be in the position to get you through all those fun weekend activities. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Well, let's see. Yeah, Sabata, she's doubling down on her BS by saying all of this. Right. And this is the DA. So you have a DA throwing, well, you can't just trust the chief and the captain when they say somebody said something. And I'm not disagreeing with the general sentiment that, hey, maybe we should have some caution when we are asked to take at face value the words of law enforcement when there's some type of, prosecution going on. Sure, we should question them, but it's very interesting for a DA to concede to that and just say, when it's me, you should question what they're saying I said. Just crazy. Keisha E, yeah, she's moving, but is it a transfer so she will be able to keep her retirement benefits? We did have, in one of the articles, we did have a well-wishing statement from someone like, I hope she can put this behind her and is able to move on and succeed in the next thing that she decides to do. However, it seems like she's leaning towards retirement based on her own words in the deposition rather than starting up a new position. But now she said she's approaching 66. 65 gets you into that like cushion area for most retirement planning, right? Unless you decide to like fat fire retire. So I think that the timing conveniently, coincidentally, supports a retirement plan there more than just I stuck this out because I wanted to do a great job as a district attorney for the selfless benefit of the community and not for myself. So let's see. They come back on and Susan Friedman's like, hey, just to confirm, we're done with the first round of the commissioner's questioning. And then the chair says, Miss Doorley, I have one question and second questions that I want to explore with you. And I'm going to make a statement and ask whether you agree or disagree. There's a widely held view, both inside and outside of law enforcement, that members of the law enforcement community are routinely afforded special treatment during traffic stops, including by not being issued tickets 4 tickets for routine traffic violations. Do you share that view? I want to be clear, I'm not asking whether it should happen. I'm asking whether it does happen, that members of the law enforcement community are routinely afforded special treatment during traffic stops. Doorley, I've heard that, yes. Chair Simons, you said several times today, and I'm thinking of, I miss STS, because his cat's name is Simon, and I'm liking Chair Simon's questions here already. You said several times today at various points of the same examination that you don't know why you acted the way you did. Is it possible that you reacted with hostility to Officer Crisafulli because you are not being afforded the special treatment that is routinely provided to members of the law enforcement community? Doorley, I think it was more than that. I don't think it was that. Chair Simons, do you think that was a part of what prompted your reaction? DA Doorley, it could have been, but I don't think so. I really don't. I know that doesn't sound logical. It doesn't, but I didn't get there in my mind. Chair Simons, I'll leave it at that. All right. Do you think Chair Simons is happy? I think he's satisfied with the answer he got, but not in a way that's good for Sandra. Do you think him saying, that's all I have, I'll leave it there? Do you think he thinks this answer was good for Doorley? No remorse, can't actually concede. It doesn't matter if she's sprinkled. Oh, I know I was being a jerk. See, I'm accountable. Look, I can say I was a jerk here and there. But when the heart of the matter is questioned, do you think that special treatment was part, or the expectation of special treatment was part of what prompted the way you behaved on that day? No, I don't think so. Couldn't have been. The heart of the matter, she still has no accountability. So I think he got his answer. He's satisfied with the answer. It satisfied the question and what he was looking for. Maybe Simons it could be a girl. I don't know. Mr. Masters, this is the attorney for Doorley. Any questions you want to ask? Yeah, and you guys do not think that was not a, hey, that's all I have. That was not a good sign for Doorley. So Mr. Masters is here now. Again, Aaron, this is the counsel for Sandra Doorley, the respondent. On your direct examination in great detail, we went over from the moment of the effort to stop you until we played the opening moments of the video, the body-worn camera video. You had indicated when you first saw the lights employed by Officer Crisafulli, you did not conclude that they were directed towards you. Doorley, not at first, like I said. I thought he received another call, and that's why he had turned around on Phillips Road. Mr. Masters, when did you conclude that they were directed towards you? Oh, when you did conclude that they were directed towards you, you were still on Phillips? DA Doorley, yes. Mr. Masters, and how far from the intersection on which you made the turn were you at that point? DA Doorley, I'm very bad at distances. I'm not very far. I'm like less than I would hit my driver. I don't know, 300, 400 yards. Does this mean driveway? Okay, I think that means driveway. Mr. Masters, okay, well, it's 3 or 4 football fields. DA Doorley, wait, I'm really bad at it. Maybe 2 football fields. So I do, Mr. Masters, okay, or 1 foot, 1.5 football fields. He's like 3 and 4. And she's like, no, it's like this, or maybe like this. One of my favorite deposition moments is Amber Heard describing the size of her teacup poodle. And because the poop on the bed is too large to conceivably have come from a tiny teacup poodle, like the name is Teacup, she's like, yeah, she's like a brick. She's like this big. She's like, the teacup poodle's like this. But because it helps her to expand the size in this deposition, she's like, the dog is getting bigger and bigger as the deposition goes on. So here we need the distance to be smaller, and we're shrinking. We're shrinking the distance. So Mr. Masters just says, okay. We're not going to keep questioning. We're just going to say, okay. DA Doorley, you have to understand, going down Phillips Road, there's farm. It's farm on both sides, 2 lanes, culverts on each side, and then you come upon my development. So it was before I made the turn, yes. Mr. Masters, Okay, so going over 50 miles an hour at that time and traversing, let's say, 2 football fields. That's the period of time before you made your right-hand turn. DA Doorley, yeah, and obviously I was slowing down because I was going to take that turn. Mr. Masters, and it was around this moment you were on the phone at that point. DA Doorley, with my daughter. Mr. Masters, with Aaron. Doorley, Aaron, yep. Mr. Masters, and then that you concluded that call and then placed the call with the chief. DA Doorley, correct. Let's see, Mr. Masters, and that call lasted 18 seconds. DA Doorley, yes. Mr. Masters, and regardless of whether or not you swore at him, or, yep, what was transmitted was the notion that an officer was following you and that you weren't stopping and you were headed home. DA Doorley, correct. Mr. Masters, did the chief ever object to that course of action that you expressed to him? Doorley, no. The one thing I do remember, it was like, okay, like he wanted to get off the phone and make a phone call. Mr. Masters, okay, did you have an assumption who it was that he was calling? DA Doorley, no. Mr. Masters, okay. DA Doorley, I didn't know if he was going to say something over like their local radio. I did not know. No. Mr. Masters, so how long is it from when you made that right-hand turn off of Phillips onto, is it Fieldcrest? DA Doorley, Fieldcrest. Masters, how far is that then until you get home? Doorley, not even a minute. So not even a minute is long enough for you to not pull over for an officer after turning off one road and onto another. You have got another less than a minute, but that's fine. You don't got to pull over. But when it comes down to an interaction, 15 seconds, you already have the opportunity to say things went awry, things went crazy in just 15 seconds. So Masters continues. Okay, and you pulled up to your driveway. You went into your garage? DA Doorley, correct. You indicated that you had an assumption that your plate had been run. Doorley, yes. Okay, you also had an assumption that there might have been recognition of your house and the vehicle itself. Doorley, correct. And did you assume that Officer Crisafulli had been spoken to by the chief? I assume that, yes. And I still don't get why you would even say this when the very first thing heard on the body cam audio is, call the chief, I'm the DA. So how are you getting out of your car and now representing in 2025 that when you were getting out of your vehicle in your garage, you assumed he spoke to the chief and that he knew you were the DA? If the first words out of your mouth, call the chief, I'm the DA. It just seems dishonest and willfully dishonest because she's had ample opportunity to review the transcript and the video. DA Doorley, I assume that, yes, that he was aware of whose garage he was entering and who he was following because of my phone call and because he just came right up the driveway. Now, so in the future, following this precedent that Sandra Doorley is setting here, should an officer show up, follow someone that isn't stopping, and just park and sit in their car? They just sit there? Just twiddle time away? Why? Well, this makes no sense. Mr. Masters, now on direct examination by both counsel, the discussion about the notion of when there is a car stop and the direction, stay in the car. Doorley, right. Masters, do you know what the purpose of that direction is? Doorley, oh, safety, officer safety. Mr. Masters, it's purely security based. Doorley, yeah. Masters, and at the moment you were getting out of that car, your assumption was that, Doorley, he knew I wasn't a threat. Mr. Masters, that they knew your identity, and the first thing that Officer Crisafulli said to you, which is not captured on the video, was, Doorley, get back in your car. Mr. Masters, she remembers this quote so perfectly. Mr. Masters, can you describe his tone? Doorley, authoritative, harsh, loud, get back in the car. Masters, okay, and would it be fair to say that that tone seemed incongruous with it was that he appropriately was expressing a safety-based order about somebody that you presumed he knew he should have no reason to believe would be a security threat. Well, that was a mouthful. DA Doorley, correct. Mr. Masters, okay. Thereafter, you misbehaved. Doorley, I did. Mr. Masters, to the degree that we've all seen way too many times. Yes. In all of its cringeworthy glory. Yes. This is just some big joke, right? We all do it. But what's the difference when a regular person does it? Mr. Masters, in the Board of Ethics report, they conclude that your behavior was designed to secure benefits. Let's roll back. How many police departments are there that you, DA Doorley, that I deal with? Mr. Masters, deal with. DA Doorley, including the state police, there are 12 total. So our largest ones are the New York State Police, the Monroe County Sheriffs, and the Rochester Police Department. And then the rest, the 9, are our local law enforcement agencies. Mr. Masters, and you deal with separate bureaucracies for each of these departments. Absolutely, yeah. Is it fair to say you have a different relationship with Doorley with each one of them? Yes. Mr. Masters, describe the history of your relationship with the Webster Police Department, and particularly your relationship with the chief. DA Doorley, so historically, when I, moved to Webster, I had a great relationship with Chief Jerry Pickering. He had been at the Webster Police Department forever. We had a tragedy that happened in Webster. It was Christmas Eve in 2000, I can't remember, 12? I believe it was, where an officer and a firefighter were killed in the line of duty responding to a fire. That was always something that, I worked very closely with Webster. They became my special police force. I did all of their homicides. Chief Pickering retired. Another chief came. How many homicides does Webster have? Webster, New York. Crime rate in Webster. So this is just a quick search. We're going to go off whatever the internet tells me. Did we get down to... So Fairport is less than Webster, but everything else seems higher. Significantly higher, I would say. What homicides were you handling for them? This all says 0. Oh, we had 4 in 2011. So that seems like an instance where... So this one time? Okay, I guess that's the basis for our... That's the basis. And I had to look that up, living in Rochester for a little bit, when you hear that somebody lives out in Webster or Fairport, you're like, oh, you must have a nice house. It's just, it's the nice area. So hearing this, I handled the homicides. Had to check real quick. So let's see. So I did all of their homicides. Chief Pickering retired. Another chief came, and he was very nice. And then Chief Kohlmeyer came. I'm not really sure when he started. When Chief Kohlmeyer left the Webster Police Department first, before he was there originally, then he left, and he was looking for other jobs. The first job he looked for was chief or director of our Crime Analysis Center. And I was on the hiring committee along with the Rochester Police Chief and the sheriff and the member of the DCGS. Now, this is interesting because where my mind is going with this, and again, this is her attorney asking these questions, and she's giving this answer. It seems like between the lines, you called him because you thought you did him a favor way back when he wanted to look for another job. So I don't know how this is supposed to be helpful for her, but okay. This looks exactly like special treatment because I helped you that other time. We went through a battery of interviews with several individuals. Chief Kohlmeyer thought he was worthy of it. He didn't get the job. When the chief was retiring, okay, so he didn't get the job. When the chief was retiring in Webster, I did not support Chief Kohlmeyer. I supported another individual who was a deputy chief in Greece and whose father actually at one point was the chief of the town of Brighton Police Department. All right, so this gave me new context I thought was going to take me somewhere. It was the wrong direction. So I'm going to go back to my original. You call the Webster police chief because there's a Webster officer pulling you over. I also had some issues with Chief Kohlmeyer, especially within the year preceding this. We had a fatality. It was People versus Jennifer Alexander, where it was right after the discovery reform, and his technicians unit had done some extra tech work that was never provided to the office. Oh! The investigator didn't think it was a big deal. And this came out on cross-examination. And oh my God, is she mad because they ruined her case? At trial, DA Doorley, at trial. And the case ended up getting dismissed. And I know at that point, it was the chief of my vehicular crimes unit, Ray Benitez, who it was one of my, best and most thorough DAs. He actually went to the police department and said, do I have all of this information? And they said, yes, yes, yes. It comes out in cross-examination that we never got these papers of discovery. One was releasing something to the family. One was having the state police come in and maybe look to see if other reconstruction could be done. I mean, they weren't monumental, but it was paperwork nonetheless. So the case ended up getting dismissed. So Chief Kohlmeyer and I had some words after that, because at that point, I don't think the law enforcement in our area really knew how important 245, the changes to 245 were. This is the discovery law change, you guys, and how we really needed to get everything. All right, so before we keep going, do you guys think that this is a valid, what do you guys think? This incident from, when was this? Did you say when the case was? Especially within the year preceding this switch, this election. So in the year preceding the election, there was this case, People v. Jennifer Alexander. Do you think this is, it seems to me like maybe Masters is using this example and having Sandra tell this story, Sandy tell this story, to say, you know what, they would have motive to say I said the F word when I didn't say the F word. They have motive because they resent me for being mad that they ruined my case. Do you think that this is enough of, it's not that I was asking for special treatment. They just wrote a word I didn't say in a statement to make me look bad because of this other thing. And either way, even I don't buy this. I'm not buying that. But I'm saying I think that's what they're trying to do here. But either way, what's the flip side of that? You have your district attorney. These officers still have their job. So are you saying that this office, this whole police department just works on pure resentment? Are you finally acknowledging what some people that are just regular citizens will say? But you don't really take that to heart during prosecutions. But now when it benefits you, well, officers will make stuff up because they resent somebody or they don't like somebody or they want to get their get back or they just want to win. So this is like a catch-22. Like, if I believe it, it still doesn't help me have confidence in the system. And if I don't believe it, then you're still just making excuses like I quite frankly think you've done throughout this whole deposition. So we're going to get through this. What are you guys saying? Let's see. YP Come Chic says that's the minus of being in the quote club and knowing other government people. When government people get into trouble, they start throwing their club members under the bus. Yeah, Sandra's actually being persecuted for doing the right thing by not pulling over. Oh my goodness. Trakisha says it's BS. Factual law. Yes, this is 403. This is 403. And I guess their argument for relevance is, the retribution aspect. They're getting at possible bias of the parties that made statements against her. Keisha says, I remember when I was pregnant and told the officer I have to use the restroom. He looked at me like, stop it, you're getting his ticket. So one of my best friends growing up, her mom got out of a traffic ticket by saying she had diarrhea. The cop was like, oh my God, okay, bye. So it worked. It works sometimes. It works. Yeah, kind of crappy situation, huh? Oh my goodness. I'll never forget that story. She was so proud of that story. And they said, yes, yes, yes. It comes out on cross-examination that we never got these papers of discovery. One was releasing something to the family. One was having the state police come in and maybe look to see if other reconstruction could be done. I mean, they weren't monumental, but it was paperwork nonetheless. So the case ended up getting dismissed. So Chief Kohlmeyer and I had some words after that, because at that point, I don't think the law enforcement in our area knew about these discovery changes and how we really needed to get everything. But I don't know, but this time frame, she refers to this, she got close with the Webster department back with this 2010, 2011 fire, 2012, she thinks it was maybe. And the other chief is still chief for some time, and they have a good relationship for quite a while. Another chief comes in, and then after that, at some point, this new chief, this current chief, comes into the picture. So how long have they not known that they should care about discovery? That's interesting. So forward a couple of months, we have a law enforcement council meeting once a month where Mr. Masters explain what that is. DA Doorley, where you sit around a table with all of the chiefs and the representatives from the 12 agencies, the other agencies, and it's information sharing. And I want to bring everyone's attention, without calling Webster out, what happens with 245 and what can happen to a case and how they could be in jeopardy if we miss one little piece of paper. So I was explaining the whole circumstance. I don't even think I used the case name. And I remember Kohlmeyer raising his hand and saying, okay, I did it. It's my agency. So he felt like I called him out. Or maybe he's just being accountable. So maybe you just can't conceive that somebody's just like, we don't have to dance around the details. We can just say it flat out that it was me. It was Webster. This is the case. And Doorley is only capable of seeing this as a response to somebody's tone and hostility. And personal offense. Also, a couple of weeks before his office had a run-in with one of my investigators who used to be one of his investigators. And he always said, why did you hire this guy? Why didn't you call me? It was just things like that. I've gotten a lot of great relationships with law enforcement. Kohlmeyer wouldn't have been the one to Mr. Masters. Well, let me ask you, in the reports, and we've heard discussion of Lieutenant Webster, who ultimately came to the scene. DA Doorley, yeah, Mr. Masters. And in the report there, Lieutenant Webster, after the issuance of the ticket, the departure of all the other uniformed officers came to your home. Yeah. And there was a discussion and makes mention of a matter. DA Doorley, Brian Abrams, Masters, Abrams. Inform us what that, put some flesh on that skeleton. What is with this guy's use of language? DA Doorley, okay. So this was April 22nd. I would say 2 weeks before I got a call from Kohlmeyer, and he wanted to talk about an incident that happened with one of a couple of his people and Brian Abrams. Brian Abrams is a Rochester Police Department officer who works in the tech unit at that point. Mr. Masters resides in Webster, though, right? And that's the thing I used to hear a lot too. Like the majority of RPD lives outside of the city. Like they're not actually from and in the city. So I don't think this is unusual. This doesn't surprise me. And I had just had him as a witness on 2 of my murder cases that I tried in 2023. He did a lot of things with drones and making compilations that I used in trial. For whatever reason, I couldn't talk to him right then. And I said, why don't you call Perry Duckles, who's my first assistant? So, okay, no problem. So I find out, we're getting like all the tea. So I find out what happened it was a Saturday afternoon, and Brian Abrams apparently had a drinking problem, and I did not know that. And he was driving in Webster, and he either stopped or fell asleep in the car, stopped at a traffic light, or on a street in Webster. And as officers approached the car, and they found out it was Brian Abrams, they turned off their body-worn camera, they realized he was drunk, and they actually, brought him to rehab that day. So what Perry had described to me was the chief wanted to know, number one, if I could prosecute Brian Abrams after the fact, and that if there was any way that I could prosecute any of his officers for failing to turn off their body, for failing to turn on. I think she's just mincing words here. I think she means this guy, Perry, was like, can you prosecute them for like turning that off and not doing anything? Or for the way they handled the situation. So I believe in one report, Kohlmeyer says, well, I was expecting her to call me, and that would have been, he was expecting me perhaps to follow up on that and whether I would file charges or whether I would assist with this internal investigation. What happened when this whole thing ended, my husband actually came home from the gym, and we were sitting in our living room, and all of a sudden the garage door opened. Not the door leading into the garage. And Jeff Webster came in, and he came over, and he came into the living room, and he said, like, what was that all about? He goes, you know, it's all on body-worn camera. And at that point, I said, you know what, Jeff, basically it is what it is. I'm confused. I don't know if he was thinking that I was going to say, get rid of the body-worn camera, but I didn't. And then I quickly changed the subject to what happened with Brian Abrams. And that's how that unfolded. Master says, okay. Doorley says, does that make sense? I'm a little lost following it, but it seems like a hot mess of people trying to, hey, we did these things that maybe we shouldn't have done, and someone else saying, hey, are you going to do anything about them doing something they shouldn't have done? So Mr. Masters, okay. Doorley, does that make sense? Masters, now. Doorley. And then I think afterwards, what happened was maybe it was September. They end up releasing the body-worn camera to the public of the encounter with Brian Abrams, up to the point that they turned it off. Mr. Masters, do you know did you prosecute Brian Abrams? No. Mr. Masters, did you prosecute any of the Webster officers who engaged in the behavior that the chief was unhappy about? No. Is she using... So Chief Kohlmeyer was mad at me that I didn't do something that maybe I should have done. And so you shouldn't think he's credible when he also... So Kohlmeyer's trying to get you to prosecute for something that looks like special treatment to Brian Abrams. And I'm not saying... I'm not actually opposed with the idea of if someone can't help themselves from stopping to drink and whatever, if it's like a lawful stop, someone's drinking, and we get someone in rehab and it helps them with their drinking problem, I think that'd be a good outcome. I think that's better for everybody. But the idea that you're turning off your body camera and you wouldn't do this for everybody, you're only doing it for one person because they happen to be a friend, they happen to be another law enforcement officer, that's, you know, I'm not trying to ram the hammer down on everybody in the worst way possible for the sake of punishment, right? But it's so selective. And it seems like Kohlmeyer in this story, in some way, like, hey, are you going to like prosecute some of this? And Doorley didn't. So Doorley is now saying, well, he was mad about me for that. So that's why he's not credible when he says I said the F word. This is like, I don't know. So Doorley's like, no. Masters, do you know what happened to the people who worked in the Webster Police Department? DA Doorley, I just verified one left after that. The other one was suspended without pay for like 30 days. Mr. Masters, overarching point of this, I'm not implying in my questions, nor do I believe you're implying in your answers, that the chief has ever done anything wrong. DA Doorley, no. Masters, but ranking the 12 chiefs that you deal with on a constant basis, whom would be the chief that you are the least close to? It would be him. Yeah, so they are trying to get at this argument that I wasn't looking for special treatment because I called the chief that would be the least likely to give me special treatment. So clearly I wasn't looking for special treatment. But what's the thing? If you're, let's use, I'm in Brevard County. So let's say the Brevard sheriffs are behind me, not Cocoa Beach Police Department, not Melbourne Police Department, not Titusville Police Department. It's the Brevard sheriffs. If I say, look, I have these 6 departments in my cell phone contacts, or I have their chiefs or whatever, I can call. If I'm getting pulled over by Brevard, I'm going to want to call the Brevard people if I'm going to call anybody at all. So why did we even get here? The common sense thing is you're driving to your Webster home and a Webster police vehicle is behind you trying to pull you over. You saw them turn around. You probably know the colors of the vehicle. You know it's a Webster person trying to pull you over. So why would your reason for calling the Webster chief versus another chief not just simply be that that's the chief that supervises the person probably driving the vehicle that's trying to pull me over? This whole side story about, oh, I wasn't seeking special treatment because I actually chose the one who would have the most discretion and appropriately evaluate. No, you just called the chief that belongs to the vehicle that was trying to pull you over. This is so stupid. This is 403. This is buffering. Like, Oh my gosh. So, but let's see. Let's see how they play this out. So Master says, but ranking the 12 chiefs that you deal with on a constant basis, whom would be the chief that you are the least close to? Doorley, it would be him. At one point, I had to say to him, because he would call me, he wanted me to get personally involved in all of his internal investigations. This is when, oh no, we have Giglio letters. You would have to disclose. I'm sorry, when did New York start caring about Giglio? Because Giglio isn't like a case that came about in the last 5-10 years. It's been around for decades. And she did the same thing when we were talking about discovery, basic discovery that would constitute Brady. So why is she just acting like, and she's speaking to a team of attorneys, people that have been in this profession, this line of work for years. Why is she acting like, just vaguely saying that Giglio's some new shiny thing? So this is when Giglio letters, you would have to disclose, you know, the officer's personnel files and issues, and he would call me on everything. And at one point I said, you know what, I appreciate this, but please deal with my second assistant. What? So you have someone that's trying to disclose everything to you, and you're like, defer to somebody else. And maybe she got everything she needed through her assistant. But she's acting like, oh my God, we had to throw away a case earlier because something wasn't disclosed to us. It wasn't our bad. But we're also going to scoff at a chief's willingness to go out of their way to provide things that they're supposed to provide. What? Okay, maybe they updated or had like, maybe they codified it into like a New York statute through the 245. Mr. Masters, well, is it fair to say that he was disappointed by the result of the Brian Abrams? The Brian Abrams. D.A. Doorley, yes, yeah. So you can interpret this, but all of that other stuff you couldn't say, you couldn't suggest that it was a possibility. Mr. Masters, and that had only been recently before. D.A. Doorley, it was weeks before. Mr. Masters, is it fair to say if you were seeking some sort of courtesy, favor, special treatment, that of the 12 chiefs that you deal with, Chief Kohlmeyer would have been the last person, that person that you would have expected it from? D.A. Doorley, that is correct, despite what you've seen and heard. Mr. Masters, and when you called it, well, what is calling a different chief going to do for you? If it's not RPD pulling you over, if it's not Monroe County Sheriff's pulling you over, what would it do for you calling one of their people? In that moment, this is so stupid. This is like the biggest reach, and this Mr. Masters guy is just like artfully going along with it. And when you called him, you were mindful of that and would have never asked him. D.A. Doorley, no. Mr. Masters, knowing he would have likely refused it under any circumstance anyway. Doorley, correct. Mr. Masters, we're all downstaters here, and I've been a special assistant in a number of the smallest counties on the Canadian border. And cultures are different. The VTL violations prosecuted within your county, and not just your county, within the whole western part of the state. What is this, traffic laws? Like vehicle traffic laws? VTL. Vehicle and traffic law. Okay. Look at me learning, and here Aaron's over here like the New York law was updated in 2020. Okay, so they are talking about, to me, I'm going to assume it's some type of codification of Giglio, which, you know, has always been, it's a SCOTUS federal case, so we shouldn't really have had to codify it to start using it, but because it's codified, now we actually have to cross our T's, dot our I's. That's how I look at those types of changes. So let's see. So I've been a special assistant in a number of the smallest counties on the Canadian border, and cultures are different. The vehicle traffic law violations prosecuted within your county, and not just your county, within the whole western part of the state. The currency for a speeding ticket going 20 miles over the limit. What would be the anticipated routine disposition offered to anybody? Doorley, diversion, online program, and then a parking ticket. Mr. Masters, no jeopardy of points on the license? D.A. Doorley, no. And I would love to hear Going 55 in a 35, 20 miles over the limit. No jeopardy of points for 20 miles, 55 in a 35? I mean, maybe no jeopardy wasn't the right words for this guy to use. Maybe he means like it's not definitive, it's not guaranteed that somebody is going to walk away with points on the license. That I could think was a reasonable way to question this. But no jeopardy of points on the license when you're going 20 over in Rochester and Buffalo and any of these areas. That I don't think at all. Yeah, no. No removal, no. Mr. Masters. And this is standard throughout that entire DA Doorley. Yeah, I always used to say we would give parking tickets like they're candy. I was more concerned about people. You watching, I mean, there's one by the Department of Motor Vehicle, and then I actually had one of the local sergeants from the Greece Police Department who retired do one specifically for texting and driving. And that was when we used when hands before hands free. Mr. Masters. So the notion that you would have sought a favor initially would have had to have been to avoid a parking ticket. Mr. Hayward, correct. Okay. And then, or an ACD, we give ACDs too. And I think that's an adjournment and contemplation of dismissal. So we're going to adjourn in this matter and not make a finding. And, if you don't do anything else to get yourself in trouble in 6 months, we'll just dismiss this matter. So don't show up back here. Mr. Masters, on speeders? Yeah. Mr. Masters. Okay. And the notion that you sought the avoidance of a parking ticket would have been that you would have sought it from someone with whom you had the least productive current relationship and the least anticipation of expecting that favor to be looked upon with any form of courtesy. Doorley, correct. Mr. Masters, you were asked earlier about the CLE and beyond the CLE to the rest of your office. What other steps did you take to address this within your office after... I think we've employed the word appropriately, viral dissemination of this entire incident. DA Doorley. So the first thing I did that Monday morning when it became public, I sent it out to my whole office with an apology email. But after that, I had scheduled a meeting with every single one of my attorneys, except for some of the new local court ADAs. I didn't get to them, but it was over like a 3 or 4 week period where I met with them for at least 15 minutes to a half an hour, depending on, who they were. I took it as an opportunity to go over their case lists and to also, apologize and talk to them about it. See if they had any questions and try to just, begin to earn their trust again and build confidence and say that, what the most important thing is how we all, as an office, handle this. We all are in this together now. What I did is on me, but, this office is made up of all of you and we have to move forward. So I had a lot of meetings. Mr. Masters. Okay, I have nothing further. All right, so we're going to switch away from, we're going to go back to the other attorneys. I think they have other questions because we've got like 30 pages left. But Aaron, back to the speeding ticket amounts. Says, no, going 11 to 20 miles per hour over the speed limit in New York results in 4 points on the license. And that does not include the reckless driving component of her speeding and talking on the phone and fleeing. And then disobeying like the orders or whatever they would label that as. But yeah, that's just egregious to me. You hear stories of people going to traffic court and get parking tickets for it, sure. But when you're dealing with someone that's facing points, it's not like they have to be going 100 miles per hour in a 35, 55 in a 35. And that's why we keep hearing it stated, I think, by the officer. You're going 55 in a 35. Because there's that tone there, the tone that Doorley hated. That tone was probably like, it's not like you were 1 or 2 miles over, 5 miles over. You were 20 miles over. And you're admitting that you were 20 miles over and speaking hands-free. So whether it was hands-free or not, her characterization of her demeanor and her distress, I was hands-free, but I was distressed. Maybe you were, by all means, your own admission, driving while distracted in some way or form. So I don't know. Yeah, for her and her attorney to be like, oh, I don't know how it works in your parts. I'm a downstater, but you tell us. You just tell us. We'll accept you at face value. You just give people an online course and a parking ticket when they go 20 miles per hour. Yep, there's no jeopardy of points. That's crazy. So, yeah, thank you for looking up and seeing that it's a 4 points. And to me, you know, these driving things, it's a New York State thing. It's not the Monroe County Department of Motor Vehicles. Yeah, you have facilities here and there, but it's New York State driver's license, New York State driving laws. So the downstater comment from Mr. Masters is kind of useless, irrelevant context. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you guys. So Mr. Hayward and Miss Freeman, remember, these are the two with the CPC, the commission. They're going to confer. They step out. Doorley says she's exhausted. Master says, and you're driving back tonight. You're driving tonight, right? Doorley, of course I am. Yep. Chair Simon says, we can stop it. Chair Simons already knows his decision or her decision. Remember, Chair Simons is the one that said, like, that's the only question I have, or I'm done. I have no more questions. Simon says we can stop this deposition. They already know. They already know that they're going to censure Doorley. Mr. Masters. Oh, maybe. DA Doorley, middle button. So they recess at 1:58. I'm glad that they caught this on the record. Until 2:04. They come back on the record. Mr. Friedman, or Miss Friedman. So just a couple of follow-ups, just to clarify a few things. We've got like 30 more pages. So you said when Mr. Masters asked you, Officer Crisafulli's tone when he first approached you, you said, I think the word was authoritative. Is that right? DA Doorley, I think that was one. Yes. Miss Friedman, yes. And that had surprised you because you believed that he knew that you were not a threat, given who you were, that you weren't a threat. And I know this was all your phone call to Chief, from the time you hung up the phone with Chief Kohlmeyer to the time that you got in your driveway. Would you say that was less than a minute? DA Doorley, about a minute. Miss Friedman, about a minute. Doorley, a minute and a half, maybe. Miss Friedman, okay. And so all of that happened very, very quickly. When Officer Crisafulli approached you with this authoritative tone, did it cross your mind at all that perhaps the chief didn't get in touch with him and he didn't know who you are? DA Doorley, no, not at that moment. But then that's what I was led to believe. What do you mean led to believe? Miss Friedman, okay. DA Doorley, when you said that's what I kind of figured out but at first, I assumed that he knew that the chief did not get in touch with him. And then it became apparent to me as the conversation went on that he didn't. Miss Friedman, he didn't know who you are? DA Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, and when it registered that he didn't know who you are, did you think that perhaps you should take a different approach with him? DA Doorley, I can't tell you. In retrospect, absolutely. Miss Friedman, did you believe when you hung up the phone with Chief Kohlmeyer that he was going to either directly contact the officer or in some way convey that it is DA Doorley or whoever the vehicle is or whoever the officer is? Doorley, I'm sorry, I didn't know how he was going to do it, whether it was going to be by cell phone or by calling into the local radio. I did not know. Miss Friedman, okay, and when you testified that when you told Chief Kohlmeyer that you were going to drive to your home, he didn't say, don't do that, pull over right now. So you believe that Chief Kohlmeyer was giving you, for lack of a better analogy, the green light to keep going. DA Doorley, right. Like I said, I remember him like trying to get off the phone, like, okay, like hurried conversation, like he was going to do something after. Miss Friedman, okay, given how you explained to us your history with Chief Kohlmeyer, when Officer Crisafulli approached you, did you believe that I hope they asked the question I have. Did you believe that he knew who you said that you believe he knew who you are, right? That you're the district attorney. And did you believe that you were being treated this way because you were the district attorney? DA Doorley, can you say that one more time? Ms. Friedman, sure. When Officer Crisafulli approached you, you believed that he knew your position, right? That you were the district attorney at that point. DA Doorley, I thought that he knew who I was. Correct. Ms. Friedman, in giving what you described as your relationship with Chief Kohlmeyer, as this incident unfolded, did you at some point believe that you were being treated the way you were because Officer Crisafulli, in fact, did know who you are and that you were treated this way because of your identity? Doorley, I don't know what I was thinking at that point. Mr. Masters. Oh, wait. Okay, so this is her attorney jumping in. Whether or not it's like reverse special treatment? Miss Friedman. Yes. Yeah. DA Doorley. I can't answer that. Mr. Hayward. As you sit here today, having put all the pieces together, do you think Officer Crisafulli knew who you were when he came up? You said something earlier about you put pieces together and things. Do you think he knew who you were? DA Doorley. I don't know. You know what? I wish I had put all the pieces together. I still don't, like... And Mr. Hayward, what makes you think he might have known because you had never worked with him before, correct? DA Doorley, correct. He came from another county. I think he was on maybe he was six or 6 month or something like that. But I mean, it's all like we share the same airwaves and radio stations and television stations and all that. But I don't know if when he passed me that he saw me. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Yeah. Mr. Hayward, over the course, DA Doorley, I forget what the original question was. Mr. Hayward, no, I think I'm just trying to sort of... Doorley, sorry. Hayward, summarize as we are today. Do you have any reason to think, or do you think that he did this because he did, in fact, know who you were? DA Doorley, I don't know. Mr. Hayward, so you still think that there is a possibility that this is motivated by him knowing? That's just... DA Doorley, no. Mr. Hayward, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. DA Doorley, no. So all of this, we go through her whole side stories of all the reasons that Chief Hayward and there could be retribution. This could all be happening, and she wouldn't call them for special treatment because if anything, they might have resentment towards her. But yet she's like, no, I didn't think that his tone was because Chief Kohlmeyer was out to get me, was out for blood. So all of that was irrelevant. And then Hayward says, you said during the interaction, you said it became clear he didn't know. DA Doorley, yeah. Mr. Hayward, and are you left with the impression now that he, in fact, did not know and there was a lack of information on his part? DA Doorley, I don't know what he knew. To this day, I don't know. I've never spoken. Mr. Hayward, what do you think he knew? Do you think that he knew who you were? DA Doorley, I think at some point he did figure out who I was because I believe it was the female officer who said, well, I knew who she was. You showed him your badge, lady. Mr. Hayward, right. Well, you had given him your badge before Officer Thomas came. I mean, what motivated your initial interaction? Do you believe that he knew who you were at that stage or not until you showed him your badge? DA Doorley, I really don't know. I can't answer. I don't know. Mr. Hayward, is it sort of possible that your reaction was not just motivated by the, quote, get back in your car, but also the history with the Webster Police Department and thinking that this was, for lack of a better word, retaliatory? DA Doorley, I want to say that if I dig deep in my heart and look for why I acted the way that I did, I'm going to say that I was under such stress that I just exploded, and that's the truth. All right. So she could have thrown them under the bus there, but she actually went, all right. Now we got a long story, guys. I mean, that afternoon, I was dealing with, learning about my husband, but I met with police about a cold case. We had a murder over the weekend. I know that Bob talked about that. It was probably one of the most horrible videos I've ever seen. It was a taxi cab driver, and he had, his body cam right in the taxi cab. And you could see the defendant, reach around and execute him. And he was Mr. Masters. I neglected to remind Sandra to bring that with her. If you would like, I could submit a copy of it to grievance. Mostly because I think, as I explained, my experience is that the people on grievance are not familiar with the evidence that we deal with. I know all of you are, and that's why I didn't want to this cloying effort to just hand you something gruesome. But if it is that you think it might edify part of your decision, I'll see that it is provided. Ms. Friedman, thank you. I don't think we need to see that. Just on timing, I want to clarify the issue with Abrams and Wilder at the time that you were stopped on April 22nd. DA Doorley, Wilder. Mr. Masters, Webster. It's Webster, Lieutenant Webster. Miss Friedman. No. It was Abrams, and was why he may be one of the officers who stopped him. DA Doorley. Who stopped him? Who stopped him? Miss Friedman. Who stopped him? Yes, and it's yes, the incident with Officer. They're all getting lost. DA Doorley. Yes. Miss Friedman, with Officer Wilder, and the decision whether or not at Chief Kohlmeyer's request to do some kind of prosecution or investigation at the time you were stopped on April 22nd. I just wanted to confirm that decision was still pending, right? You had not made any decision at that point. DA Doorley, I believe that my first assistant may have told him, but I can't be 100% sure. So they've already looked at all of this and probably talked to Kohlmeyer about this. For Friedman to even be asking this question, they already have additional context that Masters and Doorley didn't bring out when they were doing their questions. So Doorley's not 100% sure. She thinks someone else may have relayed. Miss Friedman, so you had already made, DA Doorley, talk to me about, Miss Friedman, you had already made the decision. Doorley, so Perry and I had already discussed it. And Perry's like, well, I'll take care of it because I had fielded the initial phone call. Miss Friedman, okay, so the decision was made by your office prior to the stop? Doorley, yeah. Miss Friedman, how are you going to handle the Abrams? DA Doorley, yes. Situation, yes, at least between Perry and I. Miss Friedman, between Perry and you. Okay. And so it may have been conveyed to Chief Kohlmeyer by that point. It may not have been, but you don't know? Doorley, correct, yeah. Miss Friedman, okay. Mr. Hayward, see they're tag teaming. Last one, how far is it from when you turn onto Fieldcrest to your house? DA Doorley, maybe half a mile, I think. Mr. Hayward, like a minute or so, or DA Doorley, a minute, I think maybe. I think I counted one day, it was, I think, 15 houses. Mr. Hayward, so 2 football fields. No. DA Doorley, I can only drive the golf ball down, you know. Mr. Hayward, talking to the wrong person. Miss Friedman, I'm confused. This is a lot of golf here. Mr. Hayward, no, understood. And you'd hung up with your daughter when you turned off Phillips and called Chief Kohlmeyer once you were on Fieldcrest? Yeah. So it was that period of those 15 hours that you had the conversation and turned into your driveway. DA Doorley, it was early. It was early on. It was like right at that turn. Mr. Hayward, so just that period from Phillips to your house? DA Doorley, yep. Mr. Hayward, I do not. Friedman, make sure if there's anything else. All right, so they're concluding here, I think. Her attorney says, well, I thought, I don't know. Chair Simon says, I said, Miss Doorley. Mr. Masters, do you have, I will say something at the end, but if you have something to say. Simon says, so we concluded the questioning? Yes. And then Simon says, if either one of you would like to make a closing statement, you're welcome to. DA Doorley, I'll just say something briefly and then tell me if I'm overstepping. Yeah. I can't tell you enough how embarrassed I am. It's affected me. It's affected my family. I'm not going to cry again, I promise. Okay, she was crying. I know it's time for me to go, and I've got that in the motion. I'm just looking for I've got that in motion. So yeah, it's time for me to go. I've already planned my own exit to my own liking. I'm just looking for the best transition for the next person to take over. I think it's time that there should be a new DA. So I would ask you, just let me ride off into the sunset. I've already sold my house in Webster. We bought a house in South Carolina. My husband's living down there. It's time for me to go. It was, as I was telling Dean Simons, Chair Simons, before you came in, my daughter who's in law school, oh my God, it's really Erin. Well, Erin's beyond law school, but Erin, the daughter in the legal field. Oh, this is too much of an overlap, Erin. Are you sure this isn't you? My daughter who's in law school, she's like, Mom, I told you, 3 terms was enough. I should have listened to her. She's probably the wisest one in my family right now. Shout out to Erin. It's 32 and a half years. It was a great career. I would never, ever change what I did, but I would change what I did on April 22nd. And I would love to be able to say to you, this is why I did this. I was angry. I wanted to get out of a ticket, but I can't tell you that. Why can't you say that? I just wanted you to understand. We wouldn't be here if you would just say you just wanted to get out of a ticket. I just want you to understand what was going through my mind. And thank you for at least giving me the opportunity to address it, because OPI never let me meet with them and explain. I just wanted to be able to give my side of the story and put it in context. I can't deny what's on that video. It is what it is, and I'm ashamed. I'll carry that with me the rest of my life. But what I will carry with me, I'll carry that with me, but what I will carry with me, I'll carry that with me the rest of my life, but what I will carry with me is what I've done for crime victims in the community. Sorry, for my 32 years, so thank you. I'm sorry, I never cry. I'm like really this tough prosecutor. Mr. Hayward, work and personal is totally... Well, look, the time to say you're a tough prosecutor is not during the deposition, where the time that you're soft is for yourself and your own benefit only. That's the stark contrast here. Anyway, Mr. Hayward, work and personal is two totally different things. DA Doorley, yeah, really tough. Mr. Masters, I'm going to ask Sandra to waive her right to be present when I speak. DA Doorley, yes. Mr. Masters, I think everyone will be... I just think it better that... DA Doorley, okay, I'll go sit in the hallway. Mr. Masters, yeah. DA Doorley, okay, thank you all. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Can I grab the water too? Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Chair Simons, so we're still on the record. Mr. Masters, thank you. Just a number of random thoughts that have been dawning on me, well, really since the moment I first saw this video. And knowing what all of you have to deal with, and it's that I was named a plaintiff in opposition to this endeavor, it does not change the fact that I view and I have great respect for the work that you're going to be doing. And I think starting... What does it mean that he was named a plaintiff? Is he just saying in opposition to this endeavor? Is that just because he's representing Doorley, or is he in some manner on the table too? He's just got a weird way with words, a weird not way with words. He says it does not change the fact that I view and have great respect for the work that you're going to be doing. And I think starting here is that we're all going to have to learn how to do this kind of precise job on this very narrow focus of investigation and judgment. And I perceive that this will not be my only time I appear in front of all of you. And I think it's imperative that if you're going to be judging and investigating and making the determination of fates of prosecutors, I think it's imperative for you to come to understand the life of a DA, the life of an ADA, and what are the concerns, the incentives. And in this matter, which is one that I would never have expected, the Kipling who, what, when, where, why, and how that go into any sort of an equation of what we're trying to answer, is it's really only the why and how that are really in any level of point that we're trying to get to the bottom of. And I think some understanding of, I've never been the DA, I've never been a counsel to one, I've advised many, their thought processes is different. And I think, Chairman, you were asking about that common belief that there's a notion of entitlement expected by prosecutors from police. And I think in the broadest sense, that does go on. But I think there's a misconception that it's constant and always. And I was the liaison from my office to the NYPD for 12 years, and frequently there were splits of opinion, and there were hard feelings, there were controversies, and there were times when there were genuine divergences. And at those times, it becomes every man for himself. Fingers get pointed. And I think that is something that is a reality. And there are times when, because of the current climate, that the furthest thing from anybody's mind is to think there's going to be a courtesy. And to put it in context for we downstaters, back years ago, when I was a prosecutor, the Queen's office it was our turn in the barrel. We had Sean Bell. Sean Bell was the killing of the young man who was to be married the next day in a hail of 51 gunshots from police. And that was on Thanksgiving weekend of 2006. And it was very obvious that the then district attorney, Judge Brown, made it very clear that this case was going to go to the grand jury, and that this case, I think it was well known and well anticipated, the prosecutions were going to ensue, and likely for a form of homicide. And I have to tell you that the climate within the office, myself, at that point in executive, was to make sure that all the young assistants during the Christmas season did not in any way do anything that would lead to them being pulled over to be questioned. We made arrangements for detectives to make sure that any young assistant who had attended a Christmas party got a ride home, that they didn't, because I got a phone call from a friend who was the lieutenant in charge of the detective squad advising me. And it may not mean anything to the three of you, but I think it will to you, Chairman Simons. Waiting out, the one that's going to make the decision, waiting outside the Sly Fox spot. That was an old watering hole that law enforcement used, as did St. John's Law School. Just letting you know. So we don't always believe in this culture, that this courtesy is always there, and it's always you can count on it. And I really do think that all of you should I saw the interview that Miss Doorley did with the Jennifer Luke from Channel 10, and it's assumed that you were looking to get out of the ticket you were looking for, and I think there's very little benefit that she was ultimately going to get by not getting it. Just there was very little to be gained as a practical matter. And I think she has indicated again and again it was a spectacle. It was the embarrassment. She didn't want to be seen on a main thoroughfare, being talked to, being addressed that way. And that was her vanity. It wasn't, oh my God, this is just going on and on. It wasn't the idea of if she'd gotten the ticket, and it absolutely would have ended with no points on her license. It would have ended with her, how do you know? If this wasn't her, it would have ended with her taking that course. It would have been over. And this is the thing. If an officer is like, why are you being so crass and harsh with me? That's kind of what can push the difference of something going to diversion and becoming a parking ticket with a class to, no, I'm not going to make any exceptions. They were awful to me. I'm going to show up at the traffic court date, and I'm going to make sure I'm present when the judge calls her name on the docket, and I'm going to let the judge know. Yeah, an ordinary citizen doing this, I just don't see it going this way. So anyway, back to this guy's story. It would have ended with her taking that course. It would have been over. It was purely the idea of the embarrassment in her neighborhood. She got worse and worse as every police car showed up, and it became a bigger and bigger spectacle. No, she didn't get worse. She was calm when she was talking to the people that knew her on a first name basis, if you ask me. I'm gonna get mad at this guy. The same reporter interviewed Bill Fitzpatrick after Bill Fitzpatrick. I don't know if you saw it, and I recommended to you to look at it again the last couple of minutes, where I think Bill discussed what he considered to be appropriate. It dawns on me, there are 4 potential things that you guys can do that are outcomes that are here. One is a complete exoneration and apology, and I put that one completely aside. Obviously, that's not realistic. On the other extreme is the idea that you can make a referral for a criminal investigation and prosecution. I think in light of the fact that another district attorney has already looked at it and has declined to do that, and explained both equitable and legal reasons why not, and that you would never be able to find another district attorney's office in the state that would accept such an assignment under the circumstances. To go to the attorney general would be asking the attorney general to second guess the very district attorney she assigned the 2 biggest cases of her tenure in the last couple of months. So that's not happening either. I really do. Is this the type of confidence we want to have in an attorney general? That they wouldn't want to do something if it was high profile? I really don't think that would be. So I think it comes down to the judgment between a recommendation to the governor to remove her or a referral to the grievance committee. I told her when I got involved with this that unless she was willing to volunteer for a public censure, I wouldn't help. I wouldn't be involved. And she said to me, Bob, call it by another name. I've been censured a lot and I deserve it. There's no part of this I don't deserve. I've had to make similar decisions to the ones you're going to be forced to make. It's always easy for a prosecutor to ask for the most, to recommend the worst, and let someone else decide to do it. It's a lot harder to do less. Well, I mean, this part I think is a good characterization. I would submit this time the harder thing is definitely the right thing. For Sandra Doorley, for one of our own fellows in this profession. But we really want you to do less in this particular circumstance, even though normally that wouldn't be the case. The governor, I don't think, based on her public statements with regard to what's going on with the mayor, would be favorably disposed to start a removal proceeding. I don't think this matter is worthy of that. I do think it's worthy of her going to the 4th Department, where she is a known quantity, where cases that her names are on briefs of probably make up 20% of their volume. They know her, they have their history. They will be able to exercise the best discretion as to how it is that this entire unhappy proceeding should be concluded. I think that would be an appropriate conclusion. Now, when I got up this morning, it was funny. Here we go with the story, you guys. The story within a story. We've got the frame narrative. I thought of a book I read in high school. I don't know what made me think of that. And I went to high school. I just had my 50th reunion. In the name of, why was I thinking of Stream of Consciousness? He's really doing this Joseph Conrad thing. Oh my God. No, Heart of Darkness. Lord Jim by Joseph Conrad. And I don't know if you're familiar with it. Oh my gosh. He's going to tell us the whole book. And he is a ship's navigator in the 19th century England, and the crew of the ship believes it's about to sink. They abandon all the passengers and maybe that's supposed to be in an enormous act of cowardice. Turns out all the passengers are saved by a passing boat. They come into dock and they are humiliated for this incredibly cowardly violation of the code. And they actually are put before a tribunal. And the main character is the one who stays for it all the way to the end. He has his license revoked, and he then leaves and heads to the Southeast Asia in complete shame. And he spends the rest of the novel trying to live it down. Trying. He does increasingly good deeds, courageous acts, all as it's clear, to seek redemption. He ultimately dies doing something courageous. And that's how the book closes, that he never really found his redemption. Oh, I look at Sandra and it's like it happened in the reverse order. She had a spectacular career, enviable. She was unquestionably a model public servant in every way. My daughter's an attorney. My daughter met Sandra on a couple of occasions over the years, and I would have hoped that my daughter would have become the kind of lawyer that Sandra had been. And then April 22nd, 2024 at 5:35 p.m. comes along, and it's all gone. And what to me is the most heartbreaking, she doesn't get what Lord Jim gets, a life afterwards to try and find redemption. Because she's not seeking that, she's trying to retire. There's not going to be any redemption. She knows that. She knows she has to crawl away from this wonderful career in infamy, and in many ways, what she's trying to do is not saddle her daughters with her sin. She doesn't want her sins being visited on her daughter. Her daughter is not even going to enter the legal community, where you would think that she would have every advantage, because she knows the daughter will be left to explain this. She will be, I hope, at the end of the day, she will be publicly censured at the 4th Department. That will be the best I can do for my client, and I hope that she can find a way to gracefully depart without additional humiliation. And I tell you, over the weekend, she said she was going to resign. I spoke to her and she didn't. And it's her determination that she wants to see the office and the political process land on a place where there's a competent person to succeed without turning the office inside out. And from having been through transitions, if she leaves now, it will affect the way that this place operates. It will do no good for that legal community. So based on all of that, I implore you, use your discretion to make a referral to the grievance committee where they already have it. They're awaiting you. We were going to be scheduled for the examination under oath, which is essentially this, and they're waiting for you. And I'll just conclude by thanking you all for what I know is incredibly uncomfortable. I know nobody wants to sit in judgment of another lawyer. I know how difficult it is, and you succeeded. If it was your goal to make this a very professional and civilized process, you did that. And you can rest assured that I will let the rest of the DA's Association know that. Thank you. Chair Simons. Thank you. I think we're concluded. It's 2:35. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I take it back a little bit earlier when I'm like, why did Doorley go down these side stories? That seems like that was Master's idea. We're going to go down these side stories about the other chiefs. Oh my gosh. Aaron says I have to change my name. Hi, Freedom Ring. Perfect name. I feel like I'm free. This was a very long deposition. It moved pretty quickly through most of it, but oh my gosh, that last story within the story was drawn out. Just crazy. Touche says, does anyone want to be seen on the side of the road getting stopped? Yeah, right. So just because it's embarrassing, nobody should be pulled over. Is that the logic we should employ? Thank you, Aaron. I felt confused. Aaron says, I'm not sure why he's referring to himself as a plaintiff. Every document I've seen has him listed as Masters Attorney for the District Attorney Doorley, or Masters Esquire for the respondent. Yeah, I just think he just like has his own words. Amber Dawn, good to see you, says, frankly, don't call me Frank. Oh, that's Airplane. The Don't Call Me Shirley. Aaron, yeah, Aaron, okay, well, Sandra isn't dying. She's just moving to South Carolina by choice. They've taken proactive steps to buy a house and move there. Like, you know, it's not just like people are standing outside of my house with pitchforks, so I had to leave in the middle of the night. Factual Lie says at least her story didn't involve a bike. The old red bike driving to and fro. So there you go, you guys. Do you want to wind this down? Instead of ABCs of Steel, we'll get the apology of Sandra Doorley one more time. Any final thoughts, you guys? I've had fun going through this. I know it's just a traffic stop, right? But look at the hot mess that transpired because someone had so much audacity when they were on the receiving end of a traffic stop. So a hot mess. I guess there's a little more that's going to play out. We don't know exactly about the censure and any possible sanctions. So if anything beyond a public censure and she rides off into the sunset happens, we can do an update video on this. But yeah, very entertaining, wild ride. We got to see some, behind the scenes at some beef between different districts and departments and your chief versus my chief. And we're going to say this chief was putting words in my mouth that I never said. Always love to see a prosecutor point out that cops can be dishonest. Whether that's actually true here or not isn't even what I care about. But the fact that she'll say it when it benefits her is very interesting. So this will be treat this like our ABCs of Steel. I know it's not the same thing, but it's our impromptu outro song. Hope you guys all have a great weekend. Thanks for hanging out.
Last Monday, I failed you and the standards that I hold myself to. And for that, I am so sorry. What I did was wrong, no excuses. I take full responsibility for my actions. I fell short of the values I've held for my entire 33-year career. I didn't treat this officer with the respect that he deserved. All police officers deserve respect. I am truly and sincerely sorry. I had just come from work. I was dealing with 3 homicides that occurred over the weekend. I watched a video where an innocent cab driver was executed, and I was still reeling from a frightening medical concern that my husband received that afternoon. But we all had bad days and stress, and it was wrong for me to take it out on an officer who was simply doing his job. While I previously apologized to him, I will say it again. I'm sorry. Police already have a tough job, and that day I made this officer's job harder. To the community, I owe you full transparency. Here's what I'm doing to hold myself accountable. First, I already pled guilty to the speeding ticket, and I will willingly pay the fine. Next, I'm referring the entire matter to a district attorney from another county for review and will fully cooperate with that investigation. I'm going to self-report this incident to the grievance committee, and I will cooperate with their investigation. Finally, if one of my assistant district attorneys had acted this way, I would have disciplined them. So I'm disciplining myself. I will take ethics training to remind myself that professionalism matters. I've been humbled by my own stupidity, and I'm fully to blame. I will make this right. I ask for your forgiveness.
Okay. First, I think I need to.
Sandra, I'm going to start.
What are we playing? Oh, what is this? I don't know. Some of these things will get you if you don't react to them right. I'm going to end up extending this on accident. What is this interview? The NBC 10 one? I came back. Touche. Thank you for the 5. Touche says, I'd still love for you to watch the Ponzi scheme trial at some point if nothing else is going on. Sorry, which Ponzi scheme trial? So I see Ponzi scheme news come up quite often. Like when I get like the Law 360 News Digest in my email, they always, and whenever there's some type of someone's pleading to something or there's some scam that somebody's investigating, a Ponzi scheme pops up a lot on my radar. But is it something ongoing right now? And is it streamed? If you give me the party names, I'll look at it just so I know what you're talking about. But thank you for the 5. Yeah, Keisha, yeah, shout out to the chat. Excellent dialogue. Shout out to the mods hanging out with us on a Saturday. Even Jordy paid us a visit. Long time no see from Jordy. And yeah, I don't know what this just auto-played. Let's see when this was. All right, so this is old. This is the one that we heard them reference for NBC 10. So dropping that in the chat if you guys want to go and check that one out. And I want to see if Touche, I want to give Touche time to drop a name. If not, I'll Google Ponzi and look for an ongoing trial, an active trial that's high profile enough. Let's see. Oh, wait. Is that the one with the defense attorney that had the accent and very dramatic delivery of his questions? And Natalie Cochran. So I was watching the first few days of that, and I was thinking I wanted to do, I didn't have the time to do it. I think that was after the ASAP Rocky trial, and I got deep into work. Guys, this trial was or maybe it was right before. I think that trial is what gave me the idea to start doing the green and red light. And I mentioned that during the ASAP Rocky trial, where put green if you think something's going good, for role play jury. I wanted to do that and didn't have the time, but I did watch the first few days of it. Oh, that was an interesting one. So is that still going on? Because it was 2 separate trials. There was the murder trial, but then there was a trial for the Ponzi scheme. And now one of the Ponzi scheme one's happening. Oh, yes, that was a good one, you guys. So Natalie Cochran is the story we're talking about here. I do believe that trial was like a week, maybe 2 weeks long. So maybe we can get that murder trial on the radar for a rewatch on a weekend, where we can just do like 5 hours on a Saturday, 5 hours on a Sunday, skip through the lunches. Because that was just an interesting delivery of a case. And I remember there was one part they mentioned like black mold and history of seizures for the husband, and I was like, oh, maybe they've got something here. And from what I started to watch, they couldn't rein in with the questioning. They couldn't make something out of that, even though it was there on the table for them to possibly have some mileage with. So we can watch that, chat. I think that would be a fun rewind. And so Ponzi scheme was before the murder trial and already over. And I think maybe they couldn't hear about the outcome of the prior trial. So whatever it was, if we redo that, we can get into that. And there hasn't been a Courtney Clenny update, although I think they have a status hearing coming up next month. But there was a case in England I thought was interesting. And Courtney Mulcrane, that's why I'm thinking of Courtney Clenny for 2 reasons. Her name was Courtney, but it was another stabbing case. I thought about doing a video on. I don't think I'm going to have time this weekend to do one. But I'm going to give an article if you guys want to hear a short, tiny, what reminds me of the Courtney Clenny story. Woman stabbed somebody. She was just found guilty and sentenced to 6 years. A neighbor reports she sees her run up to the guy, the guy that's trying to break up with her. He's trying to break up with her. She calls him a bunch of times after he separated from her earlier in the night. And she threatens suicide at some point. So he feels compelled to go over to where she is because she's threatening to kill herself because he doesn't want to get back together with her. So he goes over there, and a neighbor reports she'd heard yelling and screaming, and she's now watching. She sees this woman, Courtney Mulcroney, come around, and she doesn't actually see the knife go in. She just sees her go around up to him. And then she sees the knife being pulled out by her. And then the girlfriend, Courtney, she like goes inside. She's like putting her boots on while this neighbor runs over to render aid. This neighbor is rendering aid. Police respond, law enforcement responds. Courtney walks out knowing that law enforcement's there. And, you know, I guess she's assuming that an officer's going to hear her statement, or maybe there's a body worn camera. This is in England, so I don't know if body worn camera is always a thing. I think it was in Leeds. And she goes, "You were strangling me." She doesn't render aid. She goes back inside, but she makes a point of coming back outside now to announce to people that this guy was strangling her. And I didn't see anything in the reporting of the case that there was indication that she actually had anything on her neck, or that it came out at trial that she'd been strangled. It seems to me like she just went in and out. She didn't care that he was bleeding out, and he ends up being put in a coma for several days, and has spent the last few years trying to recover, like his mobility and his hand flexion, his strength. Doesn't want to render aid, but she'll come out to announce to an officer, "By the way, he was strangling me." So I'm thinking of that. It's not really a trial that we could look over. It'd be a short little, we'd have to read the news stories. But just a mess. Wicked women. So Natalie Cochran, it seems to be one of those stories. Yeah, thanks for the fake out goodbye. We went down a rabbit hole here. There's a few different stories. I don't remember which one I read that had a decent recap of it. And when I see these things that don't have like a transparent trial, there's not much where you can just go and watch it or read the transcripts. I always just try to pull up as many articles as I can. And even though 80% of them cover the same thing, it ends up saying, let's see, here's one that has a little bit more context that I'll link into the chat. And trying to get as much as I can together about a story. So there's that in the chat. Yeah, Monica Simontelli, another one. Like, you know, I don't know what it is, but there's been a lot of high-profile cases involving women. I think Karen Reed was actually innocent. I don't think it was just a matter of the investigation not being beyond at the appropriate standard it should have been, and the prosecution not proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think she didn't do it. So for that reason, for two reasons, I think the acquittal was appropriate. But I do think it was nice, even though it was only 6 years. I was actually surprised to see. I'm just surprised sometimes to see women get convicted of certain things. Megan Jackson, she was recently convicted. I think they had like every T crossed and I dotted. But here was another story I saw recently. A friend sent over to me, and I looked at it and just crazy. So we can do Natalie Cochran, since we can watch that whole trial and see what you guys think. Do we think she killed her husband to cover up or in spite of a Ponzi scheme that she didn't want coming to light? Yeah, Lori Vallow, another one. Yep. And that's been a ride. Pro se litigant. Aaron says there was also the lady who went to her. Oh yeah, that was crazy. Her ex-boyfriend's job 30 times and broke into his car. She freaked out after she pled because the judge gave her 7 days of jail time. Yeah, that was crazy. If we can find that quick, we can watch that right now. The demeanor shift. Let's just try stalker. 7 days jail time. Yeah, it came right up. So let's find a shorter clip. All right, so we're going to use it. I think this 13-minute one is the one where we can see she makes a statement to the court before, when she's under the impression that she's not going to get any jail time. Look at her demeanor when she's addressing the court versus what happens after the judge announces sentence. I think it's here.
Speak before we announce your sentence. What would you like me to know?
I regret the incident. I definitely acted out of emotion, and I regret that decision that I made that night. And I will take steps necessary to move on from this incident, and you will not see me back here again.
Okay, thank you.
The idea of someone that stalked somebody and showed up 30 times saying, "You will not see me back here again," is just, I don't know if I would have included that in my statement if I were her, but okay.
Okay. Court has considered this matter. This is frankly a bizarro breakup between two professionals. The pre-sentence investigation does not paint a pretty picture of your behavior, Ms. Friedman. You should have known that was over. It's my understanding that the victim had someone else in his life. I'm going to place you on 18 months of community control. You'll be ordered to have no contact with Mr. McKenzie, the victim. In this case, as a condition of community control, you are to wear a GPS device for the first 90 days. You'll be on house arrest with work release. You'll be ordered to undergo mental health counseling, particularly to establish healthy boundaries. And you will serve the first 7 days of this term of probation in our county jail. You are ordered remanded.
We had agreed sentence.
You didn't agree with me, Mr. Kinlan, and I am charged with sentencing.
At this point, we're going to make a motion to withdraw the plea. We'd rather do a trial.
Because you don't like the sentence?
No, because we don't like the way the court has interpreted the facts.
Mr. Kinlan, did you talk to me about sentence before you pled your client?
You were not available, Your Honor.
I'm available all the time, Mr. Kinlan. You chose to plead your sentence, your client.
We only met with you one time, Your Honor. At this point, we'd ask to withdraw.
I'm offended that you would make the insinuation here that I don't work enough.
I'm not making that insinuation.
When was this case indicted?
December.
Yeah, half a year ago.
Your Honor,
Did you make any effort to talk to me in the last 6 months about how I would sentence your client?
Yes.
No.
We did.
You did? When?
When I asked you to take her off GPS back in April.
Okay, and I did.
Yes.
But that wasn't about sentencing, was it? I just asked you, did you make any effort to talk to me about what sentence I would impose after you negotiated a plea deal with the state of Ohio?
No, we did have an agreed sentence from the state. We asked the court to go along with the agreed sentence as a condition of plea.
Didn't ask me. Sorry.
Plea is not knowingly voluntary.
Your bad practice is not my problem.
I don't think it's my bad practice.
We're done.
Don't do that in front of the camera, GLC. Yeah. I'm listening. Hold on. That's right.
Still hear her. So I don't know if we're gonna see it. Of course, it shows love after this moment. It jumps to a love video. So I don't know if there's gonna be more that develops, as a fallout. That just happened, I think, last week, or maybe it's been 2 weeks. So I'm not sure if that's the end of that saga. Although by the time they do anything about it, I think the 7 days will be over. So, but yeah, I don't like to see, it seems like that was a negotiated plea, and that girl did expect that she wouldn't be doing jail time. So I can kind of understand it being shocking, but the way it's like her whole body was taken over by her reaction kind of supports that it might be scary to try to break up with somebody like that. So, and it was recommended. I saw that there's actually, is this actually her? Let me check the body cam of her being arrested. Let me see if this is actually her. Hannah Freeman. Okay. So do you want to see the body cam? Let's see if she acts that way when she's being arrested at the school for stalking. It's built into this page, but maybe we can make it bigger when we play. Yeah, I think the judge was a jerk, and it was like a spat between the attorney and the judge. Do I have to turn? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I had to toggle on the volume. And it was like a spat between the attorney for the attorney not doing something and not the client, not the defendant.
Freeman, 27 out of Ridgeville, valid, so on.
So stay in the car.
I'm trying to find my keys to roll down the window.
Okay. What are you doing up here?
26 mile.
I'm coming to my boyfriend's game.
Okay. Get your ID on you?
Yeah, let me find my keys.
Any weapons in the car?
Class 11 to 71. I believe we have complaints at the window.
All right, let me know.
I don't know where my keys went.
Okay. Who's your boyfriend? All right, don't reach around anymore. What's your name?
Hannah Freeman.
Hannah Freeman. Are you supposed to be up here? Mm-hmm. You are? Were you in his vehicle earlier?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Well, we went to get dinner together, but...
Where'd you guys go get dinner at?
Kings.
Kings?
Kings, yeah.
Raising Cane's? Which one?
North Olmsted.
North Olmsted? Okay. Well, we got a complaint from him that you were in his vehicle tonight and you're harassing him and stalking him.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Did you take some items from him last night? No?
No.
Okay. All right. Where is he at right now?
He's coaching. His game starts at 4:45.
What game is he coaching?
7th grade basketball, 7th grade girls basketball.
7th grade? And the game doesn't start at 4:45 for 7th grade.
Well, 5:45. The 8th grade starts at 4:45.
Correct. Okay. All right. Why are you sitting in your car not in the game then?
Well, it's only 4:30, so I was going to wait until it started.
Okay. Were you working or something like that? Where do you work at?
I'm a teacher at North Ridgeville.
At North Ridgeville? Okay. Will you see if they got those complaints yet?
Yeah, they want to sign it. He was supposed to.
No, just call station, see if they got them.
Well, like, I have text messages that have him, like, inviting me, so I don't...
Can I see him?
Like, even last night, like, I slept over his place,
And what's his name again?
we were engaged. Like,
He has not yet signed them, but the complainant today is the gentleman that's going to be signing them for the OIC. Put her in custody for those complaints.
Okay. Can you put your phone down and step out to my partner, please? Just leave your phone in the car. Leave your phone in the car.
I'm putting it down.
Step out.
I'm putting it down.
The easiest way to get your passport.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back. You don't got anything on you, it's going to stick, poke, anything like that?
No.
Put your hands together like you're praying.
Where are your keys for the car?
I don't know. I couldn't find them.
Grab your phone, baby.
Ma'am, what's your name?
Hannah.
I know you have the right to remain silent, and you need to stand over and use against your court. You have the right to respond to any of the same questions or any questions. It's not a ordinance. Once we get back, I don't have any questions for you. Step back over here to my car.
Can I please call my parents?
Just step over here to my car.
Where's your ID?
I don't know. I can't find it.
Ma'am, stop. Right here. See this flashing red light?
Yeah.
That's the camera that's recording. Do you
Okay,
have anything
can
on
I-
you that's sharp?
No, I don't. Can I please call my dad?
Yep. Give us a second. You're coming
Can I
back to our
please call
jail.
my dad?
Once we get back to our jail and go through our processing, we'll let you get on the
Can
phone.
I please call my dad?
Not right now.
He's not for sure.
We know who he is.
I don't want to make this a big deal.
We're up here.
Back of my hand, back of my hand, back of my hand, back of my hand. All right, step back over here, back of my car, please.
He invited me over here.
All right, you have little wrists. Do me a favor, do not slip out of these cuffs, okay?
Can you please call my dad?
Once we get back to our jail.
Can you call him?
No, we won't be calling him. You can when we get back to the jail.
Okay,
Come talk to me. So what's going on? Did you invite her here? No. Are you sure?
This is the, assuming the ex-boyfriend.
Are you sure you didn't invite her here?
Yes, I never
Okay.
invited anything.
She said that you invited her here.
Yeah, I know. She probably would have. She actually yesterday followed me to my apartment, stole stuff out of my car.
Yeah.
Medications that I need, my car keys, which I was finally able to get back from her, a laptop, and my wallet. And she has run up a bunch of charges on one of my credit cards now.
What she did?
Yeah, and then she, because I did date her back in April, we probably ended it. She kind of knew passwords to like my accounts and stuff.
Where did
she's been messing with my accounts?
Where did she rack up the charges at?
That was all from Amazon.
Oh.
Amazon.
Okay. Well, you never. What time did you go to bed last night? Because they came for you to sign the complaints, and you never answered the door.
Yeah, so I was probably asleep. I mean, I get up at 4 usually.
Oh, okay.
And he did say an hour, and I tried to wait like an hour and a half. And
Yeah, he said he was a little late. They got a little busy.
Yeah, so I was gonna come up, and I would taught all day.
Right.
So I was gonna come up right after this because I need to sign something.
Yeah, they need to be signed because she's in custody.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's been going on for a while, and I've tried to not make it a big deal because even today the school resource officer took me out of class and stuff, and so I didn't want any of that stuff to happen. But it's just she won't stop. So.
Okay.
Nothing else I can do at this point.
All right. So was she in your car again today?
Yeah, was she not right now?
No.
Okay, yeah, she.
Don't you lock your doors?
I'm telling you, I open it for a second, and she sprints in there and hops in. And
you know she's here, or you don't even know she's here when this all happens?
What is it? A lot of times, I'll be just driving down the street and randomly, like, I don't know where she is. She'll pull out, and now she's behind me all of a sudden.
What?
I saw her following me in, but I had to run back out there, grab a bunch of stuff out of my car, my clipboard to write on, change of clothes, and I'm trying to. So I know what she's going to do. I'm trying to get to my keys to lock it quick enough, and she jumps in.
This is a little bit confusing, but is it like she expects him to get off work at a certain time every day, so she's there waiting for when he'd be walking out and unlocking his car, and just like scurries over there and like races to the car knowing that he's going to beep to unlock his car? I'm just trying to put together like the pragmatics of it.
Driver's side or passenger side?
Driver's side.
She was in her, she got a red SUV. Yeah, she was in her car in the driver's seat when we pulled out.
And she should have took practice one time, but yeah, she constantly showed up to these games. A lot of times I look up in the stands and see her. I have no idea.
And when did you guys break up or stop dating or whatever?
It'd probably be April.
So April?
Yeah.
And it's been going on this long, or is it random?
I would say it's progressively getting worse and worse.
If I'm not mistaken, the judge said something about December being the time of arrest. So April to December, yeesh, that's like 3/4 of the year.
But it's kind of been going on the whole time, yeah.
Okay. Well, what time's your game?
I might. So it's at 5:45. I might have to do the scorebook at 4:45, or maybe.
Why don't you go to the station and sign those complaints now?
Yeah, I can get someone else to do it.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, he can do it. I don't know who he is.
They're just gonna make this guy stand in. All right. So now that we're back to Hannah Freeman.
You want to step out for me? Start up here by this gentleman here. Come on, step over here by this blue board.
Turn around.
We can go back and watch the beginning of the plea and see what they lay out.
No. What's with the white sticker on?
It's from when I was in Euclid. It's my old badge number.
You're in Euclid?
Mm-hmm.
You have anything in your pockets?
I thought it was like a price tag or something.
No, it's all worn off.
Yeah, this is just intake. I don't think they get any more statements unless she says something weird in the next 20. But it doesn't look like any interview questioning. So we'll wrap that one. We'll go back. We'll watch the beginning of the sentencing hearing and see what was put on the record. And maybe this isn't all of it. It starts kind of like zoomed right in on her face, but we'll see.
Okay, let's go on the record. We're here on state for Hannah Freeman. Ms.
Okay,
Freeman is
it's
here
beginning.
on case 697-119. She's here with her lawyer, Michael Kinlan. Assistant County Prosecutor Patrick White is here for Brandon Pateo, who is in trial in another courtroom. Ms. Freeman pled guilty back in June to disorderly conduct, a minor misdemeanor in count 1, obstructing official business, a second-degree misdemeanor in count 2, and possessing criminal tools, a first-degree misdemeanor.
Yeah, you're right. This would be, you're right. Let's see quick if there is. Hannah Freeman plea, or maybe an article on it. Okay, wait. Here, I think this is it. So there's going to be some news stuff in it. Oh, is this only 32 seconds? At least I know what outfit to look for. She's wearing a black shirt. So, Hannah Freeman, plea hearing. Let's try again. Okay, and this is the news station that has a 30-second clip. So maybe if we just go back. Oh my God, they post a lot. 4 weeks ago. We're looking for busy station. Oh. Nope, that was 9 days ago. Oh my God, the Diddy verdict was only 3 weeks ago? I have no concept of time. All right, so it looks like this is the only one that they uploaded. So let's just see what they quickly show. There's not going to be the context that we're looking for, but I mean, maybe something.
The North Ridgeville teacher accused of stalking her ex-boyfriend pleaded guilty today to reduced charges. Hannah Freeman, initially indicted on 5 felony counts, admitted to 3 misdemeanors: disorderly conduct, obstructing official business, and possession of criminal tools. She must continue mental health counseling and avoid contact with the victim. She is set to be sentenced on July 17th.
And that's where
Freeman
we
was
were.
placed on leave after being arrested back in November. We have reached out to the district for a statement and have not heard back as of yet.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's possible that there's like they obviously recorded something in the courtroom, so there might be longer footage somewhere. But I'm not seeing it come up with a search at this time. So I don't really know, but good questions. And Aaron had mentioned, hey man, did she give you permission to go through her car, her purse? You know, some things like that just make me think maybe that's how we got the district attorney's office from going to 5 felonies, dropping down to a misdemeanor. And maybe they overcharged in the first place. I don't know, but it seems like if she was stalking somebody, going up to a school, in my opinion, yeah, that happens to be where he works. But it's also, well, if I go up to the school, that might be a place where I'll get what I want because he won't want to make a scene, so he'll be willing to talk to me. And that's kind of yikes if that was the case. But I wonder, you know, the idea that they were going to give her and recommend no time at all. Maybe that's just how that district attorney's office rolls with things. Maybe she has no priors and all of the factors, they reasonably considered that to be the right thing to offer. I don't know, but I don't really love the idea that a victim's advocate, a prosecutor that's supposed to prosecute these things, would think probation. I don't know. 7 days doesn't seem like that much. I don't know. But yeah, so I don't know how we got to that sentencing versus what happened at the plea hearing. I wish we had the recitation of what the prosecution said they would have been able to show. We just don't have it. Yeah, so to me, that timeline, she should have been out today. So these, oh my God, these still frames that they're getting of her face. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and Freedom Ring, judge didn't say, I asked her if she understood she could get out of jail, and she told me yes. So, yeah, I don't know. I wish we could watch the plea hearing. Because I do think the judge could have been like, hey, I'm going to reject this plea agreement. But we're already at sentencing. So I don't know. All right, and it looks like the prosecutor made, it doesn't look like the prosecutor made a recommendation on the record. Yeah, to me, kind of harsh. Do the evaluation first. I think that's actually a good, I forgot she has to do the mental health evaluation, and it seems like that she may have had to be doing that already between, like, she was under certain terms and conditions, probably no contact or whatever between the plea hearing and sentencing, maybe from the arrest and through sentencing. But I think that's actually true. I'm fine with someone having mental health counseling and no jail time with something like that. 'Cause I think that's the thing. I think you see a situation like this, people don't know how to deal with breakups. People don't know how to deal with breakups. And then you get into this mess where, maybe she thought that was an okay thing for her to be doing. And I don't think that's anyway okay to be doing. But maybe the right answer there is just having someone like cognitive behavior therapy, learning that there's alternatives rather than just following someone 33 different times and running up to their car and pulling out behind wherever you're pulling out. There was the bit where it seems she had access to the devices, so maybe she had location access that she shouldn't have been aware of, and that's if she was able to know where he was going and pull up behind him, maybe that was how she did it, right? She had access to some location information. Who knows? But yeah, I just think there's been a succession of stories where women are actually getting a little bit of jail time, whether it's through a plea or a jury verdict, because they're doing things. And I think that's new to me. I don't always see that. So, yeah, the defense attorney said it was a negotiated plea. And then maybe recommended probation during sentencing since she had pled to the misdemeanors. I mean, if you want, we can watch the sentencing and see if they say anything in the beginning of sentencing. This is back to sentencing, you guys.
In count 3, she was referred for a pre-sentence investigation, which the court has received and reviewed. PSI is extremely detailed. Counsel, have you read the PSI?
Yes, I have.
Yes, Your Honor. You find it to be completely inaccurate?
I do, Your Honor. I find it complete, some of the police report was not accurate, hence the reason for the amended charges.
In what way?
We provided text that showed that the alleged victim lied about the stalking and some of the other issues.
Well, what part of this document is not accurate?
Just where it relates to the police report.
Pardon me?
Just where it relates to the police report.
I don't understand what you're telling me. There's 4 single-space type pages that looks to be largely taken from the police report. Are you telling me the entire PSI is inaccurate?
No, just where the alleged victim told the officers that she was stalking. They were still engaged in a relationship at the time. She had planned on spending the night at his house that night with his permission. It's not much.
How about the flock camera part on the bottom of page 2, where flock camera plate readers showed your client's vehicle to be on Westlake City School properties 33 times on 19 different days over the past 30 days, up to and including November 7th at 4:07 p.m.
That is accurate.
Okay.
He had invited her there. She was there.
He invited her to school?
Yes.
30 times?
Yes.
Mr. White, do you know anything about this?
Your Honor, what the state could say at this time is that the defendant, on occasions over this period, did in fact invite the the victim did invite the defendant, but the state will contend that the defendant was there and her continual presence across this time did cause the defendant continual anguish and mental stress.
Is there a dispute over whether she took his property?
No, Your Honor.
No, there's no dispute over there, Your Honor.
Why didn't your office have her plead to theft? I know this wasn't your case, but I'm here dealing with the confusion. What happened?
Your Honor, in this case, the defendant and the victim were engaged in a relationship. They broke up over the pursuing months. The defendant did not get the realization this relationship was over. At different times, she did steal numerous items from the victim in this case. Our office reviewed that. We did see those actions more as a continual pattern of conduct in order to get the victim back into her life.
Is that accurate?
Not including our.
We can tell me stand in this county, Mr. Kelly.
Yes, sure. It's our opinion, and the facts would have shown if we would have went to trial. She did take his book bag for about 3 minutes. She tried to return it. She only took it once she found another girl at his apartment. She was on her way to spend the night there that night. They agreed on it. She went over there, and he texted her, told her not to come, and she realized he had nothing there. She got mad, went in his car, took the book bag, only as a means to get him to talk to her, and then she tried to return the book bag 5 minutes later, and that's when he called the police.
Okay, I'm led to believe by the pre-sentence investigation that this relationship between the alleged victim and Ms. Freeman ended in April of 2024. Is that correct?
That's not correct. It ended on November 6th, 2024. And that's why if you review the discovery that I provided.
That would be.
And that's why we had negotiated plea with the charges that we have and that she pled guilty to.
Okay, the pre-sentence investigation indicates that your client took 2 backpacks, a red and a black backpack containing a Chromebook laptop computer, an HP laptop computer, the victim's wallet, and a set of car keys to his car, apartment, and work school. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
He should seem like he made a complaint but didn't
I haven't
sign the
seen any
complaint.
text messages. You haven't filed a sentencing brief or memorandum?
Well, they were in the discovery that I filed the defense discovery.
Okay, Mr. White, what would the state like to present? Is there anything else?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will say for the record, the state is in compliance with Marcy's law in this matter. Your Honor, obviously this was a difficult situation. This was a toxic relationship. Over the period from April to November, this defendant engaged in conduct that was disturbing and concerning. And there's a heightened, state believes there's a heightened concern because she wasn't employed as a teacher at the time. We understand that the victim in this case did at points re-engage with the defendant over these months. But the state is comfortable with this plea offer after extensive conversations with and pretrial meetings with the defense counsel, because Ms. Freeman, in it's our opinion, has mental health issues that need to be addressed. I think that's evident from the PSI. I think that's evident from the facts in this case. We do understand that she has taken steps to do that, and as part of this plea, we did make it a condition for supervision in the form of community control, continued mental health treatment, and that is what we'll ask for at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kinlan, what would you like the court to be aware of?
She's 27 years old. She has a master's degree. She was previously employed as a 4th grade teacher. She lost that job as a result of this incident. She's got no other record other than a noise complaint from several years ago. This is a negotiated plea based upon the facts and based also upon the negotiation that they did in the prosecutor's office. I believe it's a fair resolution. You're not going to see her back again. She was at the school numerous times helping him with his classwork. There was a principal who was contacted, also listed in discovery, who I had subpoenaed in this case, when we were trial, who would testify to that fact, that he talked to the victim and the victim told him no, she was there helping him. So there was no stalking in that regard. But she did take his book bag, and heat of passion she did when she found out he was still seeing this other girl when she was supposed to be over there that night. She wasn't thinking and did so in an emotional state. She is in mental health counseling. She regrets this incident, and I don't think you see her back here now. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Freeman, you have the opportunity to speak before we announce your sentence. What would you like me to know?
All right, and so we get to this point. Yeah, so hearing a little bit of context there, and it seems like this guy that's representing the state here was thrown into this case, and it wasn't his case to begin with. They just gave him this chaos. But yeah, so we do have the state recommending probation and mental health treatment. And I mean, judge is going to add 7 days to that. So if you came in late on this, judge ends up saying, nope, that's not enough. I'm going to also give you 7 days. I do like the approach. I appreciate from the prosecutor again, like, we went through everything. We were working with counsel on the other side, and we think it's appropriate that she's dealing with, some type of mental health crisis, and the right course of action here would be treat that. The other thing too, I think this is a great point from Touche. Says maybe cameras in the courtroom are making it clear that criminals and murderers can look like cheerleaders. And again, my mind's going to go to the Courtney Clenny case, right? Model, OnlyFans model. She was making a lot of money on like Instagram too, not just OnlyFans, but on Instagram, being a fitness influencer for a while and doing different brand sponsorship deals because of, she looked like blonde girl from Texas modeling on Instagram. And it's not just, they say don't judge the book by the cover, or, don't just trust somebody because they're a school teacher. They wouldn't do something wrong. Right. So I think this is extremely important. And there is a camera in this case, but again, there's so many cases that I wish I could have seen a little bit more from. When defendants are ordered for treatments and programs, who pays? I think they have programs set up that you can go through if it's like a court-ordered program. Some of the programs you just got to show up to. But I do also think when there is a payment involved, it's on the defendant. And I think there's programs if you need assistance with it or need to communicate with the court's supposed to outline, if you have any trouble with this, make sure you let me know. So, and that might vary from place to place. I'm sure there are places that have a lot more programs for this type of thing, whereas others probably have like none. So, but the reporting, the fines, the fees, they're going to be on the defendant, and the court's going to tell you if you fall behind, you got to let us know. Like, don't fall behind without a reason and letting us know. Yeah, and Freedom Ring says due process requires judge to inform defendant of potential consequences. Please get reversed all the time. Please is in plea deals, not please is in thank you. Get reversed all the time on records like this. Terrible record, terrible judge. Yeah, I got you. I saw it, Freedom Ring. I knew what type of please it was. Not please and thank you. But yeah, it's just one of those things though. She already did her 7 days at this time. It looks like Erin, I think she said earlier in the chat, the 23rd, she was released. So, I don't know. For what it is, if you fought it, you say, I want to withdraw this, I want to undo this, I actually want a trial. You've already done jail time, and now you have no further jail time. She already pretty much agreed to every other condition. I don't know. It sucks, right? But me, if I were in her shoes, would I want to withdraw my plea if I already did the 7 days and then take it to trial? Probably not. And you guys heard me complain about some of the reactions to the Koberger story, where a lot of people have this sentiment, well, they took a plea, so obviously they're guilty. I hate that sentiment. People take plea deals for tons of reasons that have nothing to do with guilt or innocence. But here, if I were in her shoes, let me move on with my life. So, and then, yeah, Keisha, you saying the guy sounds like he was playing with her mind. The state said they were on and off. And I think this 33, and Freedom says if he didn't see her all 33 times, it's not as concerning. They only knew 33 due to the cameras. Man wasn't put in fear 33 times. I do think that 33 times that were at issue were over that 14-day period in that November, after the state and the defense, both sides agree that they'd broken up by November 4th. So I think the issue is whether or not there was leading on back and forth. There were still times where unequivocally in that November timeframe, she wasn't invited to be in certain places and continued showing up anyway. So, but yeah, that sucks. I mean, yeah, no, I know that you're saying that the judge should have let her withdraw her immediately. I agree with that. And yeah, you say I agree, it doesn't do much good now. Because it would just be like, you'd wait all this other time. It took 6-7 months for her to have a trial or a plea on this matter. You get back on the calendar, you end up wasting more months of your life waiting to get a result. Again, I can tell you, I know why people take pleas. I do think she did things wrong here. Don't get me wrong. But I understand a little bit more than I think what went viral was really just this part. Like 30 seconds maybe, where he says the 7 days in jail. The attorney argues for a little bit, saying like, hold on. And then we get the crying. So a little bit more to the story than just someone knowing they were going to get jail time and freaking out that they were actually given jail time. Also, I missed this one. I'm sorry, Touche. Touche says, just think if the cops had listened to Charles about Lori like this, maybe he'd still be alive. And it's always so weird. It seems like on one hand, there are stories where the cops do not listen. And then on the other hand, there are stories where the cops, there's like nothing even there. There's obviously a false report. And then they do so much. They go so far above and beyond that they end up over policing, and eventually it becomes an over prosecution. Right? There's such an imbalance. And again, and I only came in on the Lori Vallow details of everything going on with that probably in the last 12 months or so. But there's a lot of cases where, somebody listened ahead of time, somebody still could have been alive. And here, they're intervening, they're getting her treatment. That's part of the condition. She's got to get this treatment. This intervention could save somebody, right? I think that's the right outcome there. Yeah. And man, toxic relationships, man, they are by no means are they in short supply. If you have a friend that's going through a breakup, please try to help them be sensible about it. I think the smartest way to help somebody going through a breakup is to reinforce that no matter what it feels like now, doing something crazy, illegal right now, just because you feel a certain way, is not going to make things better in the long run. So, I don't know. They need to have like classes for everyone to take on like how to have a breakup and be okay with moving on with life. Aaron says apparently this is allowed in Ohio, and plea paperwork says the court isn't bound to any recommendation, but I really dislike it. It basically turns every plea into a blind plea. Interesting. Ohio actually is one of where I think it's more exceptional, that I think they place a bigger burden of proof for more parts of a case when someone wants to rely on an affirmative defense. Ohio's kind of one of the outliers in that realm as well. So now that you point that out, Aaron, that kind of makes sense. It's Ohio. It is Ohio. And Keisha, I agree. That guy was not clear when he was speaking to the officer. Plus, he never followed through with signing the paperwork. And I would say from the position, if what I've seen with prosecutors will come out and say, but victims. And unfortunately, I do feel like once we're already dealing with a criminal prosecution, it typically then is a female victim. And the expert witness will come in and say, victims of these type of abusive relationships, they might not want to report. They might not want to press charges. They might not want to see things go into court. They don't want to be in trouble for going to testify. They don't want to testify against their ex, right? So I would say that if it came to trial and one side raised questions about that, the other would respond with the opposite. He didn't want to sign the paperwork because it wasn't the full story, or he didn't want to sign the paperwork because victims, because of what they've been through, can behave in ways that you wouldn't expect. So, yeah, both sides would have had an explanation for that. That would have been at issue for the jury to decide. And then Freedom says, so she would have signed something that said the judge could go higher. I still think judge should have asked her. That's how I'm used to seeing it done. And I'm going to agree with Aaron here that this is, how Ohio seems to do it, but it basically turns every plea into a blind plea. So, no, Dolly always shows up when there's someone he can save. Dolly, good to see you. Dolly, you hit an amazing milestone recently, right? 6 months sobriety. That's amazing, amazing, amazing. So, super good to see you. Hilarious the circumstance with the still on the screen that you're popping in on with Miss Hannah Freeman. Always love to see Dolly. We wrapped this up about an hour ago, I think, you guys, but we went down this side story. I made fun of that Mr. Masters attorney for going down these side stories, and then look at me going down a side story before we actually wrap it up. But the good news is we can do an ABCs of Steel on the way out, and I'll find somewhere to redirect. Dolly, are you doing anything today? Dolly, where should we go? Dolly's coming with the party bus to take us to another stream. Let's see. We've got 6 hours, you guys. I was like, we're just going to quickly look at the Sandra Doorley story. And let's see. Not today. No, Aaron, that's okay. Sorry, it was way more complex than I originally thought. I mean, look, I still think her reaction in the bubble, with the context or without the context, I think her reaction triggers, like, she has such a physical affect, a physiological effect to things that are happening that aren't reasonable, that they're blown out of what would be a reasonable extent of, oh my gosh, or I'm upset by this. So I do think that's an issue. And I think it's good to be aware that people do irrational things, even if they have a pretty face. So I think it was interesting that it ended up being more complex than we thought. And then as far as who's doing what do we got going on? Oh my gosh. Wait, there's a Lego thing going on. There's 3 channels to choose from. We'll do the one we'll do the Lego Law and Life channel. So, and it looks like Broken Baker's on. So that's their guest. Sorry, it's a really tiny screen back here and it lets you pick redirects. It doesn't tell you what dates things are starting. Okay, so MLS, yeah, I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you guys when I log off. I go and try to tell people in the real world about things that I watch on YouTube and cases. I see you guys in the other chats too, but random people I come across in life. I'm like, oh yeah, that reminds me of this other thing. And I have no idea the reference I'm making. And it is not the same as being able to talk to you guys. So Factual Lie linked to MLS to they're syndicating the stream. And MLS also runs the Lego Law channel. So this will be redirecting to the Lego Law channel. But go to either link, come hang out, pick which chat you like the most. And see you guys over there. We're going to skip the ABCs of Steel and get right to the LL and L's. Goodbye, you guys. Have a great Saturday. And thanks so much for spending 6 hours. Big thank you, you guys. Take care.